Hey lemlisters, it's G here and I'm so pumped to have you for my multi-channel sales masterclass. In the next 9 sessions, I'm going to break down all of those multi-channel secrets that helped us generate $10 million in annual recurring revenue in just 3.5 years, build a strong branding online, and get more than 10,000 customers worldwide. Back in the day, we started Lemlist with a focus on email prospecting features so we could conquer that channel. Once we had that down, we started adding cold calling and social selling functionalities. We tested tons of things in the past 3.5 years to figure out what the best way to set up a multi-channel sales strategy. And we switched tens of times to new strategies until we found the right flow that generates the best results and hence generates more revenue. So what's our secret approach for multi-channel sales? What's the mix of channels that bring us tens of thousands of dollars in revenue monthly? In this masterclass, you'll have all the answers, and by the end of the session, you'll get an entire roadmap to apply to your own multi-channel strategy. So you'll walk away from this course with actionable advice on what you can implement right now to get more meetings booked and boost your revenue. Are you ready? Let's get this party started. Let me tell you who am I, aka why the hell should you listen to what I have to say. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lempire, which is a company I founded in 2018. Under the Lempire's umbrella, we've built multiple projects, including one that we sold after growing it to $600,000 in revenue in just 12 months. We've been bootstrapped since day one, so we never took any outside funding, and we've made it all the way to $10 million in annual recurring revenue this way. We have more than 10,000 customers all over the world, and we built the biggest community around sales automation that currently stands at 18,000 members. My journey is quite atypical because I studied marketing at HEC, which is a business school in France, and before that, believe it or not, I got my master's in chemical engineering. Jack of all trades, right? What's the most important thing for me is that doing what I love at Lemlist allowed me to build a beautiful community on LinkedIn where more than 20,000 people follow my daily content. This has helped me to build a strong personal brand, boost my visibility, and get invited to international events or tech conferences worldwide. Overall, in the past 3 years, my branding brought the company $1 million in revenue. But that stuff is just the fluff and things I'm obliged to tell you to let you know that I'm not another marketing guru that sells his online courses with any valid social proof behind it. I am someone who 5 years ago didn't even dream of reaching $1 million in revenue because I had no idea if I will be able to actually sell something or run a business. That's because I was following a traditional pattern. Let me explain to you why. My parents grew up on a farm and never had the chance to study or to get a degree. Since they never had this opportunity, they sacrificed a lot to offer my brother and me a good education. Becoming an engineer was, in their opinion, a synonym of success, a good profession that allowed me to get a good job with a good salary. So that's what I did. I studied science and worked for companies like Procter & Gamble and Hermes. But right after I graduated, I decided to do something for myself. I wanted to travel the world for 1 full year. I never had the chance to do it before because my family didn't have the money. So I did every job a student can do just to save enough money for the flights. With almost no money left, my best friend and I decided to use social media to stay at people's homes for free. When we needed to stay longer in some places, we worked out arrangements for accommodation in exchange of work. Once I got back to Paris, I decided to launch a business because I wanted to create something that could give me the same freedom I had during that year of traveling. But to launch a business, I had to be good at business. So I went back to school to study at HEC and then decided to launch a business with my dad. It was a t-shirt brand called Paris Reste un Rêve because my dad knows how to print on fabrics and I had all that knowledge from my degree. But it was a big fail. My degree taught me the basic business things, so I failed at bringing enough customers to fulfill the amount of stock we had. Essentially, it was a huge mess. And the worst thing was that after this situation, my relationship with my father suffered a lot. A little while after this, a friend of mine asked me to join him in his new venture. The goal was to build an agency that could help companies find customers. That project lasted about a year and worked pretty well. It generated millions of dollars for our clients all over the world. But talking to customers and figuring out their struggles, I was convinced that we would make more developing a platform rather than using existing tools. 3 months later, we were launching Lemlist together. At the end of our first year, we had thousands of customers all over the world. We started to earn a decent income and even got product of the day on Product Hunt. At the end of our second year, our tool started to have big visibility worldwide, and hundreds of our customers started to speak well about us on tech review websites such as G2 Crowd, Capterra, etc. Thanks to this success, we've been able to build the best team in the world. More than 35 people from 8 countries are now part of the lemlist team. Bringing people together and helping them build relationships was our main focus from day one. That's why we decided to create the lemlist family, which is the biggest community around sales automation. Focusing on our customers and helping them succeed brought us $10 million in annual recurring revenue in just 3.5 years with a 2-digit month-over-month growth rate. And more than 10,000 customers all over the world, including companies such as Uber, Zendesk, Amazon. Thanks to what we've accomplished during the past years, I started to get invited at international conferences such as SaaS Nation, Growth Acceleration, Microsoft, and TEDx to speak about our hypergrowth at lemlist and overall our journey as a bootstrap company. All this intervention boosted my visibility and helped me develop even more my personal branding. Thanks to that, I got interviewed for tech publications or podcasts who wanted to know the story behind our business, and also how we do things at lemlist being bootstrapped. Because being bootstrapped is actually part of our DNA. In February 2021, we publicly refused $30 million from an investor. We wanted to raise awareness of the fact that the success of a business should not be linked to the amount of money raised from VCs, venture capitals, like the media portrays it to be. We believe there are other criteria more important than fundraising, such as profitability, the customer success, employee happiness, etc. Moreover, since day one, we had a different definition of what sales should be. In short, for us, sales should be about 2 things: helping people and building relationships. On top of that, our motto is that B2B doesn't have to stand for boring to boring. That's why at lemlist, our mission is to build the future of relationships. We want to help more people grow a successful and profitable business and help more entrepreneurs get the freedom that we had growing lemlist with just $1,000 at the start. We'll see in a couple of minutes what the easiest way to connect with anyone on earth. But first, let's focus on something that I often hear, especially in the SaaS world. I know that many people say that outbound is just a waste of time, that this method doesn't give results anymore, that there is a crowded market and it's hard to differentiate your approach. But guess what? That's not true. Have you tried to reach your prospects, but you had no results? That's because you didn't have the best method with the best approach. Everyone can become an outbound expert with good resources. The problem here is that all the resources out there are quite old school, all focusing on pushy sales pitches and approaches inspired by sales movies as The Wolf of Wall Street. But to be honest, the reality is quite different, and you might be delivering something that pushes you away from your customers instead of approaching them. During this masterclass, I'll give you everything you need to master multi-channel outbound like a pro without risking becoming a spammy sales rep. With that being said, you're only one message away from booking a meeting and converting your first 100 customers, expanding your network to connect with the people that inspire you the most, growing your startup by attracting the right clients that will skyrocket your revenue, scaling your team with the best tactics on the market, building a strong personal brand to increase awareness and visibility, and driving more revenue through several channels. So, how exactly are we going to do that? Let's start from the top. The best multi-channel strategy starts with building real relationships with people. Then, thanks to your visibility and personal branding, you'll be able to position yourself as a thought leader in your domain. And finally, engage with people on their terms. This means having meaningful conversations through the channel and even specific function that works best for them. Now, let's back up and break down all these steps individually. First up is building relationships. I'm going to be really honest with you. You've probably heard this 1,000 times. Everyone says the key to sales at this moment is building relationships. And while this is true, a lot of people think building relationships means creating artificial relationships for the sole purpose of sales. Let me clarify. That's not how we roll at lemlist. What I mean is creating a 100% real relationships regardless of your sales goal. Your main goal and focus should be to help people. So how do we do that? You make sure that your communication always adds value, whether this is through your LinkedIn communication or conversation with current users. Being true and only sharing valuable things is the key to a solid relationships. Here's an email that I received from someone who already followed my content on LinkedIn. I want to tell you that I'm a really huge fan of yours. For several posts that I've been looking at your LinkedIn, yours has the biggest and most awesome strategy, life-changing, when it comes to emails, webinars. So this person discovered me through my LinkedIn post, found value in my content, and then after that decided to build a connection with me by reaching out to me on the email. He doesn't want to sell me anything, he simply wants to share his genuine thoughts and connect with me. Keep in mind that when you connect with people using this approach, you shouldn't be asking for anything in return. Here is Nadia's post after applying our approach to build relationship with people from our domain. Thank you, G, and all the lemlist family for the complimenting technique on LinkedIn. As I said, you want to focus on helping people without expectation and sharing your knowledge with them without wanting and waiting for something in exchange. Because the best sales strategy you can have is to truly care about people and their success. And here's a message that our head of development, Nadia, received after one of her posts. Personal, humble, transparent, and determined to keep pushing the boundaries. You have an incredible product backed by an incredible team. Caring about people and helping them succeed is literally one of the best missions someone can have. People will notice your efforts to help them have the best results using your tool. They will see the value you bring them, and that's what will make them stick with you for the long run. And if people see the value of your work, they will help you to share it with others too. So they will ask you to talk on their podcast, to get featured on their interviews, etc. Join all podcast invitations and share your knowledge with as many people as you can. But don't focus on self-promotion. Build a connection with the host and deliver the best value possible to their audience. Another great way to build relationships is to answer all of your messages. There is nothing worse than when you reach out to a CEO or influencers and they never respond. Don't be that person. Take the time to go through your messages, respond, and try to give them some real, actionable advice. I know that in the long run, it might be time consuming, and I totally get it. I receive around 100 of messages on LinkedIn every day, and sometimes it's really hard to answer to every single message, but I do take my time to send a small note to every single person who contacts me on LinkedIn or email. Other than building real relationships, you should also start working on positioning yourself as a thought leader. I know this is the point where you are saying, is this really necessary? I'm not sure I'm ready to invest that kind of time. And usually at that point, you might think that, you're not good enough to be positioned as a thought leader, that you kind of have the imposter syndrome, that your content is not worth sharing. And I felt exactly the same back in the days. But during this masterclass, I will help you overcome this fear and explain to you why it's super necessary to achieve it. And again, I hear you. It does take some work, but without this work, the relationship you created won't mean a thing. Because if you're sharing actionable tips without the results, who will listen to you? By sharing your real results or learning your experiences, you can position yourself as an expert and make it worthwhile for people to take your advice. Basically, a lot of people out there are giving you generic advice. However, the more practical you are and the more results you share, the more people will actually trust you. During this masterclass, I will go through very detailed examples with their results so you can actually project yourself getting the exact same thing. I will show you the step-by-step processes of how we manage to grow so quickly using these different processes that we've started to set up at lemlist. So now you're probably wondering how to become a thought leader. Share your knowledge by giving practical tips about topics and strategies that you've tried and mastered yourself. Take a look at this post I made for my previous masterclass. It highlights that the knowledge is coming from 5 years of making mistakes and learning what actually works. That establishes your credibility and shows that you aren't trying to bullshit your way to sales. If your content should help you to position yourself as an expert, then you should always use actionable examples. Try to think in your audience's shoes. If you've never done this before, how will it look? Like this example from our head of sales, Nadia. She shared real templates that generate us sales so other people can steal the formula and replicate it for their business. Now, in some cases, you might think, but gee, I'm not an expert myself. Don't worry. Becoming an expert is a process that takes time to learn a bunch of new things. But by sharing your journey from newbie to expert, you are doing a heck of a lot more good so you can show people how they can do this too. Take this example from Vuk, where he shares interesting website tests that we conducted in the second quarter of this year. Moreover, he even mentions that he isn't an expert in the post, but shares his awesome results that other people can replicate. Cool stuff, right? And our audience really loved it. And what's greater is that they ask us for more help, which of course we give happily. Now that you know how to build relationships and position yourself as someone people should listen to, you need to figure out the best way to engage with them in a non-disruptive manner. No one likes being bothered and blatantly sold to. How exactly do you engage on their terms? You can use cold emails to talk with them about things that matter to them. So instead of hard selling your product or service with info about your company, you should add personalized information about your lead. Showing them you know them is a great place to start. And as you can see from this response to one of Nadia's email, people really dig this approach. Following this idea, instead of showcasing what you do or customer reviews, you can point out challenges you know they have and talk to them about ways you can help them solve them. Keep in mind with this tactic, you need to break it down as much as possible so people know exactly what to do here. The results of this kind of approach, people will appreciate your help, as we see in the email received by Nadia. You are amazing at what you do and made everything so easy for me. And by adding a genuine appreciation for someone's work and being honest about your approaches, you'll be able to gain more trust, build better relationships, and eventually book more meetings. Another channel to leverage is LinkedIn. Other than posting content and engaging with others, you should also take advantage of direct messages. Some people are more active here or just have an emptier inbox than their email. When you do reach out on this channel, try to bring value to someone before selling. Don't just go in with your pitch. Get to know them and see how you can help them out. In this example here, Nadia wrote, "Just checked out your video. Props for taking the time and effort to record them. Oh, I'd be honored to be your tour guide if you decide to test it out." People always respond much better to this because you are showing that you care about them, not just your profit. The secret here is that you really need to take out all the selfishness behind your message and focus on helping them, no strings attached. This is our favorite way to create real relationships. Whether this leads to a sale or not, it doesn't matter. You are creating a great connection. Let's face it, if you try to push hard on a sales, and then the people don't benefit from it, it will actually damage the relationship you built. Pushing hard for a sales when it shouldn't be done doesn't make sense. Out there, you will find really great salespeople, but if they're deceptive and you're not happy with the product or the service, then you'll never be recommending them ever again. That's why when building relationships, you need to be super focused on bringing value. If the person is not a good fit, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't maintain that relationship, because later down the road, they can bring you referrals, new connections, and also intros to people who would actually benefit from your product or service. So really make sure to focus on that relationship and on bringing value and helping more people. And of course, the last channel is meetings and calls. They are a great way to put a name to a face and really personalize your communication with someone. Usually, people don't want to have a call or a meeting unless there is something in it for them, because it takes a lot more time than answering an email or a LinkedIn message. That's why it's vital to show the relationship is a two-way street and talk with them about the value you can give back to them. Using these approaches, you can close any deal, even with huge companies, and gain more than 10,000 clients just like us. These are the same taxes that brought lemlist to $10 million in annual recurring revenue and get our sales rep an average of $36,000 in deal value per month. What's important for me to say is that over the past 3.5 years, I have spoken with hundreds of heads of business development and sales representatives all over the world during webinar, podcast, or networking calls. Thanks to all these interactions, I figured out that there's a pattern of errors people do when it comes to outreach. Here's a couple of crucial points that I've discovered. Most people fail at outreach because they contact the wrong target audience and therefore they get no replies. Their messages feel too generic and do not address the real pain points. They send way too many emails daily and they use the wrong tools. Their email reputation is weak and their emails land in spam. If email reputations and spam or deliverability is something that you've never heard of, don't worry, because we will see that in much more details in the coming sessions. They do not follow up in a smart way. Again, that's something we will see why money is in the follow-up, but that's a topic for a bit later on. On top of it, they don't understand how to be successful on LinkedIn. They don't have the proper mindset, and also they can fail because of tons of other factors that we'll cover during the next sessions with actionable tips and examples so you can basically avoid them and be sure to succeed. But don't worry, I've got some really good plans for you. In this masterclass, I'm going to walk you through step by step how to build a strong LinkedIn personal brand that grabs attention. Communicate with the prospects on the right channel with the perfect message. Get your replies to your emails and therefore open new doors and growth opportunities. Get anyone you want on the phone and book meeting with them. Save a ton of time by identifying the target audience that you should be reaching out to, discover new ways to find emails and phone numbers, and execute outbound sales like a pro, driving revenue in small and big sales teams. Oh, and because it's me, you know there will be a ton of cool surprises along the way, including exclusive hacks that help us get to 10 million in annual recurring revenue bootstrap. This session was just to scratch the surface, but we'll be diving deep into all of these concepts in the following 8 sessions. I'm going to walk you through this step by step, so by the end of the course, you'll be a multi-channel master. Before jumping into the most essential thing that you need to know about the multi-channel sales outreach, we have to clarify something. And now, I'm quite serious with this, okay? So look at me very well and repeat after me. Using a multi-channel strategy is not spamming prospects across multiple channels. Now, I also need to clarify that it's really easy to become a spammer using a multi-channel strategy, and you should be aware of this. So, to kick this session off, I'm going to show you what to do to use multi-channel as a pro and get all results you want without risking of becoming a spammer. Here, we see the typical pushy messages. Hello, I'm a blogger, I'm providing my services throughout the world, I will provide you guest posting services and etc. etc. Not personalized at all, only talking about themselves and offering the lowest price possible, which clearly doesn't give me a good feeling about the quality of the service. Overall, pure spam. But sending me a LinkedIn message wasn't enough for them. They also contacted me by email using the same type of message. I mean, seriously, did they think this was going to work? The only thing this accomplishes is making the prospect feel bombarded with useless messages. Now, here is where I'm going to be completely frank with you. If you want to send spam like this and don't care about personalizing your messages, you can stop this course right now and take me up on my refund policy. I'll be fine with it because I'm here to help you help other people to connect with their target audience in the right way, not to help you bombard people through several different channels without any personalization and also without trying to build real relationships. That would be a totally waste of time for me, but also for you. On the other hand, if you want to help people by reaching out to them through personalized messages, book more meetings with our ideal customer profile, and also generate more sales and revenue, then this is the place for you. This takes us to my next point. What a proper multi-channel strategy helps you accomplish. First of all, you can grab your leads' attention on LinkedIn through your post and engagement with their content. Spark a conversation with them via email, direct message, or call. Then book a meeting with them and build a real value-backed relationship. So instead of making your leads feel attacked, they feel like they are in a two-way relationship and they have a sense of familiarity seeing your name popping on their screen, and the chances to make them feel pumped to work with you are really high. So let's get you started. In this session, we'll go over the biggest struggles people face when it comes to multi-channel, so you know exactly how to structure your strategy right from the beginning. We'll discuss in detail the importance of building your personal brand, give you an example of what a multi-channel campaign looks like, and then a brief overview of what we'll cover in the remaining sessions. In short, during this session, you'll make your first steps in your multi-channel adventure. Are you ready? So, first step, we are going to start out with the challenges of multi-channel campaigns so you are fully prepared to overcome them, and right after, we'll talk about our successful multi-channel funnel at Lemlist. But let's start with the beginning. Before starting lemlist, while I had my own lead generation agency, I was seeing the same problem play out for most of my customers. So I know how much of a struggle it can be. It seems really complex to set up, and it's hard to stay efficient because you're having to go back and forth between all the channels to manage your communication. You might get a bit also too excited about prospecting and end up not following the limits and get penalized for it, or even block your LinkedIn account or lose it. And we will get back to that chapter a bit later. We've all been there at some point, and some of us even got banned on LinkedIn for pushing the limits, but I'll give you all the tips to not fall into that trap. Another challenge for a multi-channel campaign is that you use way too many tools and things end up getting lost in translation. And let's not even mention the absolute mess that comes with reporting through several different channels. But I promise, there is a much better way to approach this and get the results you want without too much effort. Of course, there is no miracle strategy for your multi-channel campaigns, but we've tested so many different things at lemlist and came up with a few strategies that helped us have excellent results in terms of growth and sales performance over the past 3.5 years. It's what helps our sales team build strong relationships, book more meetings, and stay organized throughout the entire process. The secret to a multi-channel campaign starts by setting up a good sales funnel. You should have a proper process set in place to generate leads, reach out to them, and close deals. The details of this funnel will look different for every company, but I'll dive deeper into our funnel later, and by the end of this course, you'll be ready to get yours all set up. The second step here is choosing the right tools to use throughout your funnel. We want to simplify this process as much as possible here so things don't get too confusing. How exactly do you do this? By using fewer tools and one that integrates with each other to keep your info in one place. And in 1 second, you'll get why. This is our toolset at lemlist, so let's break it down. The first one is easy. We obviously use lemlist for our outreach to handle campaigns through email, calls, and LinkedIn. Essentially, the entire multi-channel part. Our sales team uses Pipedrive as their CRM to organize all the deal and lead info, which works perfectly for us, so they have a native integration with lemlist. Next up is our friend, Calendly. We use this to send our calendars to prospects so they can book a meeting directly through a link. Then, of course, is Aircall, our cold call tool of choice that also is integrated into lemlist, so all we have to do is press the call button and Aircall is automatically launched. Pretty sweet, right? Again, they all fit together seamlessly so everyone can stay synced. Having everything in one place makes our life 1,000 times easier. And the next step here is to make sure you can trust the data from your prospecting. Knowing what works or not is absolutely vital to your success. If your data is incorrect, it can mislead you into making some poor decisions. On the other hand, having the right data helps you become emotionless in your decision making. Think of an email you sent. If you A/B test a funny GIF against more serious text, meaning that you're testing to send a GIF to some people and to others something more serious, even though you might prefer to add more info to your email, if you see that more people respond to the GIF and it ends up leading to more conversion, you can directly eliminate the other email and start booking more deals. And the last step, and probably the most important of all of this, is getting to know your customers really well. Why do we say this is the most important step? It's simple. If you know your customers well enough, you know what they like and don't like, what they are more likely to respond to, and what their needs are that you can help them solve. But maybe even more important than that is that you don't run the risk of not knowing them, and therefore wasting your time sending them information that is absolutely useless for them. I know that this is a lot of info being thrown at you all at once, but don't worry, we'll dive a lot deeper into these things in the rest of the course. Next up, we need to discuss your personal brand. I can probably guess your reaction to this. Something along the lines of, you mean actually posting on LinkedIn? Thanks, but no thanks. I've heard this from nearly every single employee when they first started at lemlist. I know it's uncomfortable to put yourself out there, to find content ideas, and to stick to your planning. But if you just embrace that and deal with the awkward first couple of weeks of posting, soon enough it won't be uncomfortable and you'll actually be generating revenue and creating solid relationship through LinkedIn. Which means that directly in the community, you can share the links to your posts so people can engage, interact with you, and support each other. That's also why I've decided to build that masterclass, so more people and ambitious entrepreneurs can help each other grow and support each other along the way. As I said, my team saw the same thing, but now they are sitting pretty with tens of thousands of views per month and have turned their profiles into automatic lead generators. Let's put a different perspective on this. Take Tesla, for example. People are connected to their brand as a company and they love its product and will recommend them to others. But then you take Elon Musk, and it's a different situation. People are really connected to who he is as a person as they get inspired by everything he accomplished, and they want to get on board with whatever he's doing. The company brand is vital so that people trust your products and so they recommend them to others, but your personal brand will bring in a loyal brand of followers to purchase the product. People identify with your personal brand much more than with your company brand. Why? Because they can relate better with you on an emotional level, and based on this connection, they decide if they trust you or not. If they do, then there are high chances that they will follow you, buy your service or product, build a relationship with you, speak well about you, etc., etc. As I was mentioning before, sales is all about building relationships. And the essence of people buying something from you is actually trust. Building that personal brand will establish trust, because the truth is you want to become the person people want to meet with. And that's only while building your personal brand that you will be able to actually establish that trust, which will then correlate to the trust people have in your business. Elon Musk was someone very recognizable and very unique, so people trusted him. So when he started Tesla, people had initial trust in the company, even though they didn't know what the company was doing. That's the key of building your personal brand. Let's dive a little bit deeper about why a personal brand is vital. It's vital because it opens up new opportunities. It helps you stand out in your market, it builds trust on a more personal level, and positions you as an expert, and therefore someone that people want to listen to. On top of it, something that you always need to remember is that personal branding is something that no one of your competitor will ever be able to copy. Your personal brand is linked to your story, and you, as a human being, is unique. Which means that even though as you grow, people might copy your content, copy your post, but they will never be able to copy your story. And growing this personal brand while building relationship with others will make you stand out and build your network in order for you to always become more and more successful with the years. Building a strong brand will open a lot of new doors for you because it essentially creates a new distribution network. For example, when I announced my cold email masterclass, we got more than 3,000 registrations in 1 week only from posting on LinkedIn. Without my personal brand, this masterclass would not have been possible because they wouldn't even know about me, not even to mention how many fewer participants I would have had without the LinkedIn channel. Again, if these people had never seen my face, the chances are they never would sign up. So, by constantly publishing quality content and adding value for your audience, you are standing out and people will start coming to you for your interviews, podcasts, and some other really cool partnerships. That's how I've been featured on so many podcasts and vice versa, how I've been able to interview some other amazing people. And by being really honest and transparent with your audience through your posts, you start building trust with them, which ends up turning into a great relationship building. The key here is being 100% transparent and sharing everything you can with your audience, including the mistakes you've made. By doing this, you'll create some awesome relationships that are actually based on mutual understanding. For example, in this LinkedIn post, I allowed myself to get very vulnerable and shared a personal story. I started my post with, I stopped visiting my parents. I stopped seeing my friends. I did not have any money. Overall, it was a post full of emotions and more than 150,000 people related to that experience. Sharing my ups and downs as an entrepreneur and speaking very openly about my day-to-day experiences helped me build a solid community. Building a transparent connection with my audience since day one made people trust me. And by trusting me, they trusted lemlist and all the projects that I built over the past years. Being vulnerable and showing the ups and downs also help you to connect with people because it shows that you are not perfect, that you are making mistakes and that you are learning along the way. And the last example I want to show you, and something that is honestly vital to the rest of your personal brand, is how it positions you. By talking about things that you know, you can help others accomplish their goals and become an expert in your field. A tips that I can give you when it comes to creating content, but we'll get back to that a bit later with even more practical advice, is to always write to the person you were a couple of months ago. Once you know something, it becomes obvious. However, if you write for the person you were a couple of months, a couple of years ago, then your content will be valuable for all the people who actually didn't go through the same learning curve as you did. And that's how you become an expert. This is the key to boosting the rest of your personal brand because people will trust you based on the expert advice that you've shared. For example, with my personal brand, everyone who follows me knows that I'm the go-to guide when it comes to cold email and multi-channel strategy. This gives me a really good image when I'm promoting interviews or podcasts that I'm featured in, but also when I'm hosting my own event like these masterclasses. And even better, this gets associated with our company brand as well because I'm the CEO. It's a pretty great deal, I would say. Speaking of lemlist, let me show you what the personal brands of all our team members bring us as a company. We've been able to organically attract leads through our LinkedIn activity and build word of mouth for the product. Also, because our prospects already know us before we reach out through email, we get an increase in reply rates compared to if we had only used email. And adding to that, the conversion rates are much higher because of the relationship and trust that you built through your brand. Just to try to make this clear, whenever you're posting on LinkedIn, you're gonna reach out to much more people that you can actually see. You have the reach of people watching your content, and then you have people commenting and interacting with your content. Truth to be told is that a lot of persons who see your content can't be identified if they haven't actually engaged with it. However, knowing that your content is showcased to your first degree connections and second degree connection, then you know that down the line, whenever you're gonna do your outreach very specifically, people will have a very high chance to see your content, and hence the relationship building out of a cold approach feels much warmer. But as we talked about earlier, you need to know your audience so you know how to approach your strategy. For our team's personal brand, of course, this includes lemlist potential customers. So our objective is always to show sales teams, startups, SMBs, and scale up how they can really leverage all this sales technique and at the same time position lemlist as the perfect solution to accomplish this. The key to this, though, is showing how we rock sales with lemlist, but providing value for them with or without lemlist. Nothing too pushy here. The second audience is the entrepreneurs. Here, we want to create two-way relationships to build a powerful network, inspire our audience, and get inspired by their content as well, learn from each other's experience, and exchange some real value. Lastly, our profiles attract some really cool potential team members. Because we are sharing content about what lemlist does and the behind the scenes of working here, we can get some really cool and motivated candidates to apply for open position. But there are a few key things you should know about building your personal brand. First of all, if you're going to talk the talk, you need to walk the walk. Always make sure that your actions are aligned with what you are saying on social media. For example, with our marketing campaign of turning down 30 million, not only did I talk about the definition of success and my idea to change it, but I showed people by explaining my story of doing things that I shouldn't and going on a mission to help entrepreneurs build a profitable and successful business. At the same time, make sure you're only positioning yourself as who you are, not who you want to be. I'm an expert in sales prospecting and multi-channel, and that's how I help others get their own profit. But when it comes to owning my business, I've made a lot of mistakes. So instead of positioning myself as some incredibly experienced CEO, I'm honest and I share the mistakes I've made so other people can learn along with me. This adds even more trust and also humanizes you a lot. Another really important thing is to share your real personality so people can get to know you. I love sharing things about building lemlist so other entrepreneurs can skyrocket their business, but I also really like some non-business things like sports. So instead of muting this side of me, I let it shine through so people can get to know me on another level. Do you have a project you're working on that you're going through? Why not document it? By documenting your journey, you can teach people your methods and share golden nuggets that they might not have been able to pick up elsewhere. Getting a head start gives you a huge advantage because you can create loyal followers from the beginning that will follow you wherever you go and whatever new projects you take on. And LinkedIn can really help you to spread awareness for the side projects you are working on so your audience can follow you. Sharing these really authentic pieces of info is really helpful to your viewers, and like Nadia and Simon's video, it inspires thousands of people. By sharing value in your post, you'll be able to grow your network and people will want to listen to your advice so they can see their own growth. Take Vuk, for example. He posts such actionable content about outreach, LinkedIn, and growth marketing. And people are so happy to have resources they can go to for help. It also starts your relationship with them, even if they are silent at first. With consistency, you will find yourself getting messages like this as well. The more you share useful information, the more people will want to talk to you about it, and you'll start getting some more attention. This is how Vuk was able to speak at various events and share his journey as head of growth. And the dominoes effect continues, inspiring more and more people. If the examples aren't doing anything for you, let's think about it in different terms. A lot of people think they need to either be really good at one thing and own that, or be good at a bunch of things. In fact, it's best to be good at a bunch of things, but to be an expert in one of them. Don't feel like if you are an expert at communication that you can't also talk about sales. Maybe you give your most actionable and result-oriented advice about communication because that's your specialty. But you sure as heck can share your outreach experience to help others on their journey. Another important thing to keep in mind is how to distribute content and how you can use this for your personal brand. So, take me for example. I have a lot of long-form content, things like videos, keynotes, podcasts, ebooks, etc. But all of these things have a ton of value packed inside them, and if I only use them in one method of distribution, it would be a huge waste. So I take the long content and break it down. I'll make more than 10 LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram posts that each cover a different point in the longer content. Then I can take things like keynotes and podcasts and turn them into blog posts. And then I can take any other really actionable content and turn into smaller pieces of content that I can share with multiple networks where my audience is present. Don't forget that your network is extremely important for your success. It's a two-way street, so you should add people to your network that you can inspire, but don't forget to add people that can inspire you too. You are constantly growing, and by adding influential people to your network, you'll always find new ways to level up. And above all, don't forget that personal branding is a journey. You aren't going to wake up tomorrow and have a kick-ass personal brand. But if you take it step by step, a few months from now, you will wake up and have a kick-ass personal brand. The first step is to document your journey. Don't come fresh out of the gate trying to be an expert. People won't trust you because they don't know you nor your journey. But if you take them with you through the journey, that's how they become connected to you and where the magic happens. The next step is to see what works and what doesn't. We're a big fan of A/B testing at lemlist, and there's a reason for that. Sure, you can push things on people, but if you actually talk to them and figure out what works best, your results will be infinitely better. Then you can slowly start building your team and really focusing on your personal brand with tactics that you know will work. So now you know the importance of your personal brand, which is the foundation for multi-channel outreach. Building a strong personal brand will be a huge boost for your multi-channel strategy. So as you are doing this strategy of building your brand, you will see along the way your results increasing over time as your personal brand increases. I know multi-channel can seem a bit intimidating, So let's give you a real example of how we tackle it at lemlist. This is based on the same breakdown we showed you earlier, so you can easily replicate it for your business. The first step is the funnel. On the lead gen side, we search for leads through LinkedIn Sales Navigator so we can use advanced filters. This helps us to kind of pre-qualify the leads so we know we are reaching out to the right people and not wasting our time. We also get leads via all of our LinkedIn content, another reason your branding is so important. If you keep up with it, you will actually see people coming to you directly for demos. No joke. Then, of course, we also have inbound marketing leads that have come to us from our many sources of content like our ebooks, Cold Emails Hub, webinars, Lem Heroes, etc., etc. After this, we do a significant amount of research about our leads, again to pre-qualify them, but also to gather useful info to use for our personalized outreach. This helps us to weed out the people we know won't fit with lemlist and to ensure we really kill the approach with people that we can help. Then we get to the outreach part. We usually focus on email and LinkedIn step, but we'll also add cold calls in every now and then, especially at the end of the multi-channel sequence. This approach helps us reach our leads on the channel that works the best for them. Essentially, doing outreach on their terms. This then leads to booking some meetings so we can get down to business. Keep in mind here that our goal during the outreach step is not at all to sell lemlist. The focus here is just to create a connection and book the meeting. Now, let's give you a detailed example of what this looks like. I told you that our content acts as a lead generator. Well, check this out. See how this post from Nadia about our cold email hub has got the attention of a prospect, so much so that they ask her for a meeting. Pretty cool, right? When you share really valuable content for your audience and inspires them at the same time, this is what it leads to. On the outreach side, this is the email Nadia sent after people reacted to that LinkedIn post saying that they wanted to get access to the hub. She acknowledged their connection to spark their memory and also added some humor to relate it to them naturally. Hey Jacob, as promised in my previous post, our cold email hub is finally coming our way. RIP my inbox. Of course, she also included a personalized image to draw their attention and give the access she promised. But she doesn't end the email there. She makes sure to end the message with something that will start a conversation by adding, "Super curious to hear your thoughts." And then followed up a couple of times to add even more value and spark to the conversation. By sharing useful content for prospects, you are showing them that you are on their team, trying to help them in every possible aspect. And notice that her ask to start a conversation is not at all about lemlist. She focuses on the prospect and what content she can provide to help them. This hard work leads to conversions and create value for the entire teams. Hey Nadia, very impressed with the cold email hub. I forwarded it into my team and we're all excited to use it. Shows your dedication and acknowledges the personalization you added. Plus, create some pretty cool relationship that you can depend on later. See the value you can bring by focusing on helping your prospect instead of how many deals you can close. And of course, we add all this info into lemlist so we can stay synced with the team on how someone responded, and we have the info for future communication. If this looks cool to you and you want to replicate it for your business, you're definitely going to want to pay attention in the following sessions. Let's give you a little glimpse of what you can expect coming up. Okay, so now with these two first sessions, you understand why we are doing this. Multi-channel sales are a huge opportunity for you to generate qualified leads that convert, but more importantly, that create irreplaceable relationships. So in the coming sessions, we are going to go in-depth on tactics and give actionable tips and examples to help you skyrocket your business. We'll start by deep diving into how you can target the perfect audience so you aren't wasting your time on personalization that gets you nowhere. And then you can segment your leads into tiers that will help you determine the clients that bring you the lowest revenue, the highest revenue, and the in-betweens. This will end up translating to how much time you spend personalizing your outreach so you can optimize your processes. Speaking of outreach, you'll learn to send killer cold emails like this one that are hyper-personalized to your prospect and add tons of value to them, all without sounding too salesy. Which leads to this kind of results. Sounds pretty good, right? During this masterclass, you'll also learn how to build a really strong LinkedIn profile, including our content distribution strategy that gets our team millions of views a month and has generated more than $1 million in revenue through this channel in 1 year. And discover the best cold calling tips from Simon with real examples and recordings that we will break down piece by piece so you can steal them for your script. Then we'll connect the dots for you so you know how to structure the perfect multi-channel sequence that will work best for your sales structure and boost your revenue. And of course, we'll throw in some advanced techniques along the way so you can see how we maintain growth through multi-channel. Sounds like a plan? In the last session, I briefly mentioned how important it is for you to define your target. In fact, determining your target is one of the most important steps in outreach, and when done right, it can significantly boost your sales. So during this session, we'll discuss everything you need to know about your ideal customer profile, ICP. So make sure to take notes because nailing down your ICP is an essential step in every single outreach process. I know you might be thinking, Guillaume, I want everyone to get my messages so I can get the most number of sales possible. When I first started my outreach campaigns with lemlist, I was the same way. But without creating an ideal customer profile, or ICP, we weren't able to truly personalize our messages. And we wasted a lot of time on unqualified leads. This led to us wasting a lot of time with low reply and conversion rates. Then, I realized that by defining a specific target for our outreach, we would be able to personalize our messages even more. With this ICP, we were able to write our messages easier and has larger reply rates. And we knew what type of content to create and where we should be sharing it. Thanks to this, our sales pipeline became much more efficient and we started growing 25% month over month. So in the coming minutes, I'm going to give you all my secrets on how you can achieve these results too. We'll go over why is it key to define your target, how to build your ICP practically, use your existing clients to find new ones, personas frameworks to use, identifying your tiers, and I also have a couple of hacks that can help you in getting as close as possible to your target audience, but let's start with the beginning. The first thing we need to go over is why it's important to define your target. I already talked about it a little bit, but the essential points are that it increases conversion rates, it becomes easier to create your communication when you know who you are talking to, and it creates a network effect. A great example of this is when you are choosing products to use for your company. Think about when you are looking for a bank as an entrepreneur, and you have the option between a bank for everyone versus a bank just for entrepreneurs. Which one will you choose? 19% of entrepreneurs will choose a specific bank for entrepreneurs because it seems like they will be able to meet their needs. They can offer things like advising and networking opportunities that a general bank would not be able to provide. But this doesn't just apply to banks. In general, people want to buy products and services that are specifically targeted to them. The next step in defining your ICP is to find out how you can build it practically. The first place to start is by checking out what demand you have. How many people are looking for something specific? To figure out the answer to this question, you can simply start Googling your idea. For example, we had an idea to create a resource of cold email templates. Before we started creating our content, we researched the idea to figure out the amount of information available on this subject and also to know how many people search for this. You can find the search volume by using the tools we will mention next. Once you determine this, you will be able to produce the most valuable content possible and you will see this payoff. To do this, we recommend using tools like Ahrefs or Ubersuggest to analyze these metrics in detail and determine how you can rank on this topic on search engines. Another cost-efficient method of determining what your ICP is looking for is to take it to the people directly. So, how can you do this? Use Facebook communities to share your ideas and ask people to comment if they are interested. You can also use sites like Reddit or Quora to see what kind of questions people are asking. Lastly, the best way to do this is to create your own community. We have used this method to create the lemlist family so we can see what our customers are looking for and ensure that our product is meeting their needs whenever possible. This process works very well for us, and we are often getting messages from clients saying how happy they are to see a tool where the developers actually listen to their needs. The next step of determining your target is to use your existing clients to find new ones. This is vital to your process because it allows you to find additional clients with zero cost and very little time spent. What's better than that? To do this, all you need is LinkedIn. Simply open the account of one of your clients and analyze their profile. Check out their title, job description, which company they are working for, where they are located, etc., etc. Then, depending on the goal of your company, you can dig more into these details. For example, you can look at what company they are working for and find out more info about that company, such as the size, the industry, the objectives, the values, etc. You can even go into the person's profile to see what type of content they like, share, and comment on. All of this will give you a better idea of what your typical client looks like. Now that you have this typical information, you can apply it by creating a persona. Personas are essentially like creating a character for your targets. When you are watching your favorite TV shows, you can imagine everything that person says and does based on the character they have built throughout the series. This should be the exact same thing for your persona. You can use a persona to define exactly how your target might look and act. There are a couple of ways to do this. The first way is manually. By doing this manually, you can use the categories you see here to create user persona that are unique to your company. This is a resource that you will be able to actually find and download directly on Podia. The first thing you want to start with is giving your persona an identity by adding a picture, a name, and a job title. Then you can start digging into the details a little bit more. Think about their hobbies, what they are passionate about, what their typical day looks like, where they live, how tech-savvy are they, and a quote that describes them well. Pretty much any general information you think will help you and your team to understand this person better. Next, you can cover their goals and objectives and the potential ways your lead might hear about you. Keep in mind that objectives aren't the same as needs. Objectives are specific and measurable, whereas needs will be more general. For example, a need would be a change of life, having some me time, or helping someone else, whereas an objective is increase sales by 100% by the end of Q4, or close 100 customers before the end of the year, for example. The other things you can define about your persona are their path to purchase and what could hold them back. Defining their path to purchase allows you to define the channels that you should focus on for attracting this type of clients. Then, by analyzing what could hold them back, you are ready to have counter-arguments created for each of their points of doubt. By considering all of these aspects of your persona, you will be well on your way to creating a potential target. To ensure you are creating the most valuable persona possible, we recommend using Canva for the design, it's free, LinkedIn to find the information, also free, and Unsplash to find photos for your specific personas. Something you can do for photos is also take the photo of one of your clients that you can find directly on LinkedIn. Do only this if your persona is for internal purposes and that you will not share it outside of your company, just for privacy reasons. If you aren't keen on doing this manually, you can also use tools like HubSpot that will walk you through the process. HubSpot will take you through your persona step by step, starting with the name and avatar, then their demographic traits like age and education level, information about their business such as industry and size of organization, personal career information such as job title and who they report to, characteristics of their job including responsibilities, challenges, and goals, how they work such as tool they use, preferred communication methods, and even their information consumption habits like the social media they use and how they expand their knowledge. Then, they wrap all of this information up in a nice spread layout just for you. If you are a beginner to personas, you might want to use this method. It will walk you through it along with explaining why each step is important, and finally, wrap it up in a clear manner. If you want to create more detailed and personalized personas, this is when I would move to do it manually with the tools we recommended earlier. After you have created your persona, you can now take this information to create what I call a scrapable persona, or one that you can use to search information about. Scrappable personas are essentially a shorter version of your persona with information you can use to find your target. They come in handy when you want to search for leads on websites like LinkedIn. Full personas are very helpful for your sales and marketing team to get a better understanding of who they are trying to reach, but not all of this information is available to be searched easily. For example, how would you use this information to search for a prospect who needs to increase her or his sales by 200% in the coming year? This is where your scrapable persona comes in. You are essentially going to take your larger persona and get the key points of information that you will be able to use to search for a target like your persona. To do this, we recommend using LinkedIn search to see the filters that it allows you to search by. Some of these filters include like the company size, job title, and location. All of these filters enable you to take key information about your target to find their information. For example, just by using these filters, you can find targets belonging to a specific industry in an exact job role, in a certain place, and speaking the language of your choice. You can also use the needs you defined earlier and translate them into filters. For example, if the objective was to double revenue, this can be translated by filtering the growth of the sales department. If you see that the company is growing their sales department, it means that the objectives of growth are much higher. So the company who had an increase in headcount growth are companies who have higher ambition to grow their revenue, which means that it can translate a specific goal directly onto a filter in LinkedIn. Pretty cool, right? Another example is if you want to reach to C-suite level executive. You can use the years in current position filter to find people that have been in the position for a long time or a very short time. If a C-level just joined a new company, it usually means that they will try to change the processes and maybe the tools, which is usually a great way for you to reach out to a decision maker who is actually ready to take on new challenges and change a few things. By using these scrapable profiles, you'll be able to focus on the most important accounts by using actionable data. Automate your data collection and reuse these filters for your other acquisition channels. The last step of defining your target is going to be to separate your persona into tiers. This step is vital to your process because it allows you to identify which targets will be the most profitable and where you should be spending most of your time. You can identify them into 3 tiers based on the amount of value you are bringing to them, which will later translate to the amount of revenue they are bringing to your company. Your tier 1s will be your accounts generating the most revenue. Tier 3 is bringing in the least. And your tier 2 clients are the ones in between. For example, you can see some common characteristics of T2 clients. Teams under 10 people in their sales growth teams. Growth is their main objective and they might need some help from educational resources. Knowing all of this info about your clients will enable you to use this to close future accounts. I hope this session has helped you to understand how important it is to define your target persona and how much it can help your entire team to understand who you are selling to. Keep in mind that the more you segment, the better. Think about our bank example. People want things that are personalized to them. This combined with creating scrappable persona will help you to add automation to your sales process. By using these steps to define our target at lemlist, we have been able to automate our processes and focus our energy on clients who will get the most value out of our products. Are you ready to find out the secret of getting in touch with anyone in the world? Contacting anyone you want is key to reaching your target audience. Plus, by being able to contact anyone you want, you will expand your ability to sell and grow your business in the process. So in this session, I'll show you a couple of strategies to help you connect easily with people to unlock lots of new opportunities. For example, if you want to reach out to the founder of a startup you want to convert, an industry expert you want to interview, or a person you admire and want to meet, you can easily do it by using the tactics that I'll share with you in the next minutes. As Kobe Bryant said, the most important thing is you must put everybody on notice that you're here and that you're here for real. I've been using these methods for the past 4 years, and it's what has helped me to build and grow lemlist into a successful company. When I first started as an entrepreneur, I was trying to reach out to potential clients, but was not finding all the info I needed to contact them. Finally, I realized that if I followed these steps, I would be able to develop the perfect equation to reach anyone. This allowed me to reach the contacts I needed to build the company, but also to prove to myself that I could accomplish any goals I needed for my business. You might have been trying to reach your targets through hours of research, trying to find contact info, and digging deeper than anyone should have to, just to end up with nothing. This process takes too much of your time and has much to be desired. With our solution, you'll be able to find your target's contact info in just a few minutes or a few clicks without having to do any deep digging. So in this session, we are going to cover all the tips and tricks regarding the structure of an email address. We'll talk about the manual way versus Chrome extensions when it comes to connecting with people. We'll discuss email databases, how to automatically target LinkedIn prospects, and what the process of verifying your email address is. The first thing we'll dive into is the anatomy of an email address. This will help you make an estimated guess as to what your lead's email address is. So here, you have the basic structure of an email. The first part of this is the variation of your lead's name. For example, first name at or first name dot last name at, first initial dot last name, etc., etc. This is followed by their company name like lemlist.com or domain name like gmail.com, and ends with the domain extension such as .com, .net, .org, etc. Using this information, you can determine the pattern of emails for an entire company. I know you are probably thinking there is no way that it can be this easy, and I thought the same thing, but by using this formula, I was actually able to guess the email address of almost anyone I was looking for. So, now that we have an idea of what the email address will look like, we need to figure out how to generate multiple possibilities and then validate our options. Because remember, this manual way will basically give you all the different patterns and combinations of an email address exist, but in the end, only one exists, and this is the one you need to find. This brings us to the next step, evaluating finding the emails the manual way versus a Chrome extension. If you want to find your email the manual way, you can go to an email permutator, plug in the name and company domain values, and in seconds, it will generate a list of possible emails for you. That's basically all the possibilities and all the format an email could have in any company. Now you can go to your email and paste all of your potential email addresses. To do so, for it to work, you need to be in Gmail. So if you drag your mouse over all the recipients, you will see one where the person's info will appear, such as their photo, their first name and last name. This is how you can know for sure if you found a viable email addresses. And voila! Just like magic, you have the email of the person you want to contact. There are a couple of other ways you can find an email address manually. For example, you could use their social media sites. If you are trying to reach a specific individual, especially one in the B2B space, your best bet is to go to LinkedIn and check their contact info. Usually, they will have an email address listed that is associated with their LinkedIn profile, so you can guarantee that this is a valid address currently in use. If the person you are trying to reach is a business owner or an influencer, you can also use Instagram to find contact info. These profiles are usually public, and because of the nature of the business, they will have their contact info there because they want people to contact them after seeing their content. The person might have a button on their profile to email them, or you can press contact and find their email address right there. If you want to get in contact with a business, specifically in the B2C space, you can also use Facebook to find their contact info. Most businesses have a Facebook page where they post content as well as the updates about their business. To find their email, simply check out their Facebook page and go to the contact info section. Other than the manual ways, you can also automate this process by using a Chrome extension. By downloading this extension, you will be able to automate the process we just did, which, depending on how many people you want to contact, can save you lots of time. You can also use Chrome extensions as LeadIQ, Lucia, or Casper to go to a company's website and find all the emails under a specific domain. The pros of doing this process the manual way are that it's free, and anyone can do it. The con is that it can be very time consuming depending on the number of people you are trying to reach. And on top of it, it doesn't work 100% of the time, because you might have people who are hiding their business info on LinkedIn, people who don't have a Facebook page, and so on and so forth. You can choose whichever method you prefer, but just be sure to consider these factors before making your decision. To be honest, whenever you're doing email and you want to be serious about it, you need to use either Chrome extensions or databases or email enrichment tools that we will see in a minute. If you are looking for a more advanced tool, you can always turn also to email databases. Again, this will help you to get your leads information faster and has features like advanced filters. I'll walk you through a few of my favorites so you can get a better idea of which one works best for your needs. If you are looking for people in tech or software, Uplead will be your best bet. This is the go-to app for people in the tech space, and they are used by big names like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. D7 is a database full of small businesses, so this is a great choice if this is the target you are looking for. Lastly, Lead Choice is perfect if you want extensive search abilities because of its filters. They can help you filter your search by things like industry, revenue, the amount raised, and much more. Using these automated tools has its pros and cons as well. Principally, they can be very helpful to optimize your time because of how easy and fast it is to use them. It also allows you to use advanced filters to ensure you are getting in touch with exactly who you want to and to find the target audience faster. The cons of these tools are that they are not as good as using LinkedIn because they lack the search filter and data that LinkedIn has, and these tools come also at a higher price than the manual options. To give you a better overview of how these tools work, it's usually that they gather information online and find email addresses of people. Usually they would go on LinkedIn, scrape a lot of data, and use this data to find people's email addresses, as we explained in the manual way. The issue with databases is that in order to scrape, so extract all this amount of data, it takes some time, which means that the databases are not always up to date. LinkedIn, for example, is the most up-to-date databases simply because people are updated on a daily basis their jobs and what they are doing. With this database, another issue is how up-to-date the data is. So now I'll go over my personal favorite method of getting in touch with someone and the one that I think will be the most beneficial to you: automatically targeting your prospects on LinkedIn. As I mentioned, LinkedIn is, to me, the most up-to-date databases in the world when it comes to B2B. You can find anyone, and especially you would be up-to-date with their position and the company they are working for. So, how do you do this? We essentially will be looking for your target with LinkedIn, automatically sending connection requests, adding leads with your lemlist Chrome extension, scrapping the profile to get their email addresses, and automatically enrolling them in a personalized sequence. I know this sounds overwhelming. You might be thinking, Guillaume, I didn't understand half of what you just said, but the entire process is automated, so all you have to do is make a few clicks. For this, we're going to use your LinkedIn account and the lemlist Chrome extension. You'll want to log in to LinkedIn and navigate either to the free search or to Sales Navigator if you have the paid version. Honestly, if you are serious about sales prospecting, I would always recommend you to purchase Sales Navigator. It has tons of advanced filters in order for you to get much better results in your prospecting, and on top of it, you will be able to accomplish much more tasks on LinkedIn while you have Sales Navigator. So now you can search for the lead you want to reach by inputting things like your job position and filtering further by location, industry, profile, language, etc. For example, if I want to launch a campaign to contact people who are working in growth, I will search Head of Growth in People and filter by location as Paris. Once you have your results filtered, you can now simply launch the lemlist Chrome extension to add your leads to the campaign of your choice. Some very useful data about the lead will be taken by the Chrome extension automatically. But once you add the Drop Contacts native integration to your lemlist account, all your leads will be enriched and you'll have even more information about them, such as their email, which is the most important element. Now you are ready to send out your completely automated emails. With the information you collected from LinkedIn, I will be able to personalize my campaign to all head of growth in the Paris area. And that's it. In just a few clicks, you have the information of everyone you want to contact. Before you get too excited, we have one last step before you can reach out to your leads. The last thing you need to do is verify the email addresses you have scraped. You want to do this to be sure that you are not reaching out to invalid email addresses, as this will cause what we call a bounce, or when your email is not able to be delivered. The more times your email is not able to be delivered and bounce, the higher the bounce rate will be. Therefore, your chances of landing in the spam folder will increase. It is best to keep your bounce rate as low as possible or below 5%. To exemplify this, you can see the statistic from this campaign. On day 36, the campaign had a high bounce rate, and now you can see that this significantly affected the campaign and caused a large number of emails to go to spam on days 37 to 41. But don't worry, it's very easy to verify these email addresses. You just need to eliminate invalid, risky, and unknown email addresses from your list. To do this, we recommend using a tool like Bouncer or ClearOut. That was it. To wrap up this session, I want to focus on a couple of key takeaways. The first one is that all the information you need to get in touch with anybody in the world is only a few clicks away. Plenty of email finder tools you can leverage, both affordable and more advanced. You can use the tool we showed you in this course or one of the many other tools available to automate the process and improve your results. Lastly, before you send your campaign, be sure to verify the email addresses so you can avoid the spam folder. In this way, you make sure that all your efforts are not in vain and that you'll boost your chances of getting the results you expect. In the coming minutes, I'll discuss a very sensitive topic for every person who has ever sent cold emails. And that's how you can ensure that your emails are landing in the primary tab and not in spam. During these years of building and developing a cold email and multi-channel tool, I heard a lot of people saying, why to send cold emails if they land in spam? Based on my experience, people who ask these questions did not have the best approach for their emails, nor the best resources to learn how they could improve their outreach efforts. So today, you'll see how to send emails without risking landing in spam. Let's say that you've created the perfect email campaign with the research of your leads, custom variable, and a personalized image to grab your leads' attention. But your emails are still landing in the spam folder instead of the inbox. If your email is stuck in spam, there is a heavy chance that no one is going to open it, meaning no responses, no meeting, no revenue. But don't worry, with the tips I'll give you today, you will be sure to avoid the spam folder at all costs. We'll cover what email deliverability is, audit your current situation, do the technical setup to land in the primary tab, how and why to warm up your email address, send cold emails the right way, and conclude with a bonus email deliverability checklist. So, let's get to it. The first thing we need to go over is what email deliverability is. Essentially, it is the ability of your email to land in the primary tab instead of in spam or categories. The higher the deliverability, the more likely your email is to be read by your leads. One of the most important factors of deliverability is your domain's reputation. Just like a person can have a bad reputation for gossiping too much, a domain can get a bad reputation from sending too many low-quality messages too often. Email deliverability is a very complex topic, but the most influential factors are the format of the emails you are sending, for example, newsletters versus cold emails, the volume and consistency of your messages, complaint rates, such as when someone marks your message as spam, the bounce rate, which refers to when your email is sent to an invalid email address and is not able to be delivered, and of course, if your domain is blacklisted, this will definitely tarnish its reputation. A good way to increase your deliverability is to authenticate your domain. To do this, some email providers perform an ID check to verify that your email is really coming from you to validate the domain. You can think of this like the passport check at the airport. A passport confirms it's really you and allows you to travel. Your email ID will serve as your passport that allows you to send emails that end up in the inbox. Okay, now that we have that clear, let's dive into your current situation to see how we can improve your deliverability. The first place you want to go is to your metrics. You should check out your open, click, and response rates and benchmark them against these key figures. Your open rate should be higher than 50%. If not, then we have a bit of work to do on your deliverability. But don't worry, more on this in a minute. Second, your reply rate should be above 20% for a narrow outreach and 8% for a broader outreach. By narrow, we mean a specifically targeted audience, and broad is a mix of people that you will do less research about when you reach out to. At lemlist, we really prefer focusing on a narrow outreach since it allows us to personalize the content and build really warm relationships with our audience. If your reply rates are not at the level we mentioned, it could be because of your email content, which we will address in the next sessions. Lastly, always ensure that your bounce rate is lower than 5%. If it is not, you should look into tools to verify your leads' email addresses before sending your campaign. So let's go back to that open rate. As I said, you should have an open rate above 50%. If your open rate is any lower than this, you either have been blacklisted or haven't done the necessary technical setup for your domain. I'll walk you through both of these so you know what to look at for. The first thing you should do is check to see if you have been blacklisted. To do so, you can use a tool like MX Toolbox Blacklist Check and search your domain. Once you search, you will see the results appear. Just ensure you are seeing the green check and an OK, and you are good to go. If this is not the case, you will have the name of the blacklist you've been put into. Once you get blacklisted, you need to reach out to the blacklist owner and ask them to whitelist you. It's a bit of a manual process, and each blacklist has its own way of doing things, but again, it's very doable, and once you've identified the blacklist, you can always turn it into your favor and get whitelisted, so don't worry too much if that happens to you. Now, we can move on to the next step, ensuring your domain's technical setup is configured correctly. Probably the easiest part of the technical setup is to verify that your domain looks like a real person or a company. The best way to do so is to add personal info to your account. Just by including basic info like name and profile picture, it will already go a long way for your credibility. Next, you should set up what we called before the domain ID. There are a few things that are going to give an ID to your domain. First, you have what we call the SPF, which stands for Sender Policy Framework, and then the DKIM, or Domain Keys Identified Email. By simply adding these two parameters, you'll see an instant boost in deliverability. You might be thinking, Guillaume, I have no idea what the heck you are talking about. Is this really worth it? The answer is absolutely. Without setting up your domain ID, your domain has a very grim-looking future with very low chances of ever landing in an inbox. However, once you do the proper setup, your domain will be headed for blue skies with a very high chance of landing in the primary tab. Thankfully, we know a couple of good tutorials you can use to better understand SPF and DKIM, and of course, our in-depth step-by-step guide to help you set them up in just a few minutes. Something else you can do to increase your deliverability is set up a custom tracking domain. When you're sending your cold emails, you want to track them so you can know how many people opened, clicked, and replied. To do this, email automation tools and tracking pixels and change URLs in their system. Email providers can tell that these are promotional emails, and thus your deliverability suffers. They impact deliverability so much because the URL for links and pixels don't match your email sender domain, and the default tracking domains are shared among many users. In order to make it simple, let's say that you are using a tool and you didn't set up your custom tracking domain. In order to track the opens, the clicks, and everything, the system will put in common a tracker for many users. If one user is a spammer, it means that this tracking domain will suffer from it, and the deliverability will also suffer. If you are sharing this tracking domain amongst a lot of users, it means that you will be affected by spammers that you do not control about, and that's the main issue. That's why whenever you're setting up your own custom tracking domain, you will be safe and you will be mastering the entire quality of your domain reputation and deliverability. But don't worry, the best email automation tools control these things so you aren't marked as spammer. My advice to you is to always set up a custom tracking domain. So make sure to also check the resources we have about that specific topic so you can make sure to end up in the inbox. For example, here you can see the difference with and without a custom tracking domain. With a custom tracking domain, you can drastically lower your chances of landing in spam versus what happens when you don't have a custom tracking domain setup. Your emails will end up in majority in the spam folder. So setting up a custom tracking domain doesn't have to be hard. We created actually, as I said, a quick tutorial to walk you through it step by step. If you really feel it's necessary, you might also want to set up a second domain. The pros of a second domain are that it can protect your main domain in case you get blacklisted. This is especially important if you have a business domain because a blacklisted domain can impact multiple aspects of your business, such as your domain's SEO, any transactional email you send, etc., etc. The cons of setting up a second domain are that it needs some more work on the tech side, and you might need a developer to help you out a bit. There will also be some added costs associated with this second domain, like the domain name, new email addresses, G Suites, etc., etc. So you should also keep in mind that in some cases, these second domains aren't necessary. My advice to you is to consider your ability to set up a second domain and then address the level of protection you need on your main domain, aka your probability of being blacklisted and how disruptive that would be to your business. Remember earlier when I told you about the mistakes I've made that you can learn from? This one was a big one. When lemlist started, we were a very small team. It was really easy to send out all the campaigns we wanted, and our domain reputation never suffered. But in 2021, we expanded our team by about 4 times our previous size, and this led to a lot more emails being sent out during a very short period of time. The end result was a pretty gnarly reputation that landed nearly all of our sales team messages in spam. Although this sucked for us at the time, it was a learning experience that got us one step closer to becoming the deliverability experts that we are today. This incident helped us to realize that it was best for us to have a dedicated domain for the sales team. So if you are in a hyper-growth phase with your startup, have a big sales team, or are just starting out with cold email outreach, I highly recommend using a separate domain so that you can protect your main domain. However, if you don't find yourself meeting those criteria, you obey every cold email rule, your sales team is not in hypergrowth, and your domain has been around for a few years, it's safe to say that you can use your own domain. Just keep in mind that if any of these factors changes, you should consider a second domain. Now that we have the technical setup done, we can move on to warming your email. If you hadn't heard of email warning, don't worry. Think of it like how an athlete warms up before a big game. If they go in without preparation, they could end up getting hurt. The same thing applies to your email domain. Warming up your email is a very simple technique to get your email prepared to send larger quantities of messages. Why do this? Well, sometimes a new email address can get penalized and marked as spam for no good reason. So, before you start sending out a lot of messages, you will need to warm up the domain to ensure you are landing in the inbox. People used to warm up their emails manually and would have to send all of these messages individually. Generally, the best practice with email warming is to start out slowly and increase steadily. Week 1 will be about 0 to 10 emails per day, week 2 between 10 and 20, then increasing to 20 or 40 by week 3. And then in the last week, sending up to 40 emails per day. You can see that in the first week, it's not too much of a hassle, but by week 4, it will be very time consuming. Thankfully, there is an automatic solution to ensure you aren't wasting your precious time on email warming. You can use tools like lemwarm to set how many emails you want to send and then as a daily increase rate. This way, your emails will automatically send out the rate you like and will even increase on their own so you won't have to lift a finger. On top of it, lemwarm will automatically put your message as important and directly in the inbox because it's a tool that we built within our community of tens of thousands of users worldwide. The advantage of lemwarm is that our sending algorithm matches domain age, domain reputation, and people from all around the globe in order for you to maximize your deliverability which is something you would never have been able to do by doing it manually. You might be wondering how it is possible to automatically send warm-up emails. Well, with LemWarm, we take our community of users and send automated message among them so all parties can increase their deliverability. LemWarm works its magic and automatically boosts your email deliverability, which means when you are ready to send real emails that will land in the inbox. Here you can see what the average effects of LemWarm are and how it can help you to get your emails in the primary tab. By joining LemWarm, not only you are joining a community of tens of thousands of members worldwide, but you are also getting the best email deliverability results on the market. And the entire process is automated. Some of the world's most reputable companies like Zendesk, Miro, SAP, and Uber are all LemWarm members. Domain age range is 25 plus years, which can also help to boost your credibility. But you might be thinking, gee, I don't want message from 20,000 users in my inbox. And you're right. If you're not using Gmail, here's a simple filter you'll have to add. To ensure the best results with LemWarm, I suggest you set it up accordingly to these guidelines. If your email has been around longer than 6 months, you should send 30 emails per day with a ramp-up increment value of 2. After doing this, your email will be ready to deliver messages to the primary tab. Before sending out your emails, there are a couple of key pointers I have for you on sending cold emails the right way. The most important thing to keep in mind with cold emails is quality over quantity. Would you rather send 100 more targeting emails, get 40 replies and 15 new clients, or 600 general emails with 40 replies and 15 clients? Hopefully, you want to be in the first category. It's always better to reach out to a target that you know you will add value for than to spend time trying to target a larger audience. The goal is to receive as many replies as possible, not to deliver the most emails. Always remember that whomever you're sending emails to can either be a customer or could be someone that could recommend you. If you don't personalize your outreach, people will perceive your company as a spammer and it will damage your brand image and brand reputation, and that's not something you want to do. So you might be wondering what's the exact goal. You should aim to send under 150 emails in a week. Your goal success rate will be about 10%, which is your number of qualified meetings booked. Why? This is good for your deliverability and it gives you enough time to research your prospect enough to send killer email that they'll respond to. For example, you can see this schedule to give you a better idea. We set a 4-hour time frame that matches the time zone of the leads we want to reach. Then we set the speed to send every 6 minutes, reaching 40 leads a day and 200 leads per week. A very natural looking speed. Lastly, we set it to go out during working days because for this example, our campaigns was directed to business professionals and we don't bother them during the weekend. What I recommend is to try to reach out to 100 people per week by doing a lot of personalization. And we will see in the next sessions how exactly personalization can really boost your reply rate and the numbers of meetings you booked. On top of it, whenever you want to reach out to certain targets, it might be worth adding the weekends in your sending schedule. For example, as a CEO, I always read my emails during weekend, which means that on the weekend, my inbox is 10 times less crowded than during the week. That's why, usually when I receive a message during the weekend, I will answer it. If it's personalized, even better. So if you're reaching out to C-levels or entrepreneurs, adding the weekend might be a good idea. Congrats, you are now ready to launch your campaigns. Always remember that deliverability is evolving over time, which means that as you're sending emails and as people would react to your emails, you might be from time to time blacklisted, or if someone from your team does a mistake, you might get penalized. That's why you should always check from time to time, either using tools like MX Toolbox or Mail Tester, the deliverability of your emails. The more personalization you add to your emails, the less likely it will be marked as spam. To keep good deliverability, you should keep in mind SPF and DKIM identification, your sending volume, bounce rate, consistency of your emails, tracking, and complaint rate. Lastly, the way you send emails is just as important as your technical setup. Be sure to adjust your sending limits and use the right methods for your specific strategy. How to write the perfect cold emails that get replies? What are the little secrets that increase the open rate? That's the topic of this session, so let's get into the topic. I have to admit that this session hits close to home for me because it's only something that I got better at after starting my agency before lemlist. Working for hundreds of clients worldwide gave me the chance to test thousands of frameworks and structures, so I quite understood what works best. And that's what I'll share with you in the coming minutes. We all send cold email like this when we start, mostly because it's quick and easy. All you have to do is upload an email list, set the templates, and let it roll. But these emails won't create relationships and therefore won't create qualified leads. I hope you're doing well. I really enjoy your blog and particularly your piece on managing your online reputation. Great post, and I love you focus a lot on the importance of reviews, both good and bad, because they all have an impact on your business. For example, this email had a generic intro, fake flattery that I'm sure was generic to their entire campaign, and the biggest problem of all, completely irrelevant to my business. I could clearly tell that this campaign was entirely self-serving instead of a mutual benefit. If your emails currently look like this, don't worry. That's what we are here today to fix. So, how do we go from low reply rates, no conversion, and no return on investment, to double-digit reply rates, positive ROI, and increase in revenue? And sending emails more like this one, for example. That's what I'll be going over in the coming minutes. I'm going to show you the anatomy of a perfect email, exclusive example and frameworks of subject line that give you a good open and reply rate, intro line strategies, how to write a perfect pitch, how to write a clear call to action that open conversation, what the strategy behind A/B testing, and we'll be analyzing some successful cold email campaigns and results. And as a bonus, I have 2 secrets that no one has told you before about the right way to write cold emails that get replies. So let's start with the perfect email structure. The ideal email contains an interesting subject line that sparks attention, a personalized intro line that connects to your audience, followed by your pitch that is centered around value for your prospects, and ends with a clear call to action. Of course, there are some other things that you can add, but this is the basic structure. We'll start with the subject line. This is the first thing that your lead will read, and many times it will determine if your email is opened. Besides teasing your prospect, you also want your subject line to set the right expectation and deliver on a promise you make. Here are a couple of examples of well-performing subject lines. Coffee, ? Lunch, ? Gross lunch, ? Partnership, company name with your company. Why do these perform well? They are simple and looks like they come from someone who knows you and your company very well. Subject lines are something of a science, and it is okay if you don't knock it out of the park on your first try. Practice makes perfect, and testing will be a huge help to finding the best tactics to use for your audience. You might be wondering if it is worth your time to try and craft the perfect subject line. The answer is absolutely. Subject lines are vital to your campaign because they are one of the first things that your lead will see, along with your name and intro line. That brings us to the next part, your intro line. The subject line contains only a couple of words. It means that part of your intro line will also be seen in the inbox. How much will depend on which device you're looking at the email. That's why it's wise to mention important things in the subject straight away and don't make your intro line feel like a letdown. Like your subject line, you want to make your intro line as eye-catching and interesting as possible. This will be the key to ensuring the rest of your email is read. It is all too common for us to waste the intro line focusing on yourself instead of on your lead. You might be saying, but Guillaume, how will they know who I am and what I'm doing? I can assure you that they will find out this information later. The goal of the intro line is not to introduce yourself, but to show them how you have gotten to know them. However, if you leave the intro line about yourself, the chances of your lead getting to the value proposition are very low. Think about it. Between these two subject lines, which one entices you to keep reading? Now we can move on to the juicy part, your pitch. There are many ways to go about your pitch, and no one method is better than the other as long as it's centered around one specific goal. Your goal for the pitch should be to point out their needs, connect them to your solution, and create interest. Lastly, you will conclude your email with a clear CTA or call to action. Remember that your CTA should not be focused on selling your lead then and there. It should be focused on your next step. For example, if the next step is to book a meeting, you should sell the meeting in your email, not your product or service. Then, after qualifying your lead and building a relationship, it's time to sell the product and service. That was a lot of information to take in at once, so let's connect the dots with an example. Here, you can see an email from Anaël at lemlist. This email was the first step in a networking campaign that she sent to people she was interested in talking to with the goal of booking meetings with them. You can see that she starts out strong with a subject line that is intriguing and focused on the prospect. You are the discovery of my day, first name. She continues to talk about the prospect in the intro line, expressing her interest in them, which in turn make them interested in hearing the rest of her email. I came across your LinkedIn profile and I loved it. Then she goes in with our secret weapon at lemlist, the personalized image. This image in particular is very friendly as it gives a face to the person behind the email and also adds a touch of personalization with a screenshot of the prospect's LinkedIn profile. After already capturing their interest, she adds a sentence that seals it all with more personalization to deepen the relationship. You can see a real example of the sentence here. I was following you for a while and I really liked your recent articles on influencers communication, both informative and fun. So she makes sure to use a real compliment instead of just a general comment. Her pitch isn't too salesy and it feels more like a compliment than an ask. Since the pitch is not as oriented to what they can do for you, it's better to include a straightforward call to action that still seems like a friendly invitation to chat. Here, it would be incredible if you can devote me half an hour of your time next week. Let's say Thursday. I leave the choice for you here. To add the cherry on top of this perfect email, she adds a PS that establishes her credibility and also adds a personal touch. I work in marketing for SaaS. I would love to tell you more about how we help agencies create outreach campaigns. Otherwise, I really like steamed dumplings and I'm a Rocky Balboa fan. After reading this email, there is no doubt that the lead will feel like they got to know Anaël, even if she only added a few personalized details. Wondering how this email performed? From the results, we can see that this sequence generated high-quality leads as everyone that replied was interested. Now that we've seen a good example and laid down the foundation, we can dive into the details of how you can duplicate this for your campaigns. The first thing we will go over is subject lines. We have several examples that have proven results that you can take and modify to fit your campaigns. All of the examples are real campaigns from our users who really crushed it. Of course, nothing is one size fits all, and you will need to keep the strategy of your campaigns in mind before using this. The first one is the "We met" subject line. Thanks for taking my call. As I promised on the phone, here's a short video about the script. This one is great if you have already contacted your prospect because it serves as a reminder, and also it is more likely that someone will open an email if it's from someone they already know. You can also use different subject lines that will tease your prospect, like I have a feedback about XXX. The important things to keep in mind with this one is never to overpromise and underdeliver. You want to tease them a bit, but don't use clickbait that doesn't relate to the content of your message. This is a big mistake that will quickly land you in the spam folder. Instead, you should focus on creating an alluring subject line that stays true to what your email contains, like the example in this slide. The subject is still interesting, but they uphold their promise in the body of the email. Here is another great teasing example. They added a custom variable and something that was truly relevant to the prospect directly in the subject line. Hey first name, I've listened to your music and clearly it worked. Just look at those results. Now, this one is a hot topic in the world of cold emailing. Is it okay to use free in the subject line? We say yes. Don't get us wrong, it can be poorly used, but if you use it the right way and target the appropriate audience, it can serve your campaigns well. Before adding free, make sure that the rest of your email doesn't sound too spammy, otherwise your email could end up being ignored. For example, when applying for jobs, you could use the subject line, "Let me work for you for free." The rest of your email can be centered around applying for the position, but doing 1 week free first to show your skills. You can also use free in case where you have a strong brand. For example, we all get those offers, free travel size, free shipping delivery, etc., etc., from stores and restaurants. We don't consider them as spam just because we know the brand and their reputation. Next, we have the classic question about XYZ, where you will insert the custom variable appropriate for your prospects. You've probably seen this one before, but that's because it works well, as you can see from the open rate. Another crowd pleaser is the delivery of a promise. As promised, first name. This one is perfect if you are following up after a meeting or are sending a message based on previous communication. We like to use it when sending guides and links that users requested. You can also use your subject line to give your prospect a compliment. These subject lines boost your open rate because it makes your email look like it came from someone you know, and it also separates it from spam. Last but not least, the Tinder subject line. This one here, I think it's a match. Can definitely seem a bit casual, so be sure to use it wisely. However, when used with the right audience, it can really intrigue your prospects. The next part of the perfect cold email is the intro line. There is an endless number of strategies you can use for your intro line, and we'll cover some of our favorites. The first thing we want to show you is what not to do. This is probably a familiar email to you, and the problem with that is it will also sound familiar to your prospects. We want to try to avoid these general intros as much as possible in favor of more captivating message. And sometimes you just need to go all out. Like for example with this campaign. If you have this kind of offers available to you, might as well showcase it. You'll be sure to get good responses. If you still want to use the traditional methods of stating who you are and the point of the email in the intro, there is nothing wrong with that. Just be sure to change it up a bit so it's not too generic. For example, you can see here that Daria clearly stated all of this, but she did it in an unusual way that was alluring for her targets. You can also use the intro to clarify decision makers if you aren't sure of who is the best contact. I'm looking to get in touch with decision makers from the company name, sales team. Are you the right person to talk to? Another straightforward intro line is this one that goes directly to the point. This works especially well if you are selling something exciting or new to the market, as this will be enough to entice your leads. This intro line is great to create connection between each part of your email. It ties in with the subject line, but also with the needs of the prospect. With the right audience, you can also mention their LinkedIn profile to attract them, and this can help skyrocket your reply rates. On the same idea, you can leverage different social media channels to get straight to the point with a simple and effective opening line. I've just checked your LinkedIn profile and decided to contact you because I saw that you're a freelancer. Another way to use social media in your intro is to show your engagement before actually sending the cold email sequence. I've been following your activity for some time on LinkedIn, and I decided to contact you directly. This proved to your lead that you aren't just a Joe Schmoo, you did your research and are interested in connecting with them. Still, you might want to go a little deeper with your research. I've been following your activity for some time on LinkedIn, and after I saw your post about home office, I decided to contact you directly. This is much more precise. Next, we have the honest intro line. After all, honesty is the best policy, is it not? I found your channel from YouTube, got your email from the Business Inquired, so I thought it would be fine for me to reach out to you directly. Being honest in your cold emails is literally the best way to start building relationships. You can also captivate your leads by delivering value right from the start. By talking about something that is important to you and your prospects, you will automatically be building rapport. Another way of proving authenticity is by mentioning and showing your leads a piece of content. You can do this by adding a personalized image with a screenshot of their work. I've recently checked out your piece called Topic, Just so you know I'm not bullshitting you, here's me checking it out. Adding an image to your intro is a great way to hook your prospect right off the bat. Now, the moment you have all been waiting for. The tiramisu strategy. This is the holy grail of intro lines. The tiramisu strategy evolved using a tag to insert a unique sentence for each prospect. You can see how, in our CSV, we created the tiramisu columns to replace the tags in the email. For the best results, we recommend using 2 tiramisu tags with a general statement in between them. This will take some more preparation than the other intros, but your hard work won't go unnoticed. Because of the level of personalization, you will achieve a much higher response rate. For example, this campaign got a 91% response. Now that you know our favorite intro line strategy, you can apply them to many different profiles. For example, if you want to reach out to a founder, you can use a hook that will bring true value to them and create a long-lasting connection. Congrats on Flip the Script, it's a brilliant project. So that you're looking to add some example from the finance industry and I wanted to help. No agenda, just hustle, recognizing hustle. If your target is a VP, you can hook them with a message about recent events and how you can help them to manage this endeavor. Just saw your post about hiring new SDRs at lemlist. Huge fan, been following your growth since the beginning. We had new SDRs join us last month, so wanted to shoot over this guide to cold emailing that helped me quickly ramp up new hires. It could save you a bunch of time during training. Or, this can also work with a manager, for example. So the great news about you joining lemlist, exciting times, it got me thinking about my first day at my sales job. This community was a huge resource of actionable outbound tips for me when trying to land my first client, so it would be helpful as you reach for those first quotas. As long as you're bringing value, it works out. If you're reaching out to an expert, there is nothing better than mentioning you have seen their latest work. But not just seen it, understood it. So for example, I caught up your talk in Hey Salespeople recently. It got me digging deeper into your 2 cents on outbound processes, audit, compensation plans, etc. Guess I'm trying to pass my appreciation to you, Aaron, for consistently outlining these things and trying to kill the shortcut mindset. Another great intro with expert is to leverage your current connections. Sometimes a little name dropping is all you need to show that you are worthy of a response. While interviewing Morgan Ingram, he told me I absolutely have to get in touch with you and bring you as one of my next guests. Here, as you can see, the fact that you have people in common that you know will really help you and boost you to get that reply that you're waiting for. Just like you mentioned seeing the latest work of an expert, you should hook a podcast host by mentioning that you've listened to their latest podcast, complete with details from the episode. For example, the episode with Jeff Gosself was awesome. I thoroughly enjoyed listening to what he had to say about being customer-centric and making sure you're solving problems in meaningful ways. By doing this, you would showcase to the person you're reaching out to that you actually care about them, that you've done your research, and by definition, if you do that, you are doing what 99.9% of people are not doing. Those little things will help you stand out and help you build relationships, which will translate into more meetings booked, more revenue, and long-lasting relationships for your business to grow. If you're reaching out to a potential client, your hook can be a reaction to one of their posts in a Facebook group, for example. I was going through Sales Growth Hacks community and saw that you were inquiring about top tactic to ramp up email deliverability and stay away from spam. I have a tactic that will blow your mind, so I thought I would reach out. This is a great way to find people because you will be more likely to find qualified leads and be able to solve their problems. When reaching out to ask for advice, you should hook your lead with genuine compliments. I guess you hear this a lot, but I'm a truly huge fan of you and Ahrefs. All the way from 2015, when you appeared on Ryan Stewart's podcast till today, I was there studying your work. Here's a little proof. Depending on your audience, you can even show your fangirl boy side with some proof of your admiration. If you are sending a sequence to promote an event, your hook should include something that connects their interest to the event you are hosting. You can also use this combination with social media mentions to grab their interest. I visited your LinkedIn profile recently and saw that you're a fan of Gary Vee. As a fellow fan myself, I have super interesting news for you. To propose a partnership, you should always focus your hook on the win-win deal that will be created. I'm a big fan of what you're doing in the recruiting space. It's really a breath of fresh air in this world. I think we come from the same cloth, and I was wondering if you want to meet up and discuss potential cooperation between our tools as our audience complement one another. It doesn't hurt to top this off with a little compliments to steal the deal. As all of our lemlisters know, we love keeping in contact with our clients. One of our favorite ways to do this is to congratulate them on their recent accomplishments. I always knew you guys were special, but your latest accomplishment on hitting $10 million is mind-blowing. Enormous respect. I wanted to send my personal congrats to you and your team. This is a win-win because it allows you to know the success stories of your clients while also enriching your relationships. When looking for backlinks, the best hook is to show that you've actually read their content. I've recently read and loved the piece on your blog. Just so you know I'm not bullshitting you, here's me checking it out and sending some love from Paris. Then you put an image. By the way, I've also quoted you before because I've been reading your stuff way before this email ever happened. This strategy also has a mutual benefit as you will be able to clearly identify how they can add the backlink effortlessly. If you are reaching out to a team leader or recruiter, you can use the information in one of their most recent job posts to spark your conversation. I stumbled upon the SEO manager role in your company. It inspired me to do a little research on your SEO challenges you listed in the ad. One thing caught my eye, and I think you're gonna love this. This is intriguing and works well. On the other side of the spectrum, if you want to reach out to a candidate, you can hook them with comments in their latest LinkedIn post. I was really impressed by your recent LinkedIn post where you shared how you've nailed product marketing at company name. As a matter of fact, at lemlist, we're currently looking for somebody with your skill set to join the team. Another example is when you are reaching out to an influencer. You can hook them with some common ground. We hope you're well in these crazy times. Quick question for you. We're throwing away what we think is going to be the coolest wine giveaway in our country. Therefore, we want to connect and collaborate with true and cool wine finds. Plus, your hustle and the audience story in the fashion space, I think we have so much in common. Would be a great partnership. Find the real connection with how they can be interested in your product or service. Now we've set the foundation, it's time to go over the meat of your email. The pitch. We'll go over some tactics pairs with real example of lemlisters that have killed these strategies. An extremely underrated source of information are companies' job ads. This strategy works so well because it gives you insight into what is going on at the company, what the needs of your prospect are, and what task your target might be working on. For example, after reading this job ad, you could say, I saw that you're looking for new SDR for show fields to help you out with D2C campaigns and support you in this exciting stage of your growth. This shows your lead that you have done your research and that you completely understand their needs. The take this needle out of my back strategy uses the same concept but adds to it a little bit. It shows that you understand their needs and are ready to help solve their problems. For example, Spot On realized that their needs were very concerned with obtaining good reviews, so they offered them their review service. They perfectly targeted their needs with a personalized subject line to get a high open rate, and once their lead opened the email, they added an intro with even more personalization and showed that they understand their needs. They immediately followed that with what they could offer them, all showing their capabilities while focusing on the lead. Chris did something similar to this, reaching out to entrepreneurs to show them how it can boost their content efforts. He was very clear about exactly what services he offered and matched this with his clients' needs. Even more, he showed them what they could achieve by using his services. Again, focusing on the strengths of your business, but in terms of your lead. You also should establish credibility in your cold emails so your audience knows you mean serious business, but do it in a way that seems natural. Don't want to be a smartass, but CEOs are getting insane organic traffic, but not playing with content upgrades on your blog post yet. Since I live what you all are doing, I drafted up a strategy. Alexander reached out to his prospect offering to boost their outbound channel by offering sales meetings as a service. He leverages a job post we talked about earlier and then adds how we can solve their problems. Then Alexander goes in for the kill by proving how he has created success for his clients in the past, complete with real examples of the companies they have been able to get in touch with. I saw you're hiring for a sales position on Angel List, and I was wondering if this is something I could help you with. We help tech companies generate 5+ qualified sales appointments per week, etc., etc. Sometimes you can manage to match your pitch with the timing of your lead's recent happenings. For example, Nadia used this tactic to reach out to companies that had just raised funds and proposed her email solution to help them during this period. The key to her success was creating a connection to the leads by showing that she had been in their shoes before and explaining how this solution helped her and can therefore help them. I just saw the great news on your funding, and having followed your growth for some time now, I wanted to reach out and congratulate you. I assume there is a lot of pressure on you now to scale the business even faster. This takes us into our next point, the importance of establishing common ground. Antoine used this tactic to reach out to enterprise-level treasurer companies to build trust and create relationship with them. He used this connection to the field to his advantage, and with a 61% reply rate, you can see it clearly, it worked. Another thing you can do to boost your reply rate is to give all the important info in your first email. Vuk did this when reaching out to bloggers aiming to offer guest posts and become a contributor. He eliminated back and forth emails by simply doing the work in advance, so all they have to do is respond if they are in. I'm reaching out because I wanted to contribute to creating some fire content for your website. One of our favorites is the 100% personalization method. For example, Lars used this technique when reaching out to prospect to sell his onboarding solution. He adds personalizations through custom variables in the intro along with the pitch, and to seal the deal, he adds a personalized image with the company's logo. Your leads will love getting emails like this because, let's face it, who doesn't like something that is specifically made for them? One more personalization tactic is using custom LinkedIn pictures. Vuk used this method when he reached out to our prospects from my email address to showcase one of lemlist's core features and how they can use it to improve their outreach. You can see the adds several levels of personalization and tops it off with a personalized image that not only uses the lead's LinkedIn profile image, but also visualizes the results of his solution just for them. Okay, so we have the examples and tactics laid out, but how do we apply them? We like to use what's called the push-pull technique. Let's break this down a bit. The pull technique is when you tell your prospect that you have a highly personalized reason for reaching out to them. This is generally a very altruistic purpose, only focused on them and their success. 0% sales. For example, I saw your LinkedIn post about your experience on scaling your marketing team recently. The example you shared about listening first and then connecting things them blew my mind, so I thought I had to reach out. Full focus on your lead. You can think of this by pulling the prospect in by making them feel good. On the other hand, you have the push technique. This is where you attack. The push technique means going on the offensive to show them how their future would look with you in it. For example, I need 30 minutes of your time to show you how company name will achieve 1 million views on monthly basis and 30% boost in qualified leads coming from the content you share. Actionable talk, no fluff, that's a promise. You see here it's 100% sales, and you can easily remember this one because it's a bit pushy. That's why our recommendation for the perfect pitch is to combine these two techniques. They combine to make a perfect 50-50 approach with half altruism and half sales. For instance, it will be great to meet you and share my ideas in person. In any case, we're a massive fan of what you guys are doing at Company Name and hope you will reach their goal this year. We made a push to reach our goal for this campaign, aka book meetings, but then conclude by showing our love for their company and how we care about their results either way. This brings us straight to the next step, your call to action or CTA. There are many different ways you can add a call to action, and we have a few tips that will ensure you to get the best results. The best characteristic of a call to action are: be precise. You don't want to leave it open-ended with lots of options. By simply asking, does Tuesday at 2 p.m. work for you, will it invoke a response. You can also directly send your Calendly link. Don't make them take the extra step of another email. Just go ahead and send it right away. No muss, no fuss. If you do want to give a few options, you can, just not too many. 3 is a perfect number because it will allow your lead to clearly identify which options suit them the most. Or, if you want to get straight to the point and ensure that you are talking to the right person, try asking for an intro to their colleague. This can also work wonders if you have a connection with someone in the company but want to be introduced to someone else. Another CTA that increases response is the yes or no question. If you ask something actionable, you are more likely to get a response, especially with yes or no, since it is so easy to reply. Finally, we have the CTA that asks for permission to share their resource. This one performs well when you want to show your support for a lead and see if they will meet with you in return. That will give you a foundation to work from, but there are a couple of other techniques you can combine this with for the best results. A great one is to bring value to your prospect before asking something of them. So I thought I would ask if it will be okay that I will share it on my Facebook page and on my Twitter. In this example, they use the permission to share a resource call to action, but instead of just asking the lead to respond, they complement their work and ask if they can share it. This makes responding significantly easier for the lead, as you can see from the response rates. Next, we have an example of a very straightforward call to action. Just complete the survey here. This states very clearly the next step to fill out the survey and out the link along with an estimated completion time. Easy as that. Another strong CTA is one that starts a conversation with your lead, such as this email call to action, which makes an observation about the company, highlights how they can help, and then asks directly to continue the conversation. Let me know which day of the next week would be best to chat. If you need to add multiple calls to action, this is the best way to do it. Simply state how your lead can complete these actions and that you are looking forward to their response. Is this something you might be interested in? Well, in this case, I'd love to hear back from you. You can reply here or book a phone call on my Calendly page. Here, it's always a bit tricky. My advice to you would be always to focus on single call to actions in order to make it extremely simple for your leads to answer and get a reply. Another trick you can do to increase response rate is the ask about their interest for. What do you say? Let me know and I'll send you the registration link. You can see in this example, they ensure that the lead wants to get the link before they send it. This also adds an extra level of exclusivity to make it seem like they aren't sending the link to everyone. When you have a strong offer, you can let it do the heavy lifting for you. For example, with a situation like this, offering free work for a very targeting audience, there is no need to create a CTA. Don't forget that you can always add personalizations even to call to actions. In this example, they use the website screenshot to entice the lead, show that you are serious, and impress the lead enough to book a meeting. Now that we've gone over the best practices for each part of the body of your email, we can go over how to test these examples. Testing your emails is one of, if not the best way, to see results from your campaigns. Before starting lemlist, this was honestly something I never thought to do. I mean, if I follow all the steps, why would I need to test emails? You're about to find out. A good outreach hacker asks their colleagues for their opinion on different approaches. But a great outreach hacker uses A/B testing to try out different approaches and lets the data do the talking. A/B testing is essentially testing two elements of your cold email against each other to see which one gets the best results. The results of testing are always helpful to your future campaigns, but only if you use them the right way. A common mistake I see when companies try out testing is that they use the wrong KPIs to compare the results. For example, if you are testing subject line A versus subject line B, you would associate success to the one with the highest open rate, right? Wrong. Although it might seem like the open rate is the most important KPI for a subject line, in fact, you need to consider the overall success. For example, if one subject line was a clickbait that didn't deliver its promise in the body of the email, it doesn't really matter how many people opened the email. No matter what you are testing, you should always be monitoring the positive response rate, which means the number of qualified meetings booked, and in the end, how much money you generated from this campaign. This will ensure that you are seeing the most accurate results of your tests. There are a few best practices to keep in mind when running A/B tests. You should only send the test to the same audience, so your results aren't skewed towards a certain segment. To keep things clean, try to limit your sample size to 100 to 500 people. Lastly, make sure you are only testing one thing per campaign. Otherwise, you'll never know what your audience was responding to. So, you might be wondering what to A/B test. The answer is pretty much anything. You can use it to identify the best subject line, like in this example, interview invite versus interview, or see what intro lines champion over the others. For example, in this campaign, they saw a more than 20% increase in reply rates with the industry-specific intro. You can also test out custom images versus personalized text. We don't call these images our secret weapon for nothing. This campaign saw a difference of more than 30% with a personalized image. However, this one is harder to measure exactly what the percentage was, as the text also changed in the text-only email. Apply the same principle to this one. Instead of testing images versus personalized text, you can try a video versus a personalized text. Or if you want to go really crazy, you can even test out image versus video. Another great thing to test is using humor in your emails. At lemlist, we are known for this, but a lot of people don't like to use it because of their industry or clientele, among many other factors. Be sure to keep a few things in mind before incorporating humor into your emails. For example, you should keep in mind that you need to understand the needs of your industry and prospects, but that said, don't just make an assumption that people from certain industry won't appreciate a good joke. Also, try not to be too serious or, on the other hand, add too many jokes. Lastly, use A/B testing to see which approach works best for your audience. You can also A/B test call to actions, best performing links, dynamic landing page versus emails only, sequence A versus sequence B, follow-up A versus follow-up B, image 1 versus image 2, and anything else you think of. Of course, at any time you can choose a winning A/B scenario for the next leads entering your sales process. After nailing your email and A/B testing it, you will be ready to look at your results, so let's go through how to analyze them. There are a few rates you should benchmark your KPIs against to make sure your campaigns are healthy. We've mentioned this before, but let's do a little review to sum it up. Your open rate should be above 50%. Click rate should be above 40% if you are using videos, and reply rate should be above 8% for a broad outreach and above 20% for a much more targeted audience. Keep in mind that all these metrics are important, but the most vital metrics is your number of interested prospects. Without this metric, none of the other ones really matter. You should also remember that you probably won't hit it out of the park on your first try. Cold email is a craft that you need time to master, but you have to get up and try again. Practice and A/B testing make perfect. And now, the moment you have all been waiting for. Okay, maybe not to that extent, but still. Here is some extra value for you. My 3 secrets that no one has told you about. The first secret is to use personalized video to boost your conversion rates. Using these videos, our sales team has been able to score a conversion rate of more than 80%. This translated to 39 meetings in one single week. If you don't want to take our word for it, trust sales expert John Barrows. He is right. Videos add another level of personalization that proves how much you care. Combine this with custom text and your prospect's logo, and boom, you've got a winner. After your lead clicks on the video, it should take them to a custom landing page that includes a special message for your prospects and your fabulous video. This is obviously something you can do automatically and pretty easily directly in lemlist. Topped off with a link to your calendar so your prospect can book a meeting right then. This tactic is truly a game changer and you should use it with all of your tier 1 clients. The second secret is called liquid syntax. Gee, come on, what is this again? It's a technique that brings your cold email personalization to the next level. Liquid syntax will also save you a lot of time down the road too. It's way easier than it may seem. It basically allows you to personalize your email based on specific criteria. For example, when you have leads with different positions within the same campaign and you want to mention a different pain point depending on if they are a head of sales or SDR. Well, you'll be able to do that thanks to liquid syntax. Personalize your emails at scale for all your leads. It works as an easy code builder with conditions like if this or this, then do that. So for example, if position is founder, as a founder, you have learned to delegate. But if the position is freelance or SMBs, we know it's not easy as a small company, etc., etc. Of course, when you start playing with it, you can do so many more cool personalization at scale. On lemlist, we even have templates prepared for you to copy-paste to your sequences to boost your results with no effort. Our second secret for you is the PS hack. A PS is a great way to top off your cold email because it catches the eye of your prospect and it makes your email look less automated. Your PS can contain many different things, but we especially like to use it to share an article, personalize a sentence, or to give a genuine compliment. No matter what the PS contains, it should always add value for your lead. Also, don't forget to check out our hub of high-performing templates for some inspiration. Now you are ready to craft your first email. Just remember that your email should help you build relationships with your lead and book meetings. Your goal isn't to sell from one email. Also, the perfect cold emails add personalization, but it should be relevant to your prospects. Even if you spend lots of time collecting and adding highly detailed information for each prospect, if the email isn't relevant to their actual needs, your time will be wasted. Don't let yourself become a victim to this, so make sure the info is relevant and pertinent. Lastly, remember that testing is the absolute best way to get results over time. Don't just trust your gut, you can end up being shocked by the results. How you can actually use LinkedIn to significantly boost your revenues. How to write posts that bring you new growth opportunities. During the next minutes, we'll discuss how you can use it to its full potential to grow your business. But let's start with the beginning. A good LinkedIn content strategy can take your growth to a whole new level. And that's the case for us at lemlist. Since day one, my team and I produced daily content for our audience. Thanks to that, during the past 3.5 years, we generated more than $1 million in revenue only through LinkedIn. And you'll get to know how we've done that in this session. From our own experience, we know that finding the perfect balance of content on LinkedIn is pretty challenging. That's why we spend time studying and analyzing hundreds of LinkedIn strategies to understand how to use LinkedIn to its full potential and to discover what content works best. We've even played a bit too much with the LinkedIn algorithm, and personally, I even got banned for pushing the LinkedIn algorithm to the limits. But after some good old trial and error, we finally have it down to a science. Today, our secret LinkedIn strategy helps us to generate 3 million monthly views and tens of thousands of dollars in revenue monthly. What worked the best for us over the past years? Which frameworks to use? How to find content ideas? Make yourself comfortable because this session is going to be full of actionable tips that you can replicate right away for your own LinkedIn strategy. Let's go! Remember when we all first started on LinkedIn? All of the posts were almost the same. Huge paragraphs of information and sometimes a link to a website or article attached. This type of post will never work on LinkedIn for a few reasons. The approach is way too self-centered. Why would someone be interested in reading something that's only about yourself if they don't have anything actionable or valuable to get from your post? Like, really? They would not want to read the post and therefore they will continue to scroll. The next issue is that people don't focus on structuring the text when posting it on LinkedIn. Phrases that have more than 10 words, no spaces at all, and I totally get why, because we all are familiar with the traditional structure we learned at school. But to succeed on LinkedIn, it's essential to break this pattern. If at school you were taught that you can have several ideas in a single paragraph as long as they relate to the overall topic of the paragraph, well, on LinkedIn, you should forget about this rule. We have to make the text breathe, and we'll see how to do that in a couple of minutes. Another important element that's missing in this example is the intro. I can't emphasize enough how important your post intro is. It's the element that is supposed to catch the reader's attention and convince them to click on See More to see the rest of the post. Another element that is missing here is the most important one, and that's the value, the key takeaway. If I ask myself, what's in it for me after reading the post? Well, my answer is nothing. So sharing something that doesn't help others and that doesn't bring something to the table will not create much engagement on LinkedIn. On the other hand, when you focus on creating the right type of content that we see today on LinkedIn, you'll be amazed by the number of people who will engage with your posts and also connect with you. Wondering what the right type of content is? Tips, tricks, and how-tos, videos, slideshows, valuable resources and guides, successful and inspiring stories, polls, and storytelling. There are dozens of ways to share your content out there. You just have to pick the ones that are relevant for your audience and for what you want to achieve on LinkedIn. I know that LinkedIn is a bit challenging in the beginning, especially when you don't have a strategy in place. We were all in the same boat when we first started. Back in the days when I created my LinkedIn account, I didn't have a clear plan of what I wanted to achieve on this platform. I was creating posts without having a goal in mind, and I wasn't growing my network at the rate I should have been. My first post definitely did not look like the ones that I am writing today, and I remember that the only engagement I got was from my friends and my mom. But it's normal. Everyone has to start somewhere. Over time, after posting many more posts and studying hundreds of successful LinkedIn strategies, I started to understand what people want to see on my profile. So I finally got to a point where I was creating content that encouraged engagement and brought me more views, aka a higher reach. I was getting more and more comfortable with publishing on LinkedIn, so I focused on creating valuable content that could help my community. In short, the more I published, the more engagement I got. In other words, I was starting to get how the LinkedIn algorithm works. The next part was being consistent with it. I had to find content that I mastered so I could frequently teach it to my followers. The obvious choice for me was cold email and multi-channel, and because I knew all the details about the topic, it was easy for me to give super actionable tips and share informational posts. This really worked because it was essentially pure value for my network. Once I started to figure out the rules of the LinkedIn game, I really focused on creating the best quality content possible for my network, and strategically building my network to include people that are interested in what I'm posting about. If you follow this simple formula, the leads will come naturally. Killer content plus targeting network equal LinkedIn magic. After months of creating valuable content and being consistent, the results started to pay off. Every single post generated thousands of views, which led to more and more people adding me to their network after seeing my post, which in the end helped me generate millions of views per month. You might be wondering why it worked. I knew my audience and whom to address. I distributed relevant content for my connections. My genuine interest was sharing knowledge. I was super consistent. I did not try to sell or promote my product. I focused on copywriting and storytelling, and we'll see a bit later why. Plus, I applied all the secrets that you'll discover during this session. As I told you minutes before, my LinkedIn strategy was quite a success. I started to constantly produce valuable content, generated more than 1 million views per month, networked with amazing people, and built my own community. It was pretty much all milk and honey until something unexpected happened. I got banned from LinkedIn. So just imagine that you spend years growing your personal brand, working on building amazing network and relationships. You have more than 20,000 people in your network, and then all of a sudden, your profile doesn't exist anymore. And it was like this for months. I tried to get it back multiple times, reach out to LinkedIn, but unfortunately didn't get any results. Since nobody answered my request or emails, I decided to start a rescue operation. My goal was to get LinkedIn attention and to get my profile back. That's how I planned the #FreeGuillaumMouvet. This movement reached millions of people on LinkedIn, and I'll show you how we planned everything from A to Z. First thing first, my team and I got in touch with people who know me and asked them to post the story of my profile getting banned. To get better visibility, we also reached out to thought leaders and influencers for support and asked them to make sure that our rescue operation didn't go unnoticed. We created an orange square visual for the occasion that we shared with everyone willing to support the cause. Next, we organized everything so everyone shared a post about my banned LinkedIn profile at the same time, same day, same hour. Everything was synchronized. I've got to admit that I was a bit nervous to see if this could bring me back my beloved lost profile. When the day came, thousands of people shared the post, including top industry leaders such as Alfie Mart, Justin Michael, and much more. Plus, founders and marketers worldwide, and of course, the entire lemlist team. I was surprised to see how many people who never met me in person joined the operation and even created a special content to help. 10 hours after the launch, we had 1,500 comments, thousands of likes, and now you're probably wondering if I managed to get my profile back. Well, the answer was a concrete no. With no alternative left to get my old profile back, I decided to get back in the game with a brand new profile that I decided to call Brad Pitt. No, I'm just kidding. It was called Guillaume Mouvet, obviously. And in less than 8 months, I grew this profile to 20,000 followers and generated hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sales, thanks to a secret strategy that I will teach in this masterclass. Today, the same strategy is used by our entire team. Everyone in our business development team is remarked as a sales expert. Why? They're selling every day. They know the ins and outs better than anyone else. They share all of their experience with their LinkedIn network, including wins and losses. This creates a priceless relationships with their network, including our customers and potential leads. The same goes for our marketing team. They are identifying areas that they excel at and then combining this with what they know they can write about and what their network wants to read. This translates to some dope LinkedIn content. They are also using LinkedIn to promote all of the other killer content they are creating. We also use the same strategy to build powerful personal brands for each one of the team, no matter the department. And what does this lead to? Well, 15 plus people developing meaningful networks and connecting with different verticals within our target audience. 15 plus people recurrently sharing valuable content on LinkedIn. 15 plus people building powerful brand out there. 15 plus people generating millions of views each month. After everything you've seen so far since the beginning of your session, you might ask yourself, why is content such a big deal? Because through your content, you can position yourself as an industry expert. I always tell my team, if you want to learn something, teach it. There is no better way to become an expert in your domain, but by sharing everything you do and learn every day. Your content exposes you to relevant audiences, and in the end, helps you build your own community and make people trust you. And if they trust you, they will buy from you. And that opens endless opportunities for your professional and personal growth. Your content helps you to boost your personal brand. This allows you to connect with top leaders from all industry and all over the world. In the end, all these advantages will bring leads and revenue to your business. And to sum up, posting on LinkedIn is the road to expand your network and connect with people, receive more interesting direct messages in your inbox, get hired easily at your dream company, have easier access to prospects, talent, valuable partnerships, opportunities, and much more, and take your business to the next level. Unfortunately, when it comes to LinkedIn, a lot of people don't get the same results. Therefore, they don't focus too much on this platform. Why? They think that they have nothing to share on LinkedIn. They have no idea of how the LinkedIn algorithm works and what they should do to have their desired results. A lot of people struggle with finding the right content ideas, or they focus too much on irrelevant content for their audience. They are not consistent in sharing content and engaging with others. The majority focus on selling instead of on focusing on building relationships. They don't have any copywriting skills nor good frameworks to replicate. They lack authenticity and personalization. They have no social playground, which in short means a community of active people who can always engage with their posts. In this session, I'll give you all the tips and hacks to build your LinkedIn strategy and all you need to know to get started on LinkedIn. What content works the best on LinkedIn? What's the strategy that brought us millions of views every single month? And what's the secret for writing viral posts on LinkedIn? You'll find all the answers in the coming minutes. Now I want to focus a bit on something else. I know that you might heard this statement before, but I really want you to focus on building relationships when building your LinkedIn strategy. I cannot emphasize enough how connecting with people can help you to get the results you want on LinkedIn. Being active on others' posts puts you on their radar. The more people will see you, the more they will engage with you. And this helps you to position yourself as an expert in your domain and automatically boost your visibility. Now, you might wonder, how can I start building relationships? After 5 years of using LinkedIn to boost lemlist revenues and brand awareness, I figured out the easiest way to build relationships on LinkedIn is to engage actively with others people's posts, leave really thoughtful comments to gain visibility, share valuable content and resources that are relevant for your audience, and the most important part is to focus on helping people. But before I share all my actionable tips with you on how to craft the perfect LinkedIn post that gives value to your audience, let's focus for a couple of minutes on understanding the LinkedIn algorithm. Like any other platform, LinkedIn has its own rules. So if you want to play the LinkedIn game, you should be aware of each rule. It makes sense, right? We all know that LinkedIn is a content platform, and on this platform, the content is king. So LinkedIn wants its user to create posts that get interaction and hence generate engagement, which means views, likes, and comments. The more original content is published by user, the more time people will engage and spend on the app. On the other side, there are also a couple of things that LinkedIn doesn't like, and you should be aware of what could kill your post reach. Let's see what to avoid when writing your post. Using external link in your posts. LinkedIn wants you to spend as much time as possible on the platform, so adding external links might kill your reach. That's why I advise you, whenever you want to send to an external source or website, to leave the link in the comments. Another no-no is editing your posts. Why? Because when you edit your post, LinkedIn thinks that you add new content, so it stops pushing your initial post to people's feed. So before publishing your post, make sure you double check the text so you won't make any changes once the post is live. Also, when it comes to the LinkedIn algorithm, sharing other people's posts won't do you a service. LinkedIn wants original and native posts on the platform. So sharing others' content doesn't count as an original post. On LinkedIn, you should also avoid tagging too many people in your post because you might look like a spammer, especially when you tag 10 top content creators in the same post. Posting long videos will also kill your reach. Using too many or irrelevant hashtags, and overall not being consistent. So you're probably wondering why LinkedIn wants their users to create really good content. The more time you spend on the app, the more time you'll be exposed to LinkedIn advertising. LinkedIn is making money via two different ways. First, they are selling subscription fees to premium options that will allow you to get better filters, as we've seen with Sales Navigator, or find the best talent with LinkedIn recruiters. but the most of their money will come actually from the ads, a bit like Facebook is doing with their advertising. So the more time people spend on the platform, the more LinkedIn can sell ads to companies and hence make money. So the better your content is, the more ads they can sell and the happier they are. That's why really good organic content is always pushed by LinkedIn, because it pushes people to spend time on it, comment, and interact with it. Next, let's see what the secret behind a post that generates engagement and how you can replicate the tips for your own posts. There are tons of different styles of content you can use within this post. Let's go through a few and break them down so you have a better idea of what to post. First things first, let's talk about post format that you can use for your content. Text posts, these are the most common posts on LinkedIn. No video, no link attached, no other elements that catch the eye, only text. And here I have a good example of how a text-only post can generate thousands of views. When it comes to text-only posts, it's important to keep them short and simple. As I wrote in my post, marketer equal common, marketer plus copywriter plus coder equal holy grail. No big phrases, only the essence of my message. So cut the fluff and keep it extremely easy to get. And especially make sure that the text breathes. That means adding a space between each phrase, as you see in this post. Another text-only post that worked very well is Darrell's post. His text is very easy to read, very visual, and easy to catch. He chose to bold a few words to underline the most important parts of his idea. Once again, we can notice that the sentences are short and the text breathes, thanks to the extra spaces between the phrases, and we'll see very soon why. Coming back to posts, another type of post is the image posts that are quite popular on LinkedIn. As an example, here's an image of a book, or image that sends a message without the need to explain the story behind it. Usually, I recommend posting bright images and overall images that catch people's eye. Another format that you can start using on your LinkedIn is the video posts. And here we have a good example on Amelia's LinkedIn profile. This kind of video makes people stop scrolling, and here's why. First things first, the video sends a good signal as Amelia is smiling and she seems very excited for the Q&A video. Second, the video has subtitles which make it very accessible even for people who don't have the sound on or simply don't want to hear the audio. Another good example of a video post that catches people's curiosity was this one here, published by Pip. Why this video format works well on LinkedIn? First, thanks to the huge headline that lets people know what's the video about, without the need to read the entire post. Second, the caption makes the video easy to understand without the sound, as we've seen earlier. However, videos on LinkedIn usually get a bit less of reach, but the reach is not always something you should focus on, because through videos you can actually share a much more powerful messages, because people will see your face, will see how you interact, a bit like this masterclass. So the relationship you create through videos are usually 10 times stronger than the one you create through simple sentences. So always remember what's the end goal of posting on LinkedIn. It's not the reach, but it's the relationships. On LinkedIn, you can also publish slideshows, which is basically a presentation of a series of still images related to a topic. In this example here, Ash uses a slideshow to teach people how to storytell. When it comes to this type of post, there you have a few rules that you need to follow. First, you should keep it simple and focus on the main idea of your message. You can use big text to catch people's attention or a catchy design to make sure that you'll spark their attention. Next type of post are the polls. Right now, polls are quite popular on LinkedIn, and this format generates lots of engagement. For example, in only one day, Marwan's poll generating almost 100,000 views and 500 potential leads, which is really successful. Okay, so we've seen the most popular post format, so now let's focus on the content to create. One of the most common problems that keep people away from publishing on LinkedIn is that they don't find the best content ideas. So let's take a closer look at what you could write about on LinkedIn. Tips, tricks, and how-tos. You're good at productivity? Share your tips. Do you know how to create useful templates in Notion? Teach others how to do that. Everything you learn and discover day by day can be subject to your LinkedIn posts. Next, you can share lessons learned while building your own business or doing your job. I'm sure you had a lot of lessons during your journey, so don't hesitate to share them with others. We all have things to learn from people around us, and we all have the power to teach others what we know best. If you feel comfortable, you can also write about your failures and personal experiences. I have to admit, that's my sweet spot. I love to share my failures and experiences that help me become the person I am today and build the business that I have today. When it comes to their failures or struggles, people tend to hide them very well, which in my opinion is totally wrong. I admit it takes a lot of vulnerability and courage to come and say that you failed at building a business or reaching certain goals, but your vulnerability could show others the right direction so they would not make the same mistakes as you did. Speaking about how you build a business, you can always share behind the scenes of your current project or how you manage to grow your product or service. Honestly, it could be everything that helps others or shows them what are the steps to be done in a specific context. Documenting your work and everything you do to become an expert in your business can become a powerful asset for your growth. Why? Because by sharing your journey and your milestones, you allow people to relate to you and your experiences. And this helps you build your own community, but transform your audience into accountable partners. And finally, case studies. These are the posts focused on sharing your results, researches that you made, and a valuable resource that will help your community. You can also share industry news. Okay, so we've seen the post format and what you could write about. The next question that comes immediately after is how to come up with content ideas. And trust me, I get this question every time a new person joins lemlist. You don't have to be a writer, nor to brainstorm ideas for hours. Here is my advice on finding content ideas. Make a list of topics that you like to address. Then, ask yourself what you know that you can teach. Are you an expert in cold emailing? Do you master copywriting like a pro? Are you learning a new skills? Share your knowledge with others. You can also share something you already know how to use. For example, if you know a couple of hacks on Google Sheets, you can share them to help people to be more productive and navigate quickly while doing their tasks. Another content idea is to keep track of what you learned at the end of each day. In this way, you'll get the motivation to discover a new thing every day, which is an amazing thing to do for your professional and personal growth. Another thing that you can do is to find topics that are aligned with your niche. If the majority of people in your community are sales, then you should probably publish content related to sales. If you're a copywriter, then for sure people will expect to get copywriting tips from your content. To come up with the right content ideas for yourself, I advise you to write down what you can teach. So, let's take an example. Since I'm the CEO and founder of lemlist, which is a sales automation platform that helps people build relationship with their leads and customers, I can always share tips and tricks on cold email, outbound and multi-channel, how to connect with people on a personal level, how to personalize your approach, etc., etc. I can also write about marketing, since I've studied marketing, but also I can write about business and share all my journey and knowledge as a young entrepreneur building a billion-dollar business. Writing this down allows me to have a clear idea of my main subjects to discuss and gives me a hint of the type of content I should write for my audience. Let's take Nadia's example. Nadia is our head of business development, and her main subjects are sales generation, sales automation, and outbound. These subjects are relevant for her audience, therefore her post will be related to these particular topics. Another way of coming up with content ideas is to use tools like Shield to get deeper insights on what posts have been performing best. Once you get an idea on the type of format and topic, try to write valuable content on these subjects. Overall, you can get your content ideas from everywhere. The most important thing is to go out of your comfort zone and dare to publish. It's never easy in the beginning, but you'll see that once you start writing daily, you'll start building a habit, and the more you write, the more content ideas will pop into your mind. Now, let's dive into the secret ingredients of a good post. The first secret ingredient is to pick a good topic. What does it mean, a good topic, you might ask? How can you judge if a topic is good or bad? Well, to find this answer, you have to start looking at your audience. A good topic is a topic that's relevant to your audience, that brings them value. For example, Nadia, as head of business development, shared cold email resources and writes mostly about sales, which is a topic relevant for our audience. Eddie, as a copywriter, shares tips and tricks on how to level up your copywriting skills. Or Elias, the founder of Drift, who announces the launch of a new feature. With these three examples, I wanted to underline that your topic should be always linked with your position and how you choose to position yourself on LinkedIn. That's how you create a powerful brand, by linking what you share with what you are and how people perceive you. The second secret ingredient that will help you to deliver good content on LinkedIn is the framework, which is basically the structure of your text. In an obvious way, people will always pick this post instead of this one. And you know why? Mainly because of this framework that is much more attractive to the eye. It's easy to read, the phrases are short enough to introduce the reader step by step into the story, and overall, the text breezes. But let's connect the dots and see why this post is the winning one and how you can replicate the same structure for your own posts. So first, the topic is a relevant one for a large audience, and this will make people relate easily with the message. As in the example, Ash talks about flexibility at work, which is a topic that concerns us all since COVID hit. Second, the intro hooks readers because it's catchy, short, and on point. And this is what makes people click on see more. People aren't tired of working from home, they're tired of being locked down. His powerful statement quite hit us all, so the majority of people stop scrolling and read the post entirely. When it comes to the intro, keep in mind that only the 3 lines of your post are visible on the feed, so your goal is to catch people's eyes and make them see the whole post. Another important aspect that makes the text easy to read is that phrases are separated by spaces. Spaces are vital for a LinkedIn post, make the text fluid and easy to read. And that's a good trick to use since it gives your brain the impression that your post is much easier to read if it's structured like this. And not like this one, for example. I don't get where is the intro, there is no structure. Overall, the text is quite messy and not at all attractive. After catching people's attention and making sure your post is well spaced out, start giving the context and bringing people step by step into your story. You can do this by exposing personal facts and sharing your experience. For example, I've been working from home for over 12 years, but I've experienced more stress, fatigue, and mental drain during the lockdown. This personal insight makes the readers connect with the post on a much more emotional level and relate to the situation since we've all experienced struggles during COVID. As you can see here, Ash speaks about his experience with home office and shares how he truly felt while working from home. Sharing his emotions makes him human and people can connect with him on a much more deeper level. So, don't be afraid to be vulnerable. People will actually appreciate it. What's also interesting in Ash's post is that he went into details about his experience so people can imagine themselves in his situation. When you describe a situation in detail, expressing how you felt, what you've heard, people can get your point much more easily and put themselves in your shoes. Therefore, they connect easily to your message. Once you connected with the audience on an emotional level and give the context of your message, it's time to find the general pain. Usually, a general pain is something that concerns us all, so we all have a thing to say about it. In Ash's post, he underlined that the general pain is the lack of flexibility in the workspace, a topic that concerns a huge number of people today. After stating the pain, it's time to introduce a solution, so that thing that it will solve an issue or a situation. The thing with what we all agree on, like flexibility, is fun, makes people happy, we all need it. Let's take a closer look at the whole framework and have an overview of the whole structure. So you have a catchy intro where you're supposed to grab people's attention, to read your entire posts. Here, you keep it short and simple. Next, you introduce people into your story, by first giving them the context. To better connect with your readers, share your personal experiences and let them know how you felt. I know that some of us have difficulties in being vulnerable out there, but trust me, if you succeed in showing your true self and be transparent with your community, there's no other thing that can put you down. Remember that growth is, by definition, uncomfortable, and sometimes you need to go out of your comfort zone to make things happen. Before getting deeper into different frameworks to use to your posts, I like to make sure that you understood the importance of intro for your post. The intro makes people read your post. So make sure you make it catchy, use it to hook the reader, make it short, make it personal. So let's take a look at a couple of really good intros that got good results to figure out why they worked. My mom started her company at 23. My mom raised 3 boys. This sounds like an inspiring entrepreneurial journey that everyone would be interested to read since it's quite emotional. Moreover, it's a personal story to which a lot of people can easily relate. This intro makes me click on see more to find out the rest of the story and the posts. But let me take another example. Here, for example, I allowed myself to be vulnerable and expose my insecurities from the first day of lemlist. I was going to give up everything. At the beginning of lemlist, I told myself that there wasn't a way to succeed. My intro caught immediately the attention, especially because people in my community are usually interested in finding more details on my entrepreneurial journey. How did I start lemlist? What did I do before? Etc., etc. As I said before, emotions help you to connect better with your readers. When sharing them, try to go into details and share exactly what you felt. A small trick when writing your intro is to alternate short versus long sentences to break the traditional pattern and introduce people step by step into your story. This example here is a very good one since it catches reader attention right away and it makes people want to follow the whole story. Yesterday, I had a spirited argument with 2 coworkers. They lead over marketing teams and were fighting fiercely for their people. As noticed, the first sentence is the one that captured the main idea of the post. It's like the summary that pushes people to see the post. As in the previous examples, the intro is short most of the time and is followed by a bit longer hook. There are endless intros that you can use for your post, but since I want to give you maximum value for this course, I prepared a couple of secret intros for you that I've been testing for years. Did you know that, for example, a lot of sales reps make these mistakes, wondering how to automatically contact people on LinkedIn? I want to tell you a story about how, etc., etc. Imagine you're dealing with a 20% conversion drop. Need ideas for B2B outbound sales. I got fired from my past job because, or I turned down X amount of dollars from investors, or I gave up starting new habits, new jobs. My hands were shaking when I signed my biggest clients. There had to be another way, for example, to enter a new market. I have to talk about how I overcome my failures. They laughed at me because I was different. Once you pick an intro that sparks attention and pushes people to see the whole piece of content, you should focus on the text. This is the moment when you should forget about what you've learned in school, as I told you earlier. On LinkedIn, as you can see on this specific post, ideas on the same topic should not necessarily be in the same paragraph. Your text should be visual, so use numbered lists when it's possible. For example, if you give X advice or tips on how to do, bulleted lists to draw visual attention to items and shorten your text. Overall, your goal should be to have a text that is extremely easy to read. To give this impression, you can always use a simple hack, and that's alternating short versus long phrases. Now that we've been through the most important parts of a LinkedIn post, let's see what framework should you use. IDA framework is one of the most known text frameworks. The structure breaks down into catch readers' attention, build interest, spark desire, and make people act. Want to build your personal brand but have no time? In this example, Amelia started her post with a question that sparks attention right from the beginning. This intro catches readers' attention and makes them want to read the next sentence. Her goal is accomplished. Next, once the attention is caught, Amelia raised the interest in finding out her solution, so readers are pushed to the next phrase. Do this. This is where the desire is built by your actionable tips. Once people saw the value of her advice and felt the desire to build their personal branding by following the steps, Amelia asks people to act by adding a powerful statement. Join me today for another personal branding Q&A and LinkedIn hacks live to create influence and opportunities. Next is the PAS framework. Explain the problem, agitate, and propose a solution. State a problem. Do you know why the cold email templates you find online don't show the open rate, click rate, and reply rates? In this post, I focused on a problem that I often see when it comes to cold emails template that I see online. Using a question as an intro is quite a strategic move because it sparks people's curiosity right away and pushes them to click on see more because they know that you'll give the answer or give a direction to find the answer. By the way, why is it really important for people to click on see more? Remember that LinkedIn algorithm that I told you about? Well, that's exactly the reason why. Once people do an action on your post, whether it's liking, commenting, or clicking on see more, it means that they are spending more time on your post. LinkedIn calls this the dwell time. The more the post will be pushed by LinkedIn algorithm and therefore your reach will increase. So pushing people to click on see more will help you boost your reach and get much more opportunities with one single post. Next step is to agitate the problem because the people who write this content are not the ones who are actually sending the email. Basically, you put another log on the fire and then propose a solution to it. Our team selected only the top performing sequences sent by our amazing customers. So basically, you've pointed out the problem, you agitated it by adding something extra, and then you bring a solution, which in this case was a source of cold email templates that show all the rates that other cold email templates out there don't show. And here comes our secret framework to boost your visibility on people's feed. As a bunch of egocentric people who love their branding, it could not be a random framework, but LEM framework. Let me break it down for you so you can replicate it for your own posts. First, we start with a catchy lead-in to make sure we have the reader's attention. I'll travel the world when I have money. That's what I told my teenage self years ago. Starting from the intro, I lead you into my story. Short and catchy phrases, as I mentioned before. Next, I added a bit of emotion to connect with the reader on a deeper level. I started lemlist when I was broke with zero knowledge of the SaaS world. All these things that changed my life taught me something. And with a powerful statement to motivate people to take action. You don't have to be ready to start doing things, you have to start taking action. This framework works wonderfully for inspirational or motivational posts where you allow yourself to be vulnerable and share your personal journey. Okay, so let's sum up. Overall, a good framework helps you to catch readers' attention, make text more fluid and facilitate reading, introduce readers step by step in your story, be clear and concise, be impactful, and deliver your message in a much clearer way. Now, since we've seen all the technical details on how to craft a good structure for your posts, what framework to use and how to pick your intro, let's get to my favorite part, the secret behind copywriting. If you're not familiar with copywriting, don't panic. To make it simple, copywriting is basically the art of writing really good content. It's a way you use words to make yourself visible. Copywriting is focused on the reader, as seen in this example. I want to teach you SEO in a really simple way. I've put together 10 free guides, 5 full-blown courses, and a tool that will teach you SEO. The focus is on the reader and on what's in it for him. A good copy is usually short, clear, and should deliver value. Fewer words, no fluff, straight to the point. There are different ways to deliver value to readers, and something we already mentioned in this course is a lead magnet or comment and get type of posts. Just wrote a new guide on how to get noticed on LinkedIn. Just comment get noticed to receive it. This post essentially focuses on a specific resource that you give to people, so you ask them to comment if they want to receive it. You can pick the most common way of asking for comments, like leave a comment if you want to receive the ebook, or comment a specific word or sentence like LinkedIn or cold email to receive the ebook. But be aware, unless you have already established a strong brand or created a bulletproof network, you can't just say, attention, free resource, comment to get it. You need to make them want it, so there are few things you can do to make this happen. First of all, grab people's attention from the start by using emojis, bold font, or a different font. This creates what's called a pattern interrupt, or something different than the rest of the content they are seeing in their feed. You can also do this by adding a GIF to your post instead of the classic image. This spices your post up a bit, and it's good to be different. You always want to end with a super strong and clear CTA. There should be nothing obscure about it. If you want them to comment to get the resource, state that. You can even play with it, as Daria did in this case, so people have to comment a specific thing if they want a resource. Doing this also makes it easier for your audience to post, since all they have to do is copy-paste what you wrote, and also for you, because you will automatically know who is commenting to get the resource and who is just commenting to boost reach. Another way to catch people's attention with a lead magnet is to make the text visual. Of course, you start with a catchy intro that sparks interest. Next, you add numbers to boost credibility. For example, analyze 50 million cold emailing sequences sent by 30,000 people worldwide. Here, people will understand that you've done your work and you present something that has already been tested before, and this will make them trust you. To boost people's trust, you can also tag top content creators and experts from your domain. This will give you social proof and credibility. Be careful when you tag lots of people who are not related to your domain nor the post. In this case, you might be seen as very spammy. Another thing that you can do is to create scarcity and force people to act. For example, something that works really well in the post is saying that you will have a surprise. This will create FOMO, which stands for fear of missing out, and make people act by curiosity. When you have the opportunity, don't hesitate to make a provocative post. If it's something that pertains to your audience, it will really evoke a reaction. For instance, check out what I did when I found out that our competitor was buying our name on Google Ads. Yes, I did really make a post about it. And you know what? Everyone loved it. It's real and provocative, of course. People ate it up. But how else did I make this post get good engagement? I made sure to take a screenshot as proof, and I tied this into my intro sentence, which was great starting point. Then I added some humor with the phrase French do it better to relate back to my audience. I love doing this because it makes me more human. They should be reminded that I'm not just some random professional on LinkedIn. I'm a real person that also makes and loves jokes. Of course, I ended with a nice call to action to make sure that the audience knows what to do, so I wrote, please engage so we're sure they see this message. Another common post idea is a motivational one. People really love this because they can be motivational for both parties. On the audience's side, they get bumped to go back to work and kill it after seeing it, which is great for them. But on your side, you get to see this happening. I don't know about you, but it really motivates me to see people engaging with what I'm saying, and it's exciting to see that I'm helping people. You don't need to write anything perfect or make it something cheesy. Be honest. When you don't do it for the transaction, the whole thing changes. Too many trying to manipulate at worst or expect at best. Like in this case, Gary wasn't saying anything huge. Essentially, all he said was that when creating content, we need to think about the audience. But it was the way he said it. It gets us pumped to get out there and create highly valuable content. Adding video also helps people connect easier at a much more personal level. As we've seen earlier, the fact that the video has caption helps to catch people's attention and makes the content much more accessible to the audience. Educational posts are also great to interest your target audience. For example, this one here that breaks down Asana's homepage. I'm tearing down Asana's homepage. If you can mention famous brands or thought leaders in this, it's even better because it will hook them from the start. Once you pick a topic, you can either center your post around it or do what Pedro did here. Record a quick video to let people know what value are you bringing to them so they know what to expect from your posts. Like we said before, being authentic really helps your audience relate and connect with you. You can also do this by sharing wins, but most importantly, your failures. Nobody is perfect, and your audience likes to be reminded that even people on LinkedIn make mistakes. When people can relate to you through your mistakes, it makes them engage with you and your content, which generates a lot of reach. Along with the same idea, you can share things that you've tested out, whether it would be a review of a product, a different form of content you tried out, or anything really. People love getting this info because it's pure value for them, especially since your posts are targeted to your audience. Share what worked for you and what didn't to get the best results. Don't hesitate to also share your best tips and tricks. We aren't alone in this rat race. There isn't one person that is going to come out of the top of the world. So don't be so hesitant to share what works. By sharing simple, everyday things, you are really helping your target audience and making their lives easier. Again, a great way to build trust. Something which you should definitely spend time on when writing on LinkedIn content is storytelling. Storytelling works wonders on social media because it enables you to write a story that your audience gets hooked on and follows along with till the end. If you want to dive really deep into storytelling, you can easily become an expert by doing a bit of research. My favorite is Russell Brunson's Expert Secrets book. However, if you want a crash course, we've got you covered. Try to write your post from the reader's perspective. Describe your story as if a friend was telling it to you. This way, they can flow through your post step by step and easily read until the end. You can also give people a sneak peek with your post to make them feel special, and when you combine this with storytelling, they are guaranteed to read it till the end. Another thing to note about storytelling is that it really helps to be completely honest and open with your audience. Being authentic helps your audience relate to you, keeping them interested and ready to read more. Here's an example of one storytelling post that got over 160,000 views, and it's a personal story of the days before building lemlist. I stopped visiting my parents. I stopped seeing my friends. In the early days of lemlist, I did not have money. Sharing something personal can create meaningful connection with your network, and right from the beginning, I introduced the readers to my story, showing my vulnerability, my struggles during the hard times, and gave insights into my personal life to connect with them on a much deeper level. Sharing emotions helps people to connect on a very different level and make them feel close to you and relate to your story. Because in the end, we all have doubts and failures, right? What's important to mention here is that I focused on short phrases to introduce readers to the post step by step and tease the story. Next, I gave context about my struggles during the hard times at the beginning of my entrepreneurial journey. Adding insights into my personal life helped me to connect with my readers on a deeper level. I alternate long and short phrases to keep the tension and to be bold in expressing how I truly felt at that time. I was so embarrassed. I felt like a failure. It made me doubt myself. After sharing my story, I mentioned something that we can all relate to, which allowed people to connect with my story on an emotional level. If you have an entrepreneur friend who's starting his own business, don't ask questions like, how much are you making or are you paying yourself? Instead, ask yourself how you can help them. The results? More than 160,000 views who engaged with the post and got to know my story. You can always use storytelling to share your mistakes, struggles, and failures as Daria did here. I was writing, posting, and deleting everything. Sharing your ups and downs motivates other people and make them relate easily with your content. This works very well for engagement and reach. Teasing and showing some details related to your business always evokes interest. Here's my post about all the emails I've got from investors after I announced publicly that we were fundraising. Using personal statements such as I was excited, I was anxious, angry, etc. catches people's curiosity since puts you in a very human spot, and people relate much more on emotion and can connect with this kind of situation. When you storytell, it's important to allow yourself to be vulnerable and share how you are personally, as Irina did in this post. She shared her journey and even the fact that she was robbed when she moved to Rome for a master's degree. Overall, she allows herself to be vulnerable and puts her story out there so people can know her real self. But let's sum up the ingredients of a good LinkedIn post based on all examples seen. Step 1, pick a topic that would interest your audience. Step 2, lead in with a catchy intro. Step 3, drive the reader to click see more. Step 4, write the information you want to convey. This is the sweet spot. Step 5, wrap up the content by summarizing it. This makes it easier for the reader to get the idea without having to reread the entire post. Let's see what we have in store regards the tips and tricks that help you post to become more visible on LinkedIn. In this example, we have a motivational post from Daria. She knows sometimes it's hard to get people hooked on this post, so she started with a first line, she said yes, and an image that will interest her target audience right off the bat. Keep in mind that this intro lines was still connected to the rest of her content. Once people clicked on see more, they got to see her post to motivate them to keep going. This is really important because you never want to use clickbait that will discredit you and your content. You need to build trust to build relationships, and clickbait intros are not the way to do that. Daria also made sure to give simple examples that her audience can relate to evoke some emotion. Then she added a tiny product mention, but one that was relevant to her post. Of course, the point of this post was to show people what they can do with lemlist and why they should use it to get their next yes, but the audience should never be able to spot that right off the bat. It shouldn't seem like a hard sell effort, something softer that just intrigues them. Next, use short paragraphs. Here is an example of a short paragraph to introduce readers to your story slowly and to raise interest step by step. Adding an image enhances this effect even more and immediately catches the eye in the feed, especially a personalized image like this. The longer content is great because it's adding value, but as we mentioned earlier, it's best to keep the phrases short. This makes the post effortless to get through and does not seem too harsh on the eyes. Speaking of that, check out this one-line post. I pushed him above his limits to write and write. He never gave up. These are perfect to combine with storytelling because they are so easy to get through for the readers. I can't tell you the number of times I think a post looks long, but I get hooked and end up reading it to the end. I know it's not just me who does this. The power of a good intro combined with storytelling, short phrases, and long content is limitless. The other great thing you can add to boost your content game is the comment and get technique. As I briefly mentioned it earlier, lead magnets works like a charm on your target audience because it brings value to them and gives you a list of potential leads who expressed interest in your content. You should try to tease them a little bit and they will be really excited to get your results. Experiment with email verification tools. Then end with a super clear call to action. Ask them to comment to get what you are offering. If you want to get it, submit this form and comment below. If your post is sharing something targeting to your network, you're guaranteed to get good results. Now, earlier, I promised to show you how to automate this process. I mean, could you imagine Ilya sending out 500 different messages? It's really simple actually. And we've already shown you, just not in this context. You can set up a phantom buster so it scrapes your comments and automatically sends a message to people that comment on your post. Just add little touches of personalization like first name and you're all set. And now, a bonus tip for you. Try out taking advantage of the See More feature on LinkedIn by hiding your text. You can spark insane interest in your first line and keep the rest in See More. So the audience has to click to see the rest. The question, why LinkedIn is booming, is quite triggering and pushes people to see the answer. This approach works wonders for your engagement and thus boost your reach. This isn't all you can do with LinkedIn, and we have some more little tips and tricks to make sure you're getting the best engagement possible. Aim to receive reaction and comments in the first 60 minutes after posting. Don't send people your post link to engage. Ask them to search for your post on their feed. Answer comments by tagging people. Test and find the best time to post. For us, the best day to post are Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, with the best hour to post being 9 to 10 a.m. and 1 to 2 p.m. Bonus tips. You want to keep your videos sharp and upload them directly through LinkedIn instead of sharing a link from another platform like YouTube. Also, try to get engagement ASAP. For us, we post on our Slack word chat so our colleagues can help us with some initial engagement. You should also try to get as many comments as possible. This means adding questions to your post or things that will make people relate to you and comment on their experiences. Adding things like GIFs is always a great way to drive attention and give people a break from the norm. A big point is to always tag relevant parties in your posts. They might comment back, but more importantly, their audience will all see your post and start engaging. Be sure to test out different times of posting and keep in mind where your network is located. Even though I'm based in Paris, I always try to post in the afternoon because that's the best time for me to reach people in Europe, North and South America, and even some in Asia. You should also try to be as consistent as possible with your posts. So try to start posting once a week and increase this as you go. The people with the best results are posting almost every single day. Lastly, one of the most important things you can do is engage with others people post. This creates a relationship between you and this person, but also boosts your reach so people in their network will see your profile. Now that you've got the content part down, we'll show you how using this strategy bring us 1 million views to our post and how you can do this with your team. Let's dive into it. At Lemlist, we have more than 15 people on our team producing regularly and sharing content on LinkedIn. That brings us over 50,000 followers combined, with more than 5,000 likes and comments on posts, and greater than 1 million reach on all of our posts. And when we launch a new content distribution run, we have more than 30 posts being made on the topic, which brings lots of engagement and reach for our brand. The key when doing this is to make posts different. You're all posting about the same idea, but you can change them a bit, change the angle, see a different approach. Let's go through how our team members did this so you can apply the ideas to your team. First up, we have my post. In this case, we are showcasing the email hub, which has a ton of cold email templates for people to use for their businesses. There are already a lot of resources out there about this, but none that are as real and actionable, so I had to make sure to highlight that in my post so people know that it's better than what they've been seeing before. Since we don't like bullshit and non-actionable content, we decided to start a crazy project. Analyze 50 million cold email sequences sent by 30,000 people worldwide. Then I explained how hard the team worked to create this amazing resource and why it's worth my audience time and attention. Our team selected only the top performing sequences sent by amazing customers. And of course, I tagged the relevant parties that were involved to boost the reach. I also made it super easy for people to get it. All they had to do was like and comment, which also was an easy way to increase the engagement on the post and hence the reach. Also, just a funny side note about this post. If you share this post, I've got a surprise for you. I actually had no idea what the surprise would be if people shared my post, but I wanted to try it out to see if it would work. Sometimes you just have to try things and see where it takes you. Next is Ilya's post. He started out with a controversial statement that was really interesting to his target audience. Cold emails don't work. He added his own style of storytelling and humor by stating his post with such a bold statement that pushed people to click on see more to read the post. This is really vital when it comes to making your posts. It's a lot more relatable and interests people a lot more to see your personality. Next, he added a bit of promotion in his post. Since we have lots of clients at lemlist, 10,000 plus, and we love sharing only the top-notch content, but again, just enough to show the value that we bring, but not too much so it seems like he was trying to make a sale. After all, this was a free resource, so why make it salesy? Of course, he also mentioned the real results people got, which makes it interesting and is something that really sets us apart. He finished with another comment and get an ending, and even gave people the comments, so all they need to do was copy-paste. Write share cold email hub as comment. Smooth as butter. Now we have Nadia's post that really highlighted who this hub would interest. This is a gold mine for all of us doing outbound prospecting. She immediately pointed out in her opening phrase that the post was made to reach sales manager who do outbound prospecting. Since this is her target audience and the majority of her network falls under this category, it worked perfectly to get people to keep reading. To make them want it even more, she also added details about how the templates are different than anything else they've seen and how they can really help them. Each sequence has detailed info on the variables, merge fields, copywriting, the results, etc. On top of it, she even went in with the results to completely seal the deal. With this kind of resources, you can literally get your prospecting results off the ground. Simon used this same tactic since he had the same case with his network and was targeting a different market. So now you're wondering what the results of this strategy were. Well, we generated tons of leads this way. With so many people posting and each having their own network, it brings us new customers through each of our team members. And the content we are producing leads people to reach out to us before we even reach out to them. What better way to start a relationship? This also makes it much easier to build our network since we're getting so much reach, people at us seeing the posts. This allows us to grow our networks much faster and also in a fully organic way. But how do we manage all of this? We have a common workplace to keep track of the entire team's LinkedIn activity. We love doing it this way because each team member has their own space to keep track of content ideas and store their inspiration through a linked page, but we keep all of the info about their topics on the shared page. And when we get new team members or an existing one wants to start their personal branding, we set up a one-on-one with one of our social media experts to get them started. They help them create topics that they can post about and also set the number of posts they will make and their goal for where their profile will be in the next quarter. It's also important to note that the entire team's personal branding is in line with our company brand. This helps a lot when we launch something new, so our entire team can post it on their LinkedIn and we know that their network will be interested in it. Of course, they add their own touch to everything, including their own brand. Each person has their own way of posting content and we don't want to change that. Okay, now you are really ready to kill the LinkedIn game. We just have one last part to get you two from LinkedIn expert to LinkedIn famous. Our strategy is to go viral on LinkedIn. We've talked about this a little bit, but now I'll break down exactly what we did step by step. Since LinkedIn is a content-oriented platform, it's really easy to create a buzz around your content and get an enormous reach. And we've experienced this when we decided to launch a fundraising challenge. It was something really special for me because it was really the first thing I did with my new account and talked about a topic close to my heart, helping entrepreneurs to have successful businesses, whatever that means for them, without having to raise millions. It essentially was a video series that we made showing the entire process of raising funds in 2 weeks. I can't even attempt to explain everything we did over the campaign because of how much we included, but the main points were that we launched a challenge of raising funds, got contacted by investors, released a real recorded pitch from start to finish, and then explained all of our considerations and finally our reasoning for turning down 20 and then $30 million offers. I knew this content would help entrepreneurs so much, so naturally I wanted to spread the word by being very bold in my post. We've received a new offer of $30 million from investors, $50 million for lemlist, $50 million in cash out, straight in our pockets. We used the same tactics as the previous one, but this time we set up a schedule and post ideas for all of our team members. This made it even easier for them to post, so all they had to do is copy the ideas and modify them to their style. And by posting and engaging with other team member posts, we really boosted our reach. To make this really effortless and organized, every team member had a date scheduled for their post. This way, the content for each week was spread out over the entire week, and each week we had a new topic, so we essentially took over LinkedIn for an entire month. Because of our efforts with this challenge, the story went viral and we were able to get a huge buzz on all platforms. It also really helped our brand awareness because of how many people saw our post and watched the videos. Another viral post was Roxana's post that got 2.8 million views. The funny fact about the post is that she didn't even want to post it at first because she thought that she'll never get to 100 likes. But in the end, she decided to share her experience with her community so she could show that good examples of leadership exists. Being true and sharing behind the scenes of something with what people relate easily can create a buzz. Since she did not even craft the post with the idea of becoming a viral post, Roxana stated what happened to her very clearly in a simple way, like she was speaking to a friend. I arrived 2 hours late for work because I did not hear my alarm clock in the morning. My CEO's reaction? If you didn't hear your alarm clock, it means you were tired. Sleep an hour more in the morning if needed, no worries. For me, that's the difference between a boss and a leader. The thing is that our opinion about bosses and leaders created a huge debate and attracted hundreds of haters in the comments. People started to share their experiences and nourish the virality of the post. On top of that, our post became viral thanks to all the haters who left funny comments under the post. Then, the people who landed on our post spent time reading all the hilarious comments, which gave an additional boost to the post. Almost 60,000 people shared our post, which made our post appear to millions of people. With that being said, let's see a couple of LinkedIn hacks. The first hack will help you to massively boost your LinkedIn visibility. Being visible on LinkedIn opens new professional and personal opportunities, as we've seen just before, so here are the secret steps that allowed me to make myself visible on top leaders' radars. The first thing I advise is to engage with industry experts' posts with meaningful comments and finish with a question to make other people interact with you. When receiving replies to your comments, make sure to answer every comment by tagging the person. Your chances of getting lots of likes will be very high, which will boost your visibility, especially if you are among the post top comments. This will then generate a lot of views on your profile and you'll start receiving a lot of invitation requests. You can always keep an eye on the most popular industries expert posts by using the recent filters on LinkedIn search. For example, here, I spotted one of Gary's posts right before he published it. After spotting the right post, be the first to drop a meaningful comment to get visibility and start building a relationship. Being reactive on industries experts' profile will help you boost your visibility and seize new opportunities. The trick here is to be the right person at the right moment. Looking at Gary, all his posts are getting huge engagement and his community is really big. So if you're the first commenting on a post that creates buzz, your profile will definitely get noticed. The next hack helps you to get in touch with the right people on LinkedIn. You can use a Boolean search or a logic search. For example, you can use quotation in your search, so it will allow you to find people that fit with the exact phrase you're searching for. So by searching marketing manager in quotations, I only found people whose job title is marketing manager. Then you can add things to this by including N in all caps in your search. For example, if I want to find someone who works on content and SEO, I can search this in quotation and LinkedIn will only show me people who have both content and SEO in their job title. On the other hand, I can just use the word or if I want to see the results that include one or more items in the list. So following the same idea, if I search marketing or SEO, I'll get all the results of people that have both marketing and SEO somewhere in their profile, but also people that have either marketing or SEO. You can also use the word not in a Boolean search. This works especially well when you want to exclude a certain group of people from your search. For instance, I searched marketing, not manager, to ensure I found people who were in the marketing field but are not quite managers. This search specifically works very well in networking to limit down the results. And finally, to do a complex search, you can combine terms using parentheses. So in this case, I use the same search as the previous one but added not because I was looking for a head of but not marketing or growth. This might sound a bit complex, but when you start searching, you'll see the magic. Just revisit this part of the class if you need to, whenever you want to start. These Boolean searches can really help you filter out and find the exact people you are looking for. Another way to filter the searches is to use LinkedIn search. It allows you to filter your search by school, profile language, seniority, years in the current position, etc. Now, you have a couple of options when sending connection requests, either manually or automated. To do it manually, you can use the search tips we just mentioned and simply click on connect next to each profile. One automated option is to use lemlist to grow your network faster and save a lot of time. You will do the same search as you would with a manual request, but then simply use the lemlist Chrome extension to add this lead to the lemlist campaign of your choice with the LinkedIn steps you would have configured. It will automatically send your preferred number of requests per day, minding the LinkedIn limits we mentioned earlier. You can even automate a connection message to increase your acceptance rate, especially when reaching out to people you don't know. Like in this example here. Hey, first name, hahaha, just joking, Wook. I'm a huge fan of what you're doing at company name and I've been following your journey for a while, so I'll be really happy to connect. Also, keep in mind that a connection message is not a must-have. Once we asked our senior SDR Simon for his most successful connection message, his response, no message at all. So connection message is not mandatory and you can grow your network without it as well. The next hack will allow you to find LinkedIn addresses and phone numbers with Google using the Boolean search. The principle is the same as we've seen minutes before. For example, to find someone's email address, you add the LinkedIn URL followed by the specific details. Here, I want to find a CEO based in Paris. I add and internet and @Gmail. Once you have the URL, you add it to Google search and make sure that you do the right setup from search setting to display 100 results per page. Next step is to copy paste all the results in the email extractor or use other automation tools like Instant Data Scraper, Captain Data, API, or Phantom Buster to extract all the emails. Another nice hack to do on LinkedIn is to steal your competitors' active followers. Don't get me wrong, it's a good cause since people who engage with your competitors' content can be also a good fit as connections. So the first thing to do is to find your competitors' posts that generated a lot of engagement, which means a big number of likes and comments. Next, you can use Phantom Buster to scrape all active followers of your competitors. You can always add these active followers using lemlist to automate this process. Next, let's see how you can steal your competitors' audience. There are two ways of doing that, so let's see the first one. First things first, you have to create a fake account and add your company's competitors. Second thing to do is to go on Sales Navigator or start a free Sales Navigator trial to use the tool. Search for your target's criteria as location, industry, etc. and then find the people who like the company page and scrape the results and reach out to them. The next strategy we'll go over is hacking B2B events on LinkedIn. So to start the lead gen process, you just need to find a relevant event on LinkedIn. Want to find people who are interested in outreach? Then you might want to attend Outreach and White Hat SEO at Trent Fishkin. For example, to scrape the event attendees, you need to attend the event first, so make sure you click on Attend to be on the attendees list. Next step is to connect with them automatically using lemlist or manually taking into account all LinkedIn limitations regarding the number of connections sent by week. Next, you can start conversations using as an icebreaker the fact that you both attended the same event. Another lead gen strategy for you is the very classic leave your email hack. In this case, we'll be working on it from another angle. It's very common to make a comment and get post where people ask their audience to leave their emails in the comments. You can also go this route, but what's even better is scraping the comments from other people that have made this post. To do so, you'll search for relevant posts, find email in the comments, and automate the process by scraping the commenters. I told you that this session will be full of actionable tips, so let's get to the next hack, which is one of my favorites. Google Sheets' amazing functions. Use the shortcuts sheet.new in Google to open a new Google Sheet file without having to go to Google Drive. You can also use these two formulas to extract the first and last name of somebody that gave you their full name. This is very useful for first name variables in email. Then, the proper formula will give you the chance to clean the data to have better looking emails, for example. This next formula will enable you to extract the emails contained in LinkedIn description from people you have scraped. Again, to scrape LinkedIn profiles, we recommend a tool like Phantom Buster. However, if you want to save Phantom Buster credits, this formula will please you. If you use Sales Navigator, you probably noticed that the LinkedIn profile URL from Sales Navigator and from LinkedIn is different. This formula here will enable you to switch format without using Phantom Buster. Among all these hacks, here are a few useful tricks that can make you stand out from the crowd on LinkedIn. Removing people you've already contacted or viewed very easily on Sales Nav is one of these tricks. Incognito Chrome extension will enable you to change between normal and incognito search on LinkedIn very easily instead of having to go in the settings. The Chrome extension adds a toggle on the top right of your LinkedIn page. Why is this useful? Very simple. Sometimes you don't want to let people know you have visited your profile, when other times you want to let them know you visited their profile. This will show them that you are interested in them. Adding this step with a reaction to their post before sending them a message will increase significantly your reply rate. Additionally, you'll be able to see who visited your profile and will be able to add qualified people since there is a high probability that they're interested in what you are doing. Use voice memos and GIF to have a unique approach and increase your reply rates. It builds a much more personal connection, and it's quite fun to see people who are open to trying different approaches when it comes to messaging people on LinkedIn. You can also add a short video presentation to your LinkedIn profile picture to create a personal connection with those who land on your profile. And the last hacks are very useful whenever you publish posts. A good thing about posts is that on top of being trendy, only you can see who answered them. This makes it impossible for your competitors to scrape them and steal your audience. But how exactly do you scrape your post answer? First, open up the first answer and navigate to the bottom to load the full list of recipients. Launch the Data Miner Chrome extension and create what they call a recipe. Just note that you can use other tools like Simple Scraper or Web Scraper. Then head to Rows and select 2 identical data points such as the name. Tell data miner the type of data you want to collect. In this case, we want the LinkedIn URL of each respondent. Double check you have the proper results, and then you can add another kind of information to scrape depending on your needs. For this example, we'll scrape the LinkedIn relation to know if each person is connected with my LinkedIn account or not. This would be useful to personalize your approach, and you can send different messages depending on the person's connection to you, title, and their poll answers. Back to the tutorials. Let's double check for the info we want to scrape. Once everything is set up, it's time to save it as a template to be able to use this script for the other polls answers, even other polls you will publish down the road. Then download the results, and now you can use the same function for each poll answer. Once you are done, you can use tools like Phantom Buster to reach out to these people with a personalized message, or even do this with the LinkedIn Chrome extension. Once you're done with it, you can actually do that directly on lemlist by setting up your multi-channel campaigns, but we will see that in a minute. Another alternative would be to use Drop Contact to find their emails from their LinkedIn URL and then send them the content. We want your profile to look like a real human being to help you build trust from the start. A profile that gives a clear vision of who you are and helps in achieving the goals that you established in your LinkedIn strategy. Before getting to the action, there are a couple of things that I'd like to underline. Since LinkedIn is a professional platform, people tend to think of their LinkedIn profile as their CV. Hence, they add stiff content and aren't looking to make something personal that represents them and make them stand out from the crowd. Rather than a traditional boring CV, you have to see your LinkedIn profile as your professional identity card, where you showcase your skills through your content without literally selling yourself. Your profile will never drive attention if the only thing you're doing is being self-centered. And the last thing, which in my opinion is the most important one, is that you won't get any results from LinkedIn if you don't do your part. Having a LinkedIn profile is not enough. You need to do much more than simply exist on LinkedIn. With this in mind, let's start building you a profile that grabs attention. There are a few things you can do to do this. First things first, your goal when building your LinkedIn profile is to build trust. The next thing you want to do is ensure your profile gives an accurate representation of who you are and what you do. Based on the information on your own profile, people will decide if they want to send you a connection request and engage with your content or not. Think about your LinkedIn profile as your online dating profile, but for business. This is where anyone is going to go if they're interested in learning more about you. Whether it is them interested in contacting you or you reach out to them, the first thing they will do is check LinkedIn to see what you've been up to lately and what your past experience look like. I'll give you our best advice to ensure they find what they're looking for. When it comes to people checking your LinkedIn profile, you have to keep in mind that you have a fraction of a second to make a good impression based on your picture. A fraction of a second in which people will decide how they will perceive you, if they visit your profile or not, if they accept your message or not, and if they send you a connection request or not. You might say, okay, but it's just a picture. The thing is that your profile picture is the most seen element of your page, so you should pick it wisely if you want to attract people to your page and boost your chances to generate more leads, get more meetings booked, more business opportunities, more networking chances, more chances to get in touch with top leaders, more chances to grow your branding, and more chances to network with your potential next employer. There are lots of tools out there that can help you to transform your profile picture in a couple of seconds, and two of my favorite tools for that are Profile Pic Maker and Profile Picture Maker. These tools help you to personalize your background color, to add patterns and create something unique for your profile. You only need a PNG picture of yourself and that's it. If you don't have a PNG version of your picture that you'd like to use for your profile picture, you can use a tool called remove.bg to remove the background. Then you can easily upload your picture in these two tools to personalize it. The next thing you need is a cover photo. For this, you have dozens of options. In this case, you can see how Michaela showcased the info in her headline with pictures of her doing LinkedIn training and giving a keynote speech. You can also choose to showcase yourself as Ash did here. I help solopreneurs tell stories that convert. You can let people know from the cover who you are, what you do, and what you stand up for. This will help them to make a quick impression on who you are and if they want to connect with you or not. Another example that you use as an inspiration for your cover photo is Eddie's cover. He uses his cover to underline his unique value proposition and added a call to action for everyone who wants to follow his content. I found this example pretty good for two main reasons. He used a quote from one of his big clients to describe his content, one of the best copywriting blogs around, which offers strong social proof and boosts credibility. And he also added a visible call to action to push people to follow him. On this same idea, if you are offering services, use every inch of your profile you can to promote your services. This translates to creating a cover photo that shows potential clients where they could be with your help. Check out this example of how Nick used his cover image as a real estate to showcase his ability to increase growth organically. Whether you do this through graphs with real data or simply through images, quotes from clients, etc., there is always a way to showcase your abilities. Next up is your headline. Here, you'll want to add your job title and a quick overview of who you are and what you do. You can keep it short and simple or add more details about what you do. Keep in mind that you want your headline to contain the words you want people to search when they find your profile. In the example of Aaron Ross, he listed his official job title, but to let people know his other capabilities, he added important info like keynote speaker and author, so people know the kind of work he is open to. You also want to be sure that your headline fits with your ideal customer profile that we created in the previous session. For example, my heading says founder and CEO at lemlist, international speaker, B2B growth expert. This is because I'm looking to connect with other founders, people in the B2B sector, and heads of growth. You can also use your headline to give people an overview of your work experience. CMO, ex-LinkedIn, Salesforce, WeWork, endless enthusiast, purpose-driven, seeking the epic. And add a personal touch that speaks about you as Robin did with Film Nerd. Or pick one of your clients' quotes to describe you and boost your credibility and social proof as Liz did here by adding a quote. Liz is the first marketer to follow on LinkedIn. Whatever option you choose, make sure to keep it simple and short because only the first 54 characters are the most visible on mobile devices. After you've nailed the headline, you can move on to the next section people will look for, the About section. This is where you really dive into details about who you are. It's the space to brag about yourself and mention things that they might not find on a resume. You'll get to experience later, so you don't need to talk about it too much here. You can also showcase your projects in the About section, send people to your newsletter, and let them know the most essential things about yourself, as Adam did here by stating very briefly his role at Drift, but also his side projects, his podcast, and newsletter. An important thing to add if you're open to it is to add your phone number or email if you want people to get in touch with you. If you're a salesperson, adding your email and phone can really be a good idea for those who want to get in touch with you to find more about your service. For me, as a founder, I've always had my email in the About section so people could connect easily with me, seek advice, or simply network. You can even add a link to book a meeting or to your other social media accounts. This just adds that personal touch but also give them easy access to contact and connect with you. Directly after your About section, you'll see the Features section, which allows you to pin posts to the top of your profile. I personally pin posts that became viral or official announcements, like the post where I announced that we crossed 10 million in annual recurring revenue, for example. When adding your experience, a detail that could make you stand out from the crowd is to add customers' quotes, links to testimonials, or important articles. Here, Eddie added a quote from one of his clients, Hotspot, saying, one of the content marketing industry's best copywriters. Seeing such a good comment coming from a remarkable company clearly boosts his credibility as an expert. This will boost credibility and add social proof, which are quite important if you want to position yourself as an expert in your field. Next step is recommendations. LinkedIn has the option to allow people to recommend you, very similar to how we did it in the olden days, calling up previous manager to ask about their experience with you. Now, we don't have to do this because all you have to do for a recommendation is visit your LinkedIn profile. If you receive one from a reputable individual, this can really add to your profile. Another LinkedIn feature similar to this is skill endorsement. This one is a bit easier to do, but not as easy to ask for. In this case, you simply choose skills you want to be endorsed for, and when people are viewing your profile, they will endorse you if they believe this is a skill of yours. I find the easiest way to get endorsement is to actually go to my other colleagues' profile and endorse them. They will usually return the favor. Another thing you can do to make your profile a bit more professional is to customize your profile URL. You can do this by going to your profile, clicking on Edit Public Profile and URL in the top left-hand corner of your profile, then editing your custom URL. This makes it easier to share and also looks a lot more professional. Another thing that you can do to considerably optimize is to turn on your profile's public visibility. This allows you to appear to non-logged members via the search. Next thing, to make sure people won't see your competition as a suggestion when they visit your profile, you can do that by going to Accounts, Preferences, Syncing Option, and disable People Also Viewed feature. Another important setup that you might want to do to boost your visibility on LinkedIn is to make your profile picture visible for all LinkedIn members. At the beginning of the session, we talked about how important is your profile picture if you want to build credibility and trust. Making your profile picture visible increases your chances of people accepting your connection request. So you might want to make it visible for everyone, right? To do that, you have to go to Account Preferences, Site Preferences, Showing Profile Photo for all LinkedIn members. You should also make sure to share if you are hiring or open for work. LinkedIn gives you the right option to set it up right at the top of your profile, under your headline, if you want to appear as hiring or looking for a job. You can even decide if you want your job search to be public or only visible to recruiters. If you decide to do this, LinkedIn will also let you add tags to your profile picture that show if you are hiring or open to work. The last way to optimize your profile is to take advantage of features specific to LinkedIn's mobile app. Cell phones are the world's favorite device, so why not use this to your advantage? Using the mobile app, you can add the call to action that allows people to directly send you a private message from your profile and even lets you select reason for why someone can contact you. Just go to your contact section, click Edit, and edit the reach out name for section. Here you can select up to 3 reasons for someone to message you. Now that you know how to create a bomb profile, we need to make sure your profile is actually visible to others and that they can find you easily. So let's give you some hacks to ensure you are found in LinkedIn searches. Before we get started, it's important to know how to track your search appearances. Simply go to your profile and navigate to your dashboard just under the features section. Then you'll see the number of times your profile has appeared in a search during the past week or the search appearances. Once you click on this number, you will see an entire page of useful info about this search. You can see where your searchers work, what your searchers do, and lastly, the keyword your searchers used. This is the part that is the most interest to you because it should match what you want people searching you for. For example, a marketing manager will want this section to say marketer, manager, marketing, manager, etc. And once you see this, you can determine if you are seeing the keywords you want people searching, meaning the profile work you've done so far is enough, or if you need to make some little adjustments. If you are part of the latter group, we can help. Another thing that you can do to optimize your profile for keywords is to download your profile as a PDF and then upload it to wordclouds.com or tagcrowds.com. Next, you'll be able to identify the words you need to work on. When crafting your keyword strategy, try to focus on your ideal customer profile. Another cool hack is to use a tool like coolsymbol.com to add unique fonts to your profile and content. This will help you break patterns and make your message stand out, as we saw in the previous session. So now that I've shared with you all my LinkedIn secrets and all actionable tips and hacks, you are ready to conquer LinkedIn. When crafting your LinkedIn strategy, don't forget that LinkedIn is booming right now in terms of content, and that's why it's so easy to have a good reach. Content on LinkedIn will not only give you good visibility, but also help you boost your lead generation efforts. During the next minutes, we'll discuss the secret ingredients for a cold call and everything related to set you up for some winning scripts. You might have seen the famous cold calling scene from the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, where Leo DiCaprio makes the hard sell look easy. Let me tell you that his example is not quite a model behavior for sales professionals. And that's for two main reasons. One, you might not want to be seen like those telemarketers calling to spam people and not letting them hang up the phone without giving tons of excuses first. And secondly, you might want to build a relationship first before jumping into selling. And that's something you learn to do in the minutes to come, since your ultimate goal is not to spam people, but to create as much value as possible in order to build these relationships with your target audience. Are you ready? Let's go! Is cold calling dead? The answer is hell no. Cold calling is an extremely valuable tool to get in touch with people as fast as possible and get some meeting booked straight away. But cold calls definitely don't work for everyone. Let me explain what I mean. Think about it like basketball. For me, basketball isn't exactly my money maker. I mean, I love playing it and all, but let's be real. I don't practice every day and I'm far from being an NBA player. But for LeBron James, on the other hand, it's a whole different story. He masters his craft. He practices day in and day out and is constantly looking for ways to improve his game. And this has proved to be a pretty successful revenue generator for him. See where I'm going with this? Cold calls can be the perfect addition to your multi-channel outreach, but only if you understand how to use it and work to improve your game. These guys might not be LeBron, but they are doing pretty well in the cold call sphere. And thankfully, they are sharing their tips with everyone. For example, Rage Nason talks about how simply setting an agenda at the start of the call can increase your win rate by 120%. And this is backed with a real study. And then we have Morgan Ingram sharing his advice for how to organize your cold call schedule, preaching that by time blocking your cold calls, you can be much more productive and have more success because you're giving yourself time to warm up. And Nick from 30 Minutes to President's Club giving his key to taking the awkward part of cold calls by being upfront and getting straight to the point. These guys know what they're doing and they've got the numbers to prove it. Lucky for you, we've done a ton of research from this and other cold call experts and run hundreds of experiments to give you the best cold call advice on the market. So in this session, we'll break down what to do before cold calls, tactics you can use during the call, inspect what a real cold call structure looks like, complete with script example, and go through 2 calls recording with a breakdown of each. I will also walk you through some problems you might encounter and how you can handle them, and finally, what to do following the call. Are you ready? Let's go! Before jumping into cold tips, first we need to focus on who you're calling. Just like your target, your cold emails, you also need to make sure to segment your audience for call lists. Think about it this way. Do you like getting random calls from people that are selling something you don't need? Of course not. It's a simple waste of time for everyone. And the thing is that the person on the other side of the phone is also wasting their time by calling you. So don't be that person. To avoid this, you'll do a bit of qualification first to make sure you're calling people that you can actually help. The second part of this is doing your research before calling the targeted prospects. You know they are qualified, but why? You should know a lot about these leads, what they do, the sectors they operate in, and even their pain points and goals for the year. This way, during the call, they won't have to waste time correcting you, or even worse, feel like you call them at random. Next, we need to clarify the goal of a cold call. I've made a lot of references about those spammy calls selling shit you don't need. But in reality, you shouldn't actually be selling anything in your cold call. The goal of a cold call should be to book a meeting with the prospect and spark some interest in your product or service. This way, they are looking forward to your call so they can learn more. It's really important to remember this because it will drastically change the approach you take in your pitch. Next up is getting the proper info to reach out to the lead, aka how do you find your leads phone number. We recommend using Chrome extension like Lucia or Call CRM to automate this process so you aren't wasting a ton of time chasing down the info. This also makes it easy to do everything in one place, since you can segment leads on LinkedIn, find their info, export them to your campaign, and add some personalized info. And this is when the fun part comes in. What you're going to say in your cold call. There is a constant struggle here to decide if you need a script or not. A script is nice because it keeps you on topic and makes you a bit less nervous since you know what's coming next. But at the same time, people can usually tell if you're speaking word for word from a script. So it's nice to mix it up a bit and also show your personality. Because of that, we highly recommend giving a framework for your calls so you know what to say next, but not to script it word for word so you have some room to play and let your personality shine through. If you're just starting out with cold calls, you can play with this structure a bit to find your sweet spot and see what's working best during your calls. In this session, you're going to see a couple of lemlist team members that have helped us to gather some great cold calls technique. First up is Simon, our B2B sales expert. He has a ton of experience with cold calling himself and can give you some great tips on what has worked for him in the past and led to an increase in conversions. His advice is to build a connection before your call, so the approach is more a warm call. By putting the calls in the middle of your sequence, you are already exposing your lead to your name and face so they are more familiar when they will pick up the phone. He also suggests listing all the numbers before you start dialing. This really helps you to eliminate distraction and just get in all in one swoop. Like the advice we saw from Morgan, by locking out times to call, you can increase your productivity and the quality of the calls. Another key point before the call is to find the right day and time. You can spend weeks researching call techniques, days creating your pitches and call structures, and hours practicing, but if you can't even get people to pick up the phone, this will all go to waste. As Simon says, one of the biggest keys to your success is catching them at the right time. This will take some time to figure out, but once you find the best time where more people answer, you'll be hitting it out of the park in no time. You also want to try to keep your calls as short as possible, so you're just enticing the leads to book the meeting. Remember, your goal is just to book the meeting, not to sell your product or service. Our sweet spot is 3 minutes or under to ensure we aren't boring the lead, but still giving them time to talk. And lastly, before making your calls, you need to find the tools that will make your life easier. With lemlist, Simon can easily identify which leads needs to be called, and in one screen can call prospect with a tap of a button, see all of their previous activity with this sequence, and take notes during the call that links back to his CRM. It's as simple as that. But seriously, make your life easier so you aren't trying to switch between 5 different screens during your call to check what you've already talked to them about while also trying to note down what they say and then search for your call tab to hang up on time. Oh my God, this phrase was long. Okay, now that you know what to do to prep for the call, we can jump into tactics to use during the call. But first, let's address what not to do. The following things are all things that will make your cold call a complete disaster. Selling your product or service right off the bat. Asking easy questions just to speed up the call instead of looking for valuable answers. Trying to give your pitch to gatekeepers instead of focusing on talking to the right person. Not being clear with your call to action and leaving your lead confused about what to expect. Not taking notes during your call and forgetting what you talked about for your next meeting. Giving up after the first time a lead poses an objection. And finally, not reading the tone of your prospect and not changing your approach based on this. So, to help you give a better idea of what you should do, I'm going to give you an example of how we would approach a cold call. As we said in the intro, the first step is to do your research. In this case, we're going to LinkedIn to get some good info, and I'll show you how we use this info throughout the call. In the intro, you can always start with small talk just to get yourself comfortable and activate that fight part of your fight or flight response. For example, you can verify that you're speaking with the right person and thank them for answering your call. Then you can add in a yes or no question that you know they'll say yes too. Again, coming from the research you did before, we call this one the yes hack. Not only does this extend your time to get comfortable, but by asking a question your lead says yes to at the start of the call, you are actually convincing them that this is a good call because they are constantly agreeing with you. You can continue this effect throughout the call, so by the end of the call, saying yes to the next step seems really natural and effortless. After you've done your intro, it's time to hook them with some personalization. You should really focus on the prospects here and show them that you took the time to get to know them before actually getting in touch. For example, by looking at their LinkedIn activity, you can see what they normally post and the type of post they like or interact with. Like in this case with Nathan, I would say something along the line of, "Congrats on the big news. I saw your LinkedIn post about partnering with Microacquire to help finance acquisition for bootstrap startups. I'd love to talk more about bootstrap company growth." Then, before going in with your pitch, ask for their time with an offer that's hard to resist. This shows courtesy for their time, but also let them take control if they want to listen to you. Basically, taking you from being the annoying person that called out of the blue to someone they actually want to talk to. Once you've gotten their permission, you want to show them the money. It has relevant results so they can imagine the solution to a problem they are facing. And then going with your personal value bomb to really hook them. This can be a growth hack or a really cool way to use your product or service. For instance, based on Nathan's LinkedIn description and the company website, I can give him some tips on how to get in touch with prospective clients and how we can get the most out of multi-channel outreach. And after you've reached your time limit, you can ask for permission to continue the call like this one. All right, I gave my 30-second spiel as promised. Can I take a minute to ask you a few questions to see if we can help you? They are much more likely to trust you and want to keep talking if you respect them and keep your promises. Those were all some good tips based on the type of call structure we would use. And now I have some general tips to keep in mind for your call. For a company that is focused on cold emails, we sure do use the word warm a lot. That's because cold calls and emails are great, but reaching out with a warm tactic is even better. By doing some LinkedIn or emails first, you are putting your name in their brain and you can mention these steps in your call. It's a really easy way to create an initial connection and ease them into the call. Another great way to make your approach warmer is to find people that used to work for your best clients and use this info when you reach out to them. Essentially, it will sound a little something like this. I saw that you used to work for Zendesk. They are avid users of lemlist and I love working with them. It's a great way to build a mutual connection and get a champion of your product or service in a new company. When I first started cold calling, I thought the goal was to get the most info possible in the shortest amount of time. Somewhat true. You want to get the most value in the shortest time, but this does not mean skimming on questions. Take a look at this example. You see a question like, do you spend a lot of time on cold email personalization? But this isn't to give you any really valuable information. And honestly, questions like this can make you seem like you don't actually know your target audience. Instead, ask something more like this one. How much time do you think you spend on cold email personalization? And then follow it with, what is the biggest bottleneck in the process? Think about the answers you'll get to this question. It's 10 times more valuable than the first one and seems much more confident of an approach. And note that I don't mean to negate the previous tip about asking yes or no questions. It's good to start with a question that it's easy to answer, but then go in with one that will make them want to talk about their problems so you have a much better idea of their business. And a yes or no question can still be impressive. For example, instead of, do you spend a lot of time on cold email personalization? You could ask, I'm betting you are wasting hours every week trying to find personalized info for each of your leads and playing with spreadsheets to upload into your tool just to get a 10% response rate. Did I hit the mark with that? You're basically asking the same question, but in a much smarter way. Another important thing in your call, and another easy yes answer, is to reiterate the key points of the call. This is such a dope tactic because you can ensure that you are actively listening, but it also makes the lead feel like you care. To give you an idea, it would sound a little something like this. So the point is, with your current setup, you're missing the possibility to integrate with LinkedIn, correct? And you can either do this throughout the call or at the end for an overall summary before asking for the meeting. So I've already expressed the advantages of asking permission to start the call, but it's also nice to make an ask for the next step. People don't like to be sold to. It's plain and simple. So by treating them like a normal person and acting as a coworker instead of a salesperson, you can save a lot of hesitation. Notice how in this example, I didn't just tell the lead what the next step was. I had a conversation with them to explain what we usually do and asked if that worked for them. Really casual, but also considerate of their time. And once you get them to agree to a meeting, try to use the triple confirmation technique. Here, you'll confirm the time and date, immediately send them the invite, and ask them to accept it while they are talking to you. This way, the invite doesn't get lost in their inbox and you don't completely waste the efforts of a good call. A lot of cold call beginners think that as soon as someone objects, you need to let them go. That is absolutely not true, and you can lose a lot of qualified leads that way. Now, going back to the beginning of this session, you remember I compared cold calls to those freaking irritating telemarketers that refuse to end the call. My point is that it should be a balance. If the person has a valid objection that you cannot solve, by all means, let them get on with the rest of their day. We're not here to spam anyone. On the other side of things, if their objections aren't actual concerns for your product, show them the light. You can give proof of someone else that had this concern and how it worked out for them. Another way to handle objection is to be super upfront and challenge them. For example, if someone says, "Thanks for the call, but I really don't think I need to hear what you have to say," you can respond with, "I get it, but can I ask, is it because you have something that's working for you or because you hate cold calls?" This way, you are relating back to them and honestly asking them about their objection. They will usually show you this honesty in return. At the end of the day, there are going to be calls that don't work out. It happens and it's totally fine as long as you learn from these experiences. Instead of just letting the lead go without finding out what the problem was, ask for some feedback. It's as simple as, "Hey man, thanks for taking the time to chat with me. Can I ask why you don't think we are a good fit?" By just asking this one question, you're guaranteed to get some insight about your call techniques or even better, about your target audience. It's also good to practice to go back and listen to all of your calls. This way, you can identify patterns in the call that were a win and figure out what the objections were for the losses and come up with a plan for how you can address them better next time. Let's switch gears for a second and talk about voicemails. There's a good chance that some of your leads aren't going to pick up the phone and you'll end up being sent to the voicemail. Don't just write this off as a fail. Leave the voicemail. If you strike the right tone, the person could call you back or respond to one of your messages. And we have a couple of techniques that can help you get that response. The first one is the vague and elusive message. In this one, you tell them you are about to send them an email you think they'd be interested in and give them the subject line and your name to look at for in their inbox. For example, I would say, "Hey Marty, I'm about to send you an email I think you'll be really interested in. The subject line is cold email playbook. Let me know what you think of it. This is Guillaume from lemlist." This way, you leave them curious about what you're going to send and get a shot at a response to that email. The second strategy is the reply style voicemail. For this one, you'll essentially record what you would say in an email. Introduce yourself, use a personalized hook, explain their problem and solution, and end with the "I'll send you an interesting email" line to intrigue them. This one is a bit longer, but gives a lot more context to the subject of your call. Also, you should absolutely follow up after a voicemail, just like you would after a cold email. When you call back, you can mention the first voicemail just like you would in an intro of a follow-up email. And remember to keep your voicemail short and sweet. To do this, stick one objective to avoid long, unwanted voicemails. You don't need to do on and on about what your solution will do to help them. Pick one problem and give your one solution to it. Easy as that. You can also add the next steps in the voicemail so they know what's coming and try to add element of haste with it. Something like, "Let's get a call in ASAP so we can get your emails landing in the primary tab." Now, for some final tips before the example, we'll bring back some of Simon's best cold call tactics, starting with the intro. Simon loves using the permission-based opener for a really random amount of time. 24 seconds is his go-to because it's still enough time to talk, but it throws them off a bit. It's called a pattern interrupt because it grabs their attention and breaks from the norm. He also suggests making a reference to the previous steps in your sequence, like if you email them, send them a LinkedIn message, or even commented on one of their posts. He also urges not to waste too much time in between these steps, so you don't want your lead forgetting about you. His sweet spot is 2-day delay between each step. When you get to the pitch, he suggests using a sentence that addresses the lead's main pain points and asks them about their current process. For example, Simon would say, "We've been helping heads of sale like you by making sure that outreach personalization is used properly. What have you implemented to actually leverage personalization so far?" And then he makes sure to note any key points so he can leverage this info later in the meetings. You'll want to note an overview of your prospects' current processes, their main pain points, how your solution can help them the most, and any objections they posed so you can actually solve them. Now is the moment where we can take all of that advice we just gave you and put the pieces together to form an actual call. I already alluded to the general structure, but now I'm going to break it down piece by piece, including recordings of actual scripts. And we'll be hearing from another team member in this section, Brianna, who has done a ton of research on the best performing cold call tactics from industry experts, so you can be sure that these techniques will get the results you're looking for. You'll be able to use all of this in your own calls, so be sure to have your notebook ready, but remember to change them according to your leads. First of all, there are two ways you can do a cold call. The first is the short and sweet method. In this strategy, you're keeping the conversation to around 1 minute, and the goal is to entice your lead enough to get them to say yes to a longer call. The second one is an extending call. A longer one around 3 minutes. You have the same goal of booking a longer call, but you'll give some more context in this call before you make the ask to book a meeting. Now, for the breakdown. A short and sweet call structure will look like this. You start with an opener and time ask or permission to pitch them. Then you'll go in with your pitch, ask if they are interested, and schedule a call. I know this seems like it would be a long call, but we have some great strategies to help you wrap this up into a very small package. Starting with the openers. You want to start by asking permission from your lead because it puts them in the driver's seat and let them make the choice if they want to keep talking to you or not. Otherwise, they will be really distracted thinking, this person is calling me out of the blue, why should I talk to them? This completely eliminates that and also get them to say yes right from the start of your call. Now, we'll go through some of the openers you can use for a short call and break down why each of them worked. Here, we have an opener that puts it all on the table.
Hey Alan, I'm Brianna, an SDR from lemlist, just trying to get some cold calls out of the way. You probably think I'm just like all these other sales guys calling you saying that I can make you some money and book you some more meetings. Does that sound at all familiar to you? Well, while I can do those things, I would much rather talk about you. I've done a ton of research on you guys. For instance, I know that you are growing your sales team at the moment and trying out some multi-channel tactics. What do you say? Can we keep talking?
So, why does this opener work? Because Brie is extremely honest about what is happening. There is no reason to beat around the bush. It's a cold call. Don't pretend like it's not. Then she separates herself from the norm by explicitly laying out what another SDR might say. She continues this by focusing directly on the prospect instead of trying to sell the solution, and finishes it off by casually asking them to keep talking. All in all, this one is a great way to set you apart and be really honest with your leads. Now we have the opener to use for a multi-channel sequence.
Hey Cindy, I followed your content on LinkedIn for a while now, and I really love the work that you've done on email subject lines and managing your team. I know you weren't expecting my call, so do you have a few minutes to talk about your strategy?
This one works because she starts in right away with info about the prospects, no wasting anytime. This also is a great way to grab their attention because honestly, who doesn't love getting genuine compliments? Then she acknowledges that she is interrupting their day. This is an awesome addition because you are showing that you are an actual human being too, and your goal is to help them not to be an inconvenience. After this, she suggests a topic for the call that will interest both parties. A great way to get them interested in continuing the call. And the real secret sauce with this tactic is that Brie had already done another step to connect with them. This sandwiches the steps in a really nice way that makes it easier for the lead to accepting the call because they feel like they already know you a little bit. And here we have the kind opener.
Hey Mike, I'm going to be really honest with you. This is a cold call. But unlike other cold callers, I know that your company is unique. For instance, I know that in the past year, you guys have raised $5 million, you've hired about 10 new sales reps, and that you guys are working on your LinkedIn strategies. You're a really unique brand, and I'm not going to try to sell you about companies just like you because honestly, it's a complete waste of time. What do you say? Do you have a minute to hear my spiel?
This opener works well because Brie flat out said it was a cold call, thus breaking the ice, and then she shows the lead that she knows them with a unique icebreaker that includes personalized info about their company. Also, this is the opportune time to note that anytime you hear Brie saying your company, it should be replaced with the actual company name. And the last part about this opener that puts it in start status, how informal and relatable she makes it. Instead of saying, I want to save you time, she says, this would be a complete waste of time. It's honest, it's real, and it's how a normal person speaks. This next opener is a great one to use after you see that the lead opens one of your emails. Check it out.
Hey Charlotte, I sent an email over to you earlier about finding the perfect multi-channel strategy. Did you have a chance to check it out? If you have a couple minutes, I'd really love to talk to you more about the struggles of connecting all your tools so you can optimize your sequences. I promise I'll stick to this time limit so I won't be taking too much of your time. Does that sound good?
The opener is a great tool in a multi-channel sequence because you can easily reference action they've made thanks to your sales tools reporting. And after you do this, you can hook them with a real problem you know they want to fix and seal the deal by showing them that you aren't trying to take up their time and will stick to the time limit you set. The final short call opener we have is the quick question tactic.
Hey Emily, I was on your company's career page and I saw that you guys are hiring for a number of sales positions. I also see on your LinkedIn that you're overseeing this, and I just had a quick question about that. It's Brianna from lemlist. Do you have a minute to talk? I promise I'll keep it short.
This opener starts out strong because Brie included super personalized info for the lead, showing that she knows them already. Then, when she makes the ask, she simply says she has a quick question, making it really chilled and not at all like a salesy pitch. Finally, she does her introduction at the end so she can lead the call with context. The next section we'll dive into is short cold call pitches, aka the meat of your call. After you get permission from the lead to take their time, this is where you want to make your big selling point that will persuade them to accept the next step. And Brie points out that if you got their permission for a certain amount of time, you need to ensure you're only using this amount of time, not going over. You should also make sure that your method isn't too salesy, it should seem natural and friendly. Brie recording some spills for you to use for a shorter time limit, so let's take a look. This one is the added value approach.
Okay, so after researching you guys a bit, I have some things that can help you out. Don't worry, I'm not trying to sell this stuff, it's just some content pieces that can be helpful. Based on your reply rates and open rates, I think we need to do some work on email copy. You're nailing the interest part because people are opening, but your reply rate is showing me that you need some extra love in the body. We have an ebook and cold email hub that can really help you out. Can I send those over to you? I have some more tips I'd love to share with you and dive deeper on your email structures. Are you up for it?
So, why does this selling pain point work? Because she actually eliminates the selling aspect by giving info about them. She's just having a conversation about their needs. Then she goes in with some useful content for them based on this information and finishes by asking if they can get together so she can share more tips. Pure gold. Why? It's value, 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 not sell, sell, sell. We have one more for the shorter spiel for you. This one is playing off the multi-channel intro we shared before.
Don't worry, I'm not here to sell you anything. I just want to have a conversation to learn more about your strategy and see if there's anything we can improve. Let me start by saying, I know you've got the content rolling for you, which is a great start. Have you tried out any other aspects of LinkedIn? I'd love to talk more about this and what other ways you can leverage LinkedIn to generate leads organically and get people asking you for demos. Does this sound interesting to you? Do you have time for a quick call next week?
This spiel worked so well because Brie framed it as a conversation instead of a pitch. This gets them talking and lowers their guard down a bit. Then she complimented their work in a very genuine way. The key to this is to make sure you know what you're talking about. If you say, wow, I really love the podcast episode you did about blah, 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 but then you didn't actually listen to it, it can really burn some bridges if they decide to reference it further. Brie also included some questions here to get to know the leads better, and she also established goals that she knows they have. And of course, the cherry on top of this one is that paired with some LinkedIn steps in your sequence, it's really magic. Now, moving on to the longer pitches. Although short pitches are a great way to grab attention and tease leads about what's to come, when you're doing shorter calls, you might consider giving a long pitch to give a bit more context and be sure you are really hooking a lead in. This one will be similar to the second pitch you'll use in the extending call. Let's listen to Brie's recording for these pitches and break them down a little bit. The first one is called The Advisor.
Can I ask, what is your multi-channel funnel looking like right now? Okay, that sounds like a pretty good routine you got set up there. What kind of results are you getting with those campaigns? Okay. And what would you say your typical target looks like? Have you tried adding videos to your outreach? I'd be happy to send over a video to show you how you can create a personalized video and landing page for your leads that integrates with your meeting calendar. I really think it would help you boost those results a bit. Does that sound good? There's a lot more we could talk about, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. Can we schedule a call next week to dive in deeper?
Why does the spiel work so well? Because by asking these questions, she is getting to know the nitty-gritty behind the lead, not just the stuff LinkedIn tells her. Then, based on their answer, she acts as their advisor, trying to help them, not to make a sale. And also, based on what they say, she offers to share a really helpful piece of content with them. Because she's provided so much value, she can easily transition to booking a call because they will want to get more help. Just note that with this strategy, you need to know what you're talking about. The next one is based on a first-time reach out and came directly from our head of sales.
I saw that you guys at your company just did some fundraising. First of all, congrats on 10 million. That's great news. I'm betting you guys are probably in the thick of it, trying to ramp up your team and getting some structure in place. Is that about right? Listen, we all know how multi-channel prospecting is the way to go, but obviously there's an ongoing struggle to sync all of multi-channel prospecting under one umbrella. Think about it. LinkedIn, CRM, email, cold calls, it's a lot of manual work. Communication must be falling through the cracks. Follow-ups are missing, not to mention that you don't have a clear overview on what's happening across the channels and what's working and what's not. If this sounds remotely familiar, would you be open to check out how lemlist can make all this much more simple for you and your team?
By starting off with info about the lead, Brie is showing that she knows them really well. She isn't just making a random call. Then she is really specific with the problem they are facing and immediately follows this by positioning lemlist as the solution. The real key here is to be overly specific about the problem. She could even dive in here more and mention different programs they are using, their LinkedIn fails, etc., etc. This is one of those few times in life when you actually want people thinking you know too much about them. All right. Moving on to the next step, asking if they're interested. After giving your spiel, you can casually ask if the lead is interested in what you've said. Your goal for the ask will vary depending if you're going straight for the meeting, as you would in a short call, or if you want to keep talking like in the longer call. But for a short call, you'll be asking if they are interested in meeting, and there are a few ways you can do this that we've actually already heard in Brie's recording. You could say, would you be open to check out how lemlist can help? I'd love to talk more about this and additional value. Does this sound interesting? Or I have some more tips I'd love to share with you and dive deeper on then specific subjects. Are you up for it? And notice how even though the goal is to schedule a call, you're just asking if they're interested. That way, if they say yes, there is no reason for them to turn down the call. Easy peasy. And this takes us right to our next steps, actually making the ask to schedule the call. This is where your call to actions are going to come in handy. The CTA you choose is going to vary depending on the intro and pitch that you used because you want everything to flow together nicely. So let's see how Brie would do it based on the recording we already heard. For this, I'll just go ahead and play a recording and we'll break them down afterwards. The first one is called "A Lot More to Talk About," to create a bit of FOMO.
There's a lot more we could talk about, but I don't want to take up too much of your time today. Can we schedule a call next week to dive in deeper?
This one is a casual approach to the ask that seems really effortless.
All right, since I kind of called you unexpectedly here, let's actually book a meeting so I know that you have the time to talk about details. Does that work for you? Are you free this week?
And the last one plays on the question you asked in the call.
Okay, I've got one more question for you, Alex. How would you feel about a casual call just to figure out if you'd be a good fit for lemlist? No pressure, just 30 minutes to see what else we may be able to help you do. What do you say?
So, why do all of this works? You're creating this FOMO, fear of missing out factor, that gets them wanting to hear what else you have to say and what other value you have to add. But it's a really casual invite for a friendly conversation. As you can see from our cold emails, we never take ourselves too seriously, so there is no point in pretending like we do. And finally, they give an idea of what the next step will be about, teasing the lead so they are really excited for the call. Okay, that's a wrap on the short and sweet call. Now we have the call that's a bit longer, an extending call. There will be a lot of similarity here, but the big change is that you'll be doing a second pitch and you'll be getting their permission to continue the call after the first pitch. We'll go through this call exactly like we did with the short one. Breeze recording for each section of the call and a breakdown of each. So let's jump right in with the opener and time ask. Just like you would in a short call, you should ask for your lead's time. The only difference here is that in these longer calls, the permission comes later, so we will only make a time ask to start. Let's listen to Bree's example of openers to use for the extending call. We'll go through 4 different openers here and break down why they work one by one. Starting with the added value opener.
Hey Alex, I've done some research on your company and I have a few ideas to help you with getting a higher response rate and connecting all of your sales tools together so you aren't wasting a ton of time in translation. Do you have 30 seconds to hear me out?
This intro works well because you are immediately expressing that you have ideas to share with them, mentioning specific problems for them and giving a detailed time ask so they know what to expect. Next up is the Let's Make a Deal opener.
Hey Laura, this is Brianna calling from lemlist. I know I've interrupted your day, so I'd like to make a deal with you. Can you give me 30 seconds to talk with you about how to improve your email deliverability? And then you can tell me if you want the call to continue.
Why does this intro work so well? Easy. Bree was upfront about the fact that you are calling randomly and interrupting their day. Then she entices them by giving them the exact subject of the call so the lead knows what to expect. And finally, she phrased it as making a deal, but that leaves it completely up to them to decide if they start the call and if they'll continue it later. Now, here we have the classic pattern interrupt opener that places the blame on someone else. Let's check it out.
Hey, is this Hannah? Look, I'm gonna be really honest with you. This is a cold call. I don't like making these calls just as much as you don't like getting them. But it's a part of my job that I need to do, and I've done enough research to know that you might actually benefit from it. What do you say? Can you give me 30 seconds to give you my spiel and then I'll leave you alone?
This opener works like a charm because it's about as honest as you can get. Who likes making cold calls? Very few people. And who likes getting them? No one. So don't pretend otherwise. You can be super open about the situation and things will be much easier. Then, after saying this, you can point out that although it's a pain in the ass, you did your research. And finally, mention that you aren't here to harass them or take up too much of their time. You just want to help them and will keep it short and sweet for the sake of their time. The last opener we'll listen to is a more traditional permission-based one.
Hey Dave, thanks for picking up. I know you didn't expect me to call. Do you mind if I take 27 seconds to tell you why I'm calling? And then you can tell me if you think we should continue the call?
This one is short, sweet, and directly to the point. Essentially, a shorter version of the other ones. Other than that, this opener works so well because she thanked them for answering, showing basic common courtesy, then gives herself a 30 seconds limit for the spiel, which makes the lead feel more comfortable because you literally won't even waste a minute of their time, and then leaves them in the driver's seat to decide if the call will continue or not. Keep in mind that this is the basic call opener and you can also add it from other strategies or if you come up with your own. We really like to use this one and add a funny sentence about the SDR to introduce them. You'll see what I mean later when Simon gives you an opener to use if you have a foreign accent. Okay, so we've covered the openers. Time for the first pitch of the extending call. In the case of an extending call, you pretty much want to provide the most value and leave your leads wanting to hear more in the shortest amount of time possible. So the first pitch will usually be a shorter one just to draw them in. And of course, the magic tools to help you do this are going to be creating curiosity and FOMO. Let's listen to some of Bree's examples and then we'll break them down. Here, we have a spiel to use. It's the first time you're reaching out to the lead and you want to stick to a 30 seconds limit.
I saw that you guys at your company just did some fundraising. First of all, congrats on 7 million. That's great news. I'm betting you guys are probably in the thick of it trying to ramp up your team and get some structure in place. Is that about right? Listen, we know multi-channel is the right approach, but there's an ongoing struggle to sync all multi-channel prospecting under one umbrella. There's a lot of manual work, things falling through the cracks, and you don't have a clear overview on what's going on across the channels. Does this sound familiar to you?
Why does this spiel work? Easy. Bree immediately hooks them with facts about their company showing that she's done the research. Then she relates to them by being really specific about the problems that have and struggle they are currently facing, and by asking if this sounds familiar, you are getting in another yes and potentially opening up the conversation for more. If you have already touched base with your lead via another channel, you'll probably want to start with a different line. So here's a good example for you.
I was just talking to Nadia, who was sharing useful content with you about growing your LinkedIn personal brand. We discussed your company, and I know that you're struggling with multi-channel. I'm curious to see if you found a way to streamline this with personalization.
This spiel is a great option if you have several team members in your funnel because it's an easy way to pass the ball off to the next person. You should always mention the name of the other person that's contacted them, and then by saying something like, "We discussed your company," you are making them feel special and showing that you care. And finally, she asks them a question to get a conversation going so she can get to know their processes better and hopefully steer the rest of the conversation from there. Now comes the first ask, post-spiel. You need to do a quick check-in to see if they're interested before continuing. And this is the part where your extending call is really different because you need to try to keep the conversation going. You want to try to transition this as smoothly as possible and not make it feel like a forced sale. We'll go through some of our favorites with Bree and tell you why this method works so well. First up is a basic ask to add more time.
Okay, Hannah, I promised 30 seconds, and now that we've reached that, are you interested in keeping this going for another minute?
Then you have the reach my time limit ask.
Well, it seems that I've reached my time limit. Are you down to keep chatting a bit?
And lastly, the tease to add more value.
I have a couple other things I wanted to discuss, but it seems that we've reached my time limit. Can we extend it a bit to talk about LinkedIn DMs and how to share useful content?
These transitions get the best results because they mention the time limit, which shows that you care about sticking to your promises. You ask for their permission to continue the call instead of actually telling them what the next step is. It's a really casual ask that is formatted as conversation instead of a pitch. And 4, mentions what else you can talk about in the second part of the call, which takes us right to the next section, the second pitch. So if they agree to your ask, you'll move on to this part. Generally, you want to give more details and really interest them so you know that they'll be ready to say yes to a full meeting at the end of the pitch. Another good thing to do to make your call seem effortless is to connect the subjects and style of your first and second pitch together. Let's dive into a couple of Bree's examples. Here, we have the problem-solving approach that can be paired with some of the first pitches we've already used.
It seems like right now you guys are struggling a bit with personalization and running multi-channel sequences that integrate with your CRM. Did I hit the mark with that observation? Is there anything else bugging you guys right now that you want to work on?
This one works well because you are essentially summarizing what they said previously, which guarantees that you were listening to them. They'll notice that you are paying attention instead of just working your way through a pitch. Plus, then you ask them if you got it right. As we said before, a great way to add in another yes answer and to get them talking even more about their problem. Then, by asking another question, you are really committing to getting to know them and helping them as much as you can. Okay, the title of this one might have you a little confused. Yes, it does say disqualify leads. Sometimes it's best to be straight up with your leads from the start and tell them what you can and can't do, so you don't waste weeks of back and forth for a deal that will remain open for 2 months before finally slipping through the cracks. Check it out how Brie exactly did it.
What are your current goals for your sales team? Okay, and what would you say is preventing you from reaching those goals at the moment? In all honesty, I don't think we'll be able to help you with the first thing you mentioned, but we can definitely put you in the place you need to be to organize your multi-channel sequences and to get you started on LinkedIn. Does that still work for you?
This spiel works so well as a second pitch of the call because you've already spent some time getting to know the person on the other end of the phone. So they'll just trust what you have to say. We know it's not pretty, but honestly, sometimes it's better to identify leads that you simply won't be able to close the deal for. On the other side, for the leads that you can, you'll get to know some really useful information about them so you know what they need and identify the aspects of your product service you do really well according to this. And you are super honest about your abilities so they know what to expect, which can work in 2 ways. First of all, it ensures that they don't have unrealistic expectations. If they want something you'll never have, it's not a good match, and like I pointed out, you're just wasting everyone's time by lying about this. But second of all, it really allows you to separate yourself from competitors. For instance, if someone on a call with a lemlist SDR say they are looking to increase their stat with personalization, our team is ready to tell them all about the personalized memes, landing page, video thumbnails, and more that we have. Plus, compare them to competitors that only have custom tags. It's basically a really easy way to make a pitch without sounding salesy because you do lead with honesty. All right, now you've made it through the second pitch, you can move on to the last part, your call to action. This is where you'll seal the deal and ask for a full meeting. Like Brie says, you've already done the heavy lifting, so this part can be pretty low-key. We have a few more examples to listen to, and then we'll wrap up this question. First up is the all that said closing.
So all that said, it'd be really cool if we could organize a call to talk a bit more about how lemlist might be able to help you even more. What do you say? You in?
Then the ask to dive deeper.
Okay, I'd love to schedule a call with you and Nadia so she can really dig deep and figure out what would work best for your company. Do you have your calendar handy?
And finally, to see if they enjoyed the call so far.
If you liked anything you heard over the past few minutes, I'd love to get a proper call set up with you. Does that sound feasible?
These CTAs work because they tease the benefits of a long call, which creates some FOMO. It's also a super casual invitation to chats, and they not set up a meeting. And it's all yes or no questions. Plus, it's done in a very smooth way to make saying yes effortless, especially if they've been saying yes throughout the call. And that's the end of the call structure explanation, but keep in mind that you can mix and match the strategy to find what works best for you. To give you an idea of exactly how we would use them, Brie recorded a short and long call that we would use complete with some personalization, all based on the ideas from the previous section. We'll start with a shorter call, and here you want to focus on providing the most value possible in a short time. Now, let's go through the pieces of this call.
Hey Emily, I was on your company's career page and I saw you guys are hiring for a number of sales positions. I also see on your LinkedIn that you're overseeing this and just had a quick question about that. It's Brianna from lemlist. Do you have a minute to talk? I promise I'll keep it short. So can I ask, what is your multi-channel funnel looking like right now? All right, that sounds like a pretty good routine you got set up there. What kind of results are you getting with those campaigns? Okay. And what would you say your typical target looks like? Have you tried adding videos to your outreach? I'd be happy to send over a video to show you how you can create a personalized video and a landing page for your leads that integrates with your meeting calendar. I really think it can help boost those results a bit. Does that sound good? There's a lot more we could talk about, but I don't want to take up too much of your time today. Can we schedule a call next week to dive in deeper?
In this case, Brie started with an opener that shows she did her homework about the lead, asked permission for their time, and demonstrates that she will respect this. Then, she made the pitch flow nicely by connecting it to the questions she mentioned in the intro. She said that she had a question for them, so the spiel she chose was the advisor one that asked questions about their current processes. She asked a couple of questions to get to know them, then suggested some content that could help them based on this, and finally teased them by saying they could have more to talk about and asking to schedule a call. Notice how it connects to what we talked about earlier. The call is under 1 minute, but you get a ton of value from it by asking questions about the lead and acting as their advisor, showing that you are here only to help. Moving on to the extending call, it's important to stick to one theme throughout the call so it all flows together nicely and seems like a casual convo. Let's check out Bree's long call.
Hey Dave, thanks for picking up. I know you didn't expect me to call. Do you mind if I take 30 seconds to tell you why I'm calling and you can tell me if you think we should continue the call? Okay, so I saw that you guys at your company just did some fundraising. First of all, congrats on 7 million. That is great news. I'm betting you guys are probably in the thick of it trying to ramp up your team and get some structure in place. Is that about right? Listen, we know multi-channel is the right approach, but there's an ongoing struggle to sync all of multi-channel prospecting under one umbrella. There's a lot of manual work, things falling through the cracks, and you don't have a clear overview on what's going on across the channels. Does that sound familiar to you? Okay, well then I definitely think lemlist can help make all this much more simple for you and your team. It seems I've reached my time limit. Are you down to keep chatting a bit? Okay, so what are your current goals right now for your sales team? And what would you say is preventing you from reaching those goals at the moment? Well, in all honesty, I don't think we'll be able to help you with sending out emails to thousands of leads a week, but we can definitely put you in the place that you need to be to personalize the emails that will get you the same number of conversions. Does that still work for you? All right, so if you like anything you heard over the past few minutes, I'd love to get a proper call set up with you. Does that sound feasible?
Okay, time to break it apart. She started with an opener that makes a clear ask for their time and gives them the power to decide if the call will continue. Then, in her pitch, she shows them that she's done her research on them, but also that she knows the struggle they face. And to close out her pitch, she asks them to confirm this struggle, which is a great transition to ask them if they want to hear more and also to sneak in another yes. Then this leads right into the question if they would like to continue our convo, a nice and smooth transition. And in the ask, she added a bit of the FOMO effect by telling them she has more to talk about regarding their specific problems, so it's increasingly hard for them to say no. Then, as not to waste their time, she gets straight to the point in my second pitch with the method of disqualifying leads. Bree asked exactly what they were looking for and told them how we could help. Completely straightforward, with no room for confusion. Once she confirms that this works for them, she immediately asks if they're up for a meeting so they can talk further. Overall, a great way to hook leads, show them you know their problems and want to help them work through them, and finally, ensure they are looking for what you offer. Now that you've seen these examples, you know how you can formulate the calls for yourself. Listen back to the example in the previous sections and find some cool structures that you think might work for you and think about cool ways you could personalize them. Next up are some problems you might encounter during cold calls and solution to them. Look, I know calls are really intimidating, especially when people start to push back. By knowing the possibilities for how things could go wrong and seeing the solution to it, you can eliminate half of your fears, if not more. Preparation is the key to your success with cold calls. All right, let's get this party started. This one is a common one. How many times have you heard someone brush you off with a "just send me an email about it"? Probably hundreds of times. So, what is your usual response? Do you agree to send it over hoping that they will actually read it and respond? Or do you inquire further? If you've been doing tons of cold calls, you know that when people say this, 99.99999% of them aren't going to even open your email. So both the call and email were a complete waste of time. Please don't fall into this trap. Here's what you can do. Ask them to be honest with you. Say something like, "Okay, first name, can I ask you an awkward question? I've done a lot of these cold calls, and generally, when someone says this, I spend a lot of time putting a beautiful email together, and it's really just their way of telling me that they aren't interested in my lame cold call. Am I completely off base with that?" This makes you stand out and helps you save a ton of time crafting useless emails. And now, we have an even worse situation. The "I'm in a meeting" response. First of all, can we address how weird this is? Who the hell answers their phone during a meeting? But unfortunately, this does happen. So what do you say when it does? Do you immediately apologize for the interruption and swear to never call again? Or do you try to continue the call? Here's the thing with this one. Your chances of winning this deal are non-existent if you just apologize and get off the phone. So why not at least give it a shot? I mean, you got them to answer after all. So we recommend using a similar opener to others one, but thanking them for taking the call first and mentioning the meeting to avoid interrupting them another time. If you really want to be a smartass, take an example from our friends Nick and Armand from 30 Minutes to President's Club. Start with, well, in that case, do you want to put me on speaker so everyone else can hear me botch this pitch? You are guaranteed to at least get a chuckle out of them, and if they say yes, and you did your due diligence, you might win over some hearts. What a better way to start off with a lead. Now, we have a really common problem and one that we faced a ton during COVID. Does anyone else get a ton of answers from office managers that said everyone was working from home? Yeah, 2020 was fun. Anyways, what do you do when you get stuck at gatekeepers? We have a few tactics you can use to handle this situation and still end up booking a meeting. You can make a familiar ask, be open and ask for help, try to get some insider info, or frame it as a courtesy call. And we're bringing back Simon's advice to break this down for you. For the familiar ask, you can make it seem like you know this person and you are calling like you would any other day. Nothing crazy, take a look at Simon's version. Pretty much as simple as it gets, and it works like a charm because it's so casual that they usually don't question you. Another route you can go is to ask for their help, which makes them feel valued, something that gatekeepers often like. Here's Simon's version of this. Hey, this is Simon with Lemlist and I was looking to talk to Mark. I think he is the right person to talk to you about XYZ. Do you think you could help me out? It works so well because you are ensuring that you're reaching out to the right person, but also asking for their help. Or there is also use another variation of this, the insider info method. With this strategy, you'll ask them to verify some info for you, but in a friendly way. Use the same tactic as before, but ask to confirm things like contact info, if it's the right person to talk to, if the timing is good, etc., etc. And lastly, we have the courtesy call technique. The important things to remember with this one is that you should have already done other steps of your campaign first so you can tie this into your ask. Let's check out Simon's example. Hey, this is Simon from Lemlist. I'm trying to get a hold of Mark because of XYZ. I just wanted to put in a courtesy call because it looks like he has opened my emails, but I just haven't been able to get a hold of him. This creates a little bit of FOMO and shows the gatekeeper that you've already been in contact, so they are more likely to put you through. Another problem cold callers face is not having the right mindset. There are a few things you can do to change this. You can identify your trigger, make your doubts a villain, think about your prospect needs, and set up a time block. Simon's gonna walk us through how he does this. Let's take away the bullshit here. There are very few people that actually like making cold calls. Who wakes up every day and say, wow, I'm so pumped to call the 100 people I don't know today in hopes of booking a meeting. Maybe some weirdos, but most people do not feel this way. So we have some tactic for you to help fight your negativity and get in that grind mindset. The first one is to get to the root of the problem. Identify why you don't want to do the cold calls. Really. From there, you can go in and break down these fears. Then you should give the negative cold call voice in your head a bad guy character and act like you are beating the villain. Really, do anything and everything you can to fight that negativity away with positivity. Cheesy, but works really well. Something that can also help with the positive mindset is to turn it around instead of making it about you. Think about what they are currently doing and how you can help them accomplish their goals. And the last thing you can do to get over your cold call fright is to simply do it. That's right. Get your ass up and make those calls. And don't just spread them out around the day, doing one every now and then. To build up some momentum, you should time block your cold calls. Get all your shit ready and do it. Take 1 hour for 20, 30 cold calls and LinkedIn message, email, right after. Treat it like a really hard workout you just want to get in. Another thing to help you feel the momentum is to actually make your calls standing up. It's a great way to keep your energy high and motivate you to finish. Look, I know these calls are difficult, but don't keep telling yourself it's going to be hard. Just do it. It won't be as hard as you made it in your head. Or honestly, it might be, but you'll get some cool conversation out of the deal and hopefully build some solid relationships along the way. And the last problem we'll go over is the case of a foreigner that's battling a native English market. We're pretty familiar with this at lemlist, considering more than half of our team is international and focused on native English speakers. And in this case, we are going to give you two different scenarios, Brianna versus Simon. Bri is a US native and she's done hundreds of cold calls in the States in her marketing role. Then we have Simon. Our senior SDR at lemlist is a Frenchie that's done thousands of cold calls during his time in sales. There are two different objectives here. Bri did a couple of rounds of cold calls during her process to interview people for some studies, and Simon was making calls for his multi-channel sequence focused on leads in the States. And since they are different people with two different missions, they also had different experiences. Bri was new to cold call as a marketer, so it was a bit challenging, but once she got into the swing of things, the calls became a lot easier. On Simon's side, he was a bit intimidated to call into the US, but was able to overcome this after finding the right plan of attack. It can be a bit overwhelming to call into a market where you aren't a native speaker, and Simon understands the struggle of fearing the leads won't want to listen to someone from another country. But don't let this fear get you. There are absolutely ways you can move past this. I mean, look at me. I'm a French dude with my company operating internationally, with a majority of clients being in native English countries, with a majority of clients being actually based in the US. For Simon, his goal to get his confidence back is to be really upfront and address that he isn't from their country. Let's take a look at his opener for the US market.
Hey John, this is Simon from lemlist. You know, I'm the French guy with a terrible English accent calling to interrupt your day. Look, I know you were not expecting this, so can I just take 30 seconds of your time to tell you why I'm calling?
And this works so well because it adds some humor right away while also using the tactics we showed you earlier. Plus, once you get the prospect to say yes after you say that you aren't an English native, it doesn't matter where you come from. All that matters is that they want to talk to you, so it puts you in the exact same position as a native speaker would be in. But what about our scenario with Bri and Simon? Where did this get them? Bri was able to book some meetings to have long interviews with companies that gave her the info she needed to continue the study. As for Simon, his accent didn't stop him from killing the market. Just look at those numbers. Congratulations, you've made it to the end of your cold call structures and know exactly how to handle objections. But now what? It's not quite time to pop the champagne. First, you need to manage the after the call, starting with analyzing how you did. There are a few things you should look at following your calls. First of all, how many calls did you make versus how many meetings you booked, aka meetings booked rate. Second, go back and listen to all these calls to determine the factors of the winning calls so you can repeat this in future calls. Third, if you aren't getting people to answer or most people aren't being converted to a meeting, you might need to take a look at the work you did in the prep phase. If no one is answering, you could be calling on a bad day or time for this audience, so consider switching it up before you throw in the hat. On the other hand, if people are answering but shutting you down during your pitches or declining the question to book a meeting, you might have the wrong target audience or simply aren't showing this audience how you can help them in the right ways. If you think this might be the case, see if you can phone a friend that fits into your segment and ask them to go through the main points of your pitch. A lot of times when you look at your analysis, it can be a bit discouraging, so don't let these things get to you. If you did the proper analysis that I just said, you will easily be able to determine what the problems are and iterate to create better cold calls. But in the meantime, there are a couple of things you can do to deal with the rejections. The first one is that you can look back at your goals. Take a look at the long-term goals you have and get some inspiration to keep going. By remembering the motivation you had when you set these goals, you'll get some inspiration to continue. The next one, and my personal favorite, is to read positive customer reviews and stories. Unless you are a spammer, a lot of people are really grateful for everything your product or service has done to them. So go back and see exactly why what you are doing matters and why you should continue to do it to give other people this exact same results. It's a great hack when you're really stuck in a call rut. And the last thing you can do after a call is to have a roundtable practice session. How do you do this? Bring 3 to 5 people from your sales team into a room. Get a list of people to call with all their info prepped and ready before your session, and then have everyone call different prospects and turn it on speaker so you can all take notes while the other person done the calls. So after everyone has done the rounds, you can analyze all the notes and figure out what worked and what didn't. This might sound like a lot of work and you might have a little bit of a stage fright. So before you talk to yourself out of this, let me show you the great benefits of one of these sessions. Everyone is listening to this call, which means you have extra ears to help you find little things you might not have noticed if you were the person calling. And on the reserve side, as the person listening, you'll be able to see how phrases you use actually sound on the other end of the phone. And another cool thing is that using these formats allows you to change up the strategy. So, for example, if you notice after the first round that the intro line isn't working or one of your questions is too confusing, you can redo it for the next rounds. It can also help you realize that this is not a competition to see who can do the best on calls. You're all on the same team, and by working together, you can find the approaches that would work best. So most likely in the last round of calls, the last people will have the best calls, but that is because you all work to find the perfect strategy all together. And lastly, you can all go back and replay the calls to hear the prospect's tone and attitude so you can pinpoint exactly where the call is going wrong and be able to address the problem. To make sure you'll do your cold calls like a pro, I thought of giving you a step-by-step guide that will help you to practice and improve your techniques. So in the end, I'll give you all our secrets. Let's begin with the first useful piece of advice. Slow down and lose the professional voice. Talking too fast and too formal makes you sound less credible and nervous. Speak at a normal pace in a clear and casual manner. Break your calls up into call blitzes. Open a tab for each person you plan to call. Don't close it until you've called them. Making 60 calls a day, do 6 call blitzes of 10 people. And most importantly, move fast and break things. Don't wait for the perfect prospect, just start dialing. The more you talk, the higher risk you have of messing up. Don't be afraid to try unique approaches, you'll stand out. Don't take things personally, a lot of people will hang up, not reply, not be interested. The most important thing is to put those feelings aside. See it as a Mario Kart game. If you lose, nothing bad will happen. You just try again until you succeed. Record your calls and listen to them. You'll discover your bad arguments, language mistakes, etc. This will make you improve significantly. Always save time slot in your agenda to get in the cold calling mood. The first one won't be good, but they'll warm you up. Cut your notifications and be ultra focused. Smile when you're on the phone. Don't think that you'll be annoyed or will interrupt their day. Be dynamic rather than boring. Do what makes you feel comfortable. So for example, walking around the room while calling. Try to reach out to one of their coworkers beforehand so you can mention that you had a chat with them. Trust will instantly be higher. Don't ask, "How are you?" You feel like it's a polite way of doing things, but you don't care and the person on the phone either. Make it straight and to the point, but don't rush. Don't second guess yourself, be confident and give value. When you bring value, ask at the end, have you at least learned something new from this X minutes? And don't forget, stop doing what other people are doing and try to always stand out and find new ways. That's a wrap on the cold call session. You've got everything you need to start killing your calls and booking more meetings. But remember, this is all part of a multi-channel approach. And without the additional context of LinkedIn and email, you can't use a lot of the winning strategies we mentioned today.
During the next minutes, we'll cover some dope strategy for going multi-channel with a breakdown of what this looks like in real life. In short, you'll get a step-by-step guide on crafting your multi-channel campaign and have outstanding results that will boost your revenue. So let's get cracking. To start, let's take a trip down memory lane. Well, we're not going too far back, but back to a time when automation had taken over, and not in a good way. It resulted in everything being done by computers with zero human touches, aka no human connection whatsoever. It's like if we let Google Doc suggestions write for us our blog articles, something tells me it wouldn't be very helpful to our readers. Because although computers are good at doing calculating things fast, they aren't quite adapted to understanding feelings and beliefs yet. Which, you should know at this point, is a vital aspect of communication. So, all this said, these automated messages didn't do so hot and ended up in the spam folder most times, simply because they weren't adding any real value. Now, let's fast forward to the present. We're sending personalized and relevant messages that actually bring value and start a natural conversation. But here's the trick. It's still automated, but better. We are still doing things like adding personalized sentences and creating images and videos that are specific to each lead, but we can semi-automate the process by putting all this info into a CSV file, setting up your message in your cold email tool, and using custom variables for things like first name, signature, company name, etc., etc. And this time, you can be sure your message isn't going to spam, but you're getting impeccable response rates and creating valuable relationships. Because in the end, always remember that your multi-channel strategy is here to help you book meetings, bring value to people, and help them solve a specific need. So, what exactly are we going to be covering today? We'll go over the essence of a multi-channel sales strategy, where I'll share with you some of our secret tactics that we've tested for years. Next, we'll see how the different channels can interact with each other so you'll know how to pick the best one for your strategy. We'll also uncover some very practical examples you can use and even replicate without effort in your campaigns. And finally, we'll tackle a few examples that give amazing results for big sales teams. And I almost forget. I also have a couple of secret hacks that I will be sharing at some point, but for now, let's jump right into the good stuff. We covered this a bit in the intro, but I'm going to refresh your memory a little bit. Remember our sales strategies? Let's break it down. It all starts with positioning yourself as a thought leader so that people will want to hear what you have to say. How do we do this? But most importantly, how do you do this? First thing first, you might want to post high quality and extremely valuable content on LinkedIn that helps people accomplish their goals. Here, your goal is to share value without expecting anything in return. You can also start interacting with other people's content and partaking in podcasts, conferences, interviews, etc. to teach people everything you know. In this way, you can raise your brand awareness and you'll become more and more visible on people's feeds. And the more they will see you, the more they will want to keep themselves updated with your content and everything you do. That's how you end up building relationships with people. Through your valuable content, you connect with your leads, so you boost your chances of networking with them. You initiate real conversation with your network and engage with people's posts with the goal to leave the most valuable comment possible. And the last step of this strategy, engaging with people on their terms. This translates to sending emails that bring value and solve problems for your prospect, and delivering LinkedIn direct messages that address your prospect pain points. On top of it, you will also add cold calls in order to make sure that you're not missing out on any opportunities. Looking back at this strategy, do you notice a common factor? It's adding value. At each step, and honestly, with every word you send to your prospect, you should be adding value to them. So, why spend this much time on personalization and brand building when you could just send those completely automated messages and lie low on socials? Because it will help you develop a strong personal brand and online presence that gives you authority and helps increase your impact. It turns your LinkedIn profile into an automatic lead gen engine that has people coming to you instead of vice versa. It helps you book more meetings with relevant and personalized messages, so you know that you are reaching out to people that will actually want to become and stay your clients. You'll be able to connect all the different channels in a high-performing sales funnel that reaches your audience on the best channel for them. And as a cherry on top, you'll get to network and connect with some pretty cool people along the way. Sounds like a pretty sweet deal, right? But it takes some heavy lifting and it won't be an overnight transformation. You need to start with a personal brand. And yes, emphasize on the needs. Why? because it impacts everything we just covered. Your reach and awareness will not be nearly as high if you are relying solely on the company brand. Let's be honest, people don't connect as well with companies that they connect with people. That's why it's important for you to position as someone they would want to get in touch with and talk to. The better your personal brand will be, the better your outreach results will become. If you combine both a strong personal brand and an amazing multi-channel outbound strategies, then your revenue will simply skyrocket. Then we're talking about reply rates and engagements. If they've never heard of you and you have nothing to back up all your experience and knowledge, why will they want to trust you? Lastly, this translates into booking and conversion rates. Simply, no awareness through LinkedIn or response through your outreach means very little meetings booked. So, if this is where you are now, imagine where you could be if you actually used multi-channel. I mean, take a look at my profile. I don't want to brag or anything, but I work really hard to share as much value as possible with my audience. Whether it's through my masterclass or even just a daily post, I'm constantly sharing my best tips to help people out. And it works. People are extremely appreciative and ready to hear more because they have proof that it works. Just look at the reach of this post. More than 500 comments from people who are interested in the resource that I was sharing. It's huge. And this is only my profile. Imagine the results if all your VPs apply the same strategy. We have Nadia, for example. She shares her journey as head of sales and increases sales while boosting her network. By sharing so much, she provides others access to results they might not have without some trial and error, saving them tons of time. This translates to a really happy network that is willing to help her succeed because she's done so much to help them. And same goes for Vuk. He drops so much value and shares his experience with content marketing, growth, and being a manager so others can learn from it. People then get to know him and know what to expect from his future content. So they are pumped when he announces something new. Now, let's really blow your mind. Imagine your entire team start doing this. So each person is building their networks and creating value. The results are pretty amazing. But I'm not just going to preach to you about it. Let's show some more examples. Check out Simon. Since he is a senior SDR, he shares his secrets for email outreach and includes some really helpful content for our target audience. Then we have Daria, doing the same thing but on the marketing side. Since she deals a lot with backlinks exchange and working with other creators on podcasts and webinars, she shares her best techniques to create some killer partnerships. Then we have Charlotte, that works with digital marketing. So she shares her experience in the data-focused side of marketing. If she tests something out, she's sharing all this info with her network so they know how to replicate it for themselves. There's also Marwan, on the French side of our sales team, sharing his best successes and worst failures so others SDR can see what works and what doesn't based on real numbers. And Brianna is on the marketing side, but with a focus on sharing actionable tips for content creators and reaching an audience that is mainly US-based. So each person on this team is reaching a different segment, expanding our overall reach as a company and spreading word of mouth. And this multi-channel approach gets us some pretty good results. With reply rates above 40%, conversion rates going from 30 to 40%, LinkedIn content reaching close to 30 million people per month, and attracting thousands of followers to our profiles. It's clearly a really scalable strategy that anyone can do with a bit of effort and dedication. And you're up next. With what we've already taught you about targeting, personal branding, cold emailing, and cold calling, you just need to see how to combine all of this to create the perfect setup. Now we're getting into the juicy stuff, how the different channels interact together in real life. It starts with one all-important question. What multi-channel sequences you should send? But don't worry, lucky for you, we've tested hundreds of different campaigns and sequences in order to find what works best. We have actually outlined 4 winning strategies. A relationship-first approach, a tactic to help them solve one of their real problems, a hack to grab their attention with engagement, and a reverse-engineered approach that will get people coming to you first. So, Let's break down each of these so you can replicate it for yourself. Starting with the relationship first strategy. The first step is to connect with your target audience on LinkedIn. In session 3, we went over how to define your target audience, and I showed you a couple of ways to use LinkedIn search to find your perfect audience. Now, it's time to put that to use. By using LinkedIn search or Sales Nav, you can actually filter your results to people that are most likely to be interested in your product or service, and more importantly, the people that will benefit from it the most. So, what kind of filters does this look like? On LinkedIn search, you'll want to use filters like location, profile language, and industry. Then, you can use Boolean searches to really filter down the job by job title and use the connections of filter. We've seen how to do this in session number 6. And with Sales Navigator, you can search by people that are following your company, only people that were active within the last 30 days, people that previously worked at companies that are clients of yours, etc. Once you have your LinkedIn search done and a list of prospects ready, you can add them to your campaigns in just 2 clicks thanks to the lemlist expansion. That's as simple as that. Now, as far as this campaign goes, in this case, we would start with a connection request. This way, you can expand your network and start getting to know these prospects. But keep in mind, you do have LinkedIn limits, so you shouldn't send any more than 20 invites per day. And you can decide if you want to use an invite message or not. If you do decide to add a message, be sure to personalize it. No one likes those connection messages that were clearly copy-pasted. But this doesn't need to be hard. You can automate it with custom tags and create a personalized sentence or 2 for each of your leads. The next step here is to expose them to relevant content. Assuming they accept your connection request, or even if they are just checking out your profile before accepting, they'll see your LinkedIn content. So, how do you make sure your content fits with what they are looking for? Use all the techniques we showed you in the past sessions. But we'll also go through a couple of examples now to show you how it looks together. Here, we have a post from Ilya, and his goal was to help out this audience by teaching them how to create a solid LinkedIn strategy. So he offered to share our LinkedIn ebook, but instead of just outright stating this, he takes his audience through a problem plus solution story. LinkedIn marketing is dead. He starts off with a bang to get attention, knowing that this is something controversial that his audience will want to see more about. And before showing his solution, he makes sure to establish his credibility, aka why the heck anyone should listen to him. LinkedIn is implementing tough limits. So you can't just send tons of messages and generate leads. Does it mean that LinkedIn marketing is dead? For some people, yes. If you're a spammer, yes. And once people know they can trust him, that's when he goes in for the hook to build interest and then spell out how they can access to this helpful piece of content. LinkedIn is no more about spam. It's about building relationships. But how to build relationships? We've prepared an ebook about that. If you want it, comment below and you'll get it directly into your direct messages. Next up, we have Irina, and her goal for this post was to actually share our email deliverability checklist in order to help people stay out of spam. To get people interested, she started with a story she knows her audience is familiar with, spending their hard-earned time crafting emails just for them to land in spam. You're crafting your personalized cold email sequences, you have 100 leads to reach out to, you send those perfect cold emails, and half of them end up in spam. She knows this is a huge dilemma SDRs are facing, so she teases a way that it can be fixed. And then goes in with a solution and a comment and get tactic to drive more engagement. Our email deliverability checklist, comment below and add me so I can send it over. Another great way to increase your reach is with LinkedIn polls. I know you might be a little sick of them, but the honest truth is they are like magic for the LinkedIn algorithm and can help you get to know your audience better. This takes us to the next example, one of my posts. It's important to share helpful tips and content with your audience, but it's also good to talk about macro things, especially by giving your opinion on trendy industry topics. In this example, I tackled the subject of remote work. I gave my really honest opinion of this subject and it really hooked people in. No, remote work is not the future of work. Yes, tech companies generated tons of money during the pandemic and people were working remotely. But remote work is not for everyone. Then I inspired others by showing empathy for people that might not like remote work. Lots of people suffered from loneliness while working from home. Some people need to be with others. And instead of leaving empty promises on the table, I put my money where my mouth is. I shared our remote office balance at lemlist, showing that I'm not just something hopping on this topic because it's trendy. When we started lemlist, we were fully remote, but I was working from an incubator. I love people, and sitting next to others boosts my energy and focus. Today, we have people working in the office or remotely. Everyone works on its own term. It's something I really care about and want to share my opinion about. So I wrapped it all up, a quick summary to finish the post with confidence. Maybe that's the future of work. Simply trusting the people you work with and letting them decide. By having these two types of content on your profile, you are showing people who you are individually and that you'll be able to help them solve their problems, making it easier for them to make a connection with you and trust that you are the right person to network with. And now we have the next step in our technique, starting the conversation. By the way, I have a golden advice on how to pick the right message to start a conversation, but for now, it's important to remember that at this point in your communication, you still don't want to take a sales approach. Think about it as you would with a non-business related relationships. We don't need to make this romantic, so just picture that you just met a really cool person in your new neighborhood. You are at the block party, just chatting, and they tell you about a supermarket down the road that is 10% cheaper than the other stores in your area, and they even stock local produce. So, at this point you're thinking, great, this seems like a cool person that has the same interest as I do, and we can help each other find new things in the area. But then, out of the blue, they start talking about going on family vacation together and trying to get you settled for a date next June. Chances are you're going to feel bombarded and frankly that this person is a bit of a weirdo. Well, this is where your prospects are if you try to sell them at this point in your sequence. They are just starting to get to know you and trust you, but they aren't ready to start a convo about using your product or service quite yet. So, you want to start a conversation without selling them anything and with a complete focus on them. You should give genuine compliments that you really mean and treat prospects as real people, not just your leads. You can do this by mentioning things about content they've produced, a LinkedIn post you saw them tagged in, or even info about their company. Something that will show them you know them, but that is also completely genuine. Hey Jane, if you haven't already noticed through my engagement, I'm a big fan of your content. I love all the tips you've been giving about the video content. It's really something I'm working on right now. AKA, don't message someone and say, hey, I love the article you wrote about blah, 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 unless you actually read the article. I'm not saying you need to read and analyze every word, but skim it. And that way, your next sentence can be an even more personalized one about your favorite part of the article. Then, the next thing you can do is ask for a meeting to get to know each other through your common interest, always mentioning what's in it for them. I'd love to grab a virtual coffee sometime so we can chat more about content creation. I'd be happy to share what we do at lemlist that got us to 8 million in ARR at that time. You can even add a LinkedIn profile visit right before this just to grab their attention and show that you are doing your due diligence. And your third step, the LinkedIn message we just showed you before, comes immediately after that with no delay. You can turn the message into pure custom tags so you can personalize it for each lead and add it to a CSV file. Like the one we showed you before would look like this. So, I have a personalized icebreaker for each lead and a meeting invite that fits with their interest. And this works like a charm. People are much more likely to respond to messages if you are real with them and show them you honestly care. Thanks, this really means so much coming from another content creator. I'd be down for a coffee chat. Does next week work? But this isn't only possible through DMs. You can replicate the same process with email. Just add a simple subject line such as coffee ? And a personal intro to break the ice as, I'm impressed by the result you got with the sequence you shared in your latest post. I can't imagine the other campaigns you are building. Plus, A funny image that is sure to put a smile on their faces. People like when you are human with them and show your personal side, so don't hide it. The setup will be the exact same as if it was a DM, so you'll include the profile visit to grab their attention and then go in with your email. And results are the same as with a message. People love to connect when you're real with them. Sure, as a content marketing best practice say, never say no to a virtual coffee. So Daria got lots of opportunities to meet new people from the industry. The last part of this strategy is providing real value and giving them personal solution to their challenges. This is kind of like the LinkedIn post we showed you in the second step, but on a much more personal level. Instead of addressing it to your entire audience, you can personalize it for each lead or for groups of leads depending on your goals and prospect tiers. Check out this example for instance. Hey name, I love seeing your content on here. Great post about expanding to the US market. I saw a video that might help you out. Enjoy. It's a short and sweet LinkedIn message, gets straight to the point, and provides value while connecting back to your product and service. Again, you can easily switch out the LinkedIn message with an email and go into a bit more details. In this example, we added personalization with our icebreaker, but we also segmenting out prospects into groups of problems so you can send them really helpful content based on problem they might be facing. Hey first name, loving the way you're so transparent about your past failures on LinkedIn. It's really inspiring to me. Considering your rich experience in outreach, you definitely know that a fruitful campaign depends on quality of lead generation. As we see, we kept the verbiage super casual and wanted to stay on common ground with them, but also provide as much value as possible. Here's how this looks like on the setup side. We added a 3-day delay after the previous message to give the prospect time between the communication so you don't overwhelm them. Then you add another LinkedIn visit to grab their attention and show them you're still interested in connecting. And again, the message goes right after this so the two actions are connected. In this case, we used the email, but we left the subject line blank, so it will go under the same thread as the first email we sent. You can also easily replace the second message with a call. You've already introduced yourself with your previous LinkedIn and email actions, so this can just be a way to formally introduce yourself and build a deeper relationship. You can even add a little script in the notes so you remember what you wanted to talk about and won't have to worry about getting nervous at the last second. What's the result of this approach? 30% reply rate and some great relationships built. From here, you can move on to the actual selling part. But building a strong relationship first makes it much easier to connect because it feels like they are talking to a friend or colleague instead of just a salesperson. The next strategy we'll go over plays off the idea we already established, solving problems for your lead. So the first step of this is to deeply understand their pain points. After all, you can't help them unless you thoroughly understand the problem, right? To do this, you'll want to do a bit of research. Of course, you can always call current clients that fit in the target audience you are reaching out to and ask them questions about the biggest problem they are facing at the moment and how your tool or service helps them solve this. But if you're looking for some other faster ways to do this, I have a couple up my sleeves. The easiest thing you can do is go to their LinkedIn activity to see what they've been posting about or other posts that they've engaged with. If they are active on this channel, you can usually find a post about the current thing they are working on and some struggle they might be facing. For example here, the lead creates content around cold email and even states in her post that she struggles in getting the wanted results. This post will work really well because you can also check out what other people have to say about it and if it seemed like a recurring problem for other people. If so, you've got your subject. Another goldmine for research is job ads. Why? Because they give you direct insight on what your target is working on and what their goals are, which should be what you're helping them to accomplish. You can easily do this by searching for jobs on LinkedIn with the same title as your prospect and in the same field. If you really want to get into it, you can even filter by company and see what common things they want all employees to work on or what kind of culture the company has. The next step is to connect with your prospects on LinkedIn. Since we already went through this, I won't go into too many details. You'll do your search that we talked about before, and then you can either send them an invite manually or automating using a blank invite or personalized connection message. Then you can start the conversation with your sole focus being on the lead. Check out this message, for example. The focus on helping the leads through content instead of pitching the solution. Hello, first name, just recorded my entire outreach. It might give you some of the approaches as used with you, but I also wanted to send you a backstage sneak peek of how I've done my outreach to you in this video. So he knows their pain, crafting the perfect sequence, but it goes right for the money by showing them how to solve it. For an email version, check out this one. Simon started out with a completely personalized sentence, the icebreaker, that he filled with info about the lead. Before anything, great ebook about cold email. The lead gen part was genius. Then he added some other little touches of customization for prospect, still with a focus on them, but knowing what to talk about because he knows their pain points. For instance, here, Simon made reference to a recent accomplishment of the company, and he added a question that shows he wants to get to know them better. I'm curious what you guys put in place at company name to ensure your team is putting proper personalization in their cold outreach. To really emphasize how much he focused on the lead, think about it this way. The only mention of him or lemlist is in the PS. We grew from 0 to 8 million ARR using cold outbound, bootstrap, happy to share what worked for us. Yeah, that's a lead-focused email. So now that you've addressed their pain points, you can position your solution in an actionable way that doesn't seem too salesy. Let's break down one of the ways you can do that. One of our favorite is by sending an email with a personalized thumbnail leading to a personalized landing page video. Since this is a follow-up email, you can add another powerful icebreaker to show the lead that you're really trying to get to know them. Like, exchange with David from your team. In the meantime, he told me you love finding new hacks to do lead generation. Excited to share our methods at lemlist. Then make a reference to a previous message you sent, but nothing too long or pushy. Just a gentle reminder so they can check it out. I tried to reach out to you yesterday by phone without any success. And here you can see the video thumbnail. In this case, we personalized it with custom text, their LinkedIn profile pic, and even the company logo. There is no doubt this video is for them. Because it's so personalized, a lot of people will at least be interested to click on the thumbnail. Then the next goal is to get them to finish watching the video. You can encourage this by leaving a personalized message to tease the video like, "Hello, glad to see that you're checking this little video that I recorded for you." And pack the video with actionable tips to show them how their pains can be solved. That way, they'll want to keep watching and even learn more when the video is over. This takes us to the next goal, booking a meeting. Hopefully, after watching your video, your lead will be interested in booking a meeting with you since you already were so helpful. To make sure it's as easy as possible for them to do this, you can embed your Calendly link right into the landing page so you can reduce the friction. So notice how, in this example, each step has a different goal, all leading to booking the meeting. None of it is selling lemlist. The next strategy we'll cover is our engagement hack to grab your leads' attention. It will start the same way as the previous ones did, but I'll show you a cool new way to find your target audience. We're still going to be using LinkedIn to search, but in a different way. Check it out. We'll go to LinkedIn and search with a hashtag that relates to your subject. This way, you'll find some relevant posts. For example, here we are looking for people that have recently got funding, so I'll search Series A hashtag to find startup that just went through their first round of funding. This works wonder because for us, we know these people will be scaling their team soon and looking for tools that will make it easier to work together. Then you can do the same thing as before, adding leads through the lemlist extension and automatically connect with all your leads. Here is where your engagement hack comes in. Now that you've found some relevant leads and have their posts related to your subject, you'll comment on the post. By doing this, you'll be able to break the ice before a cold call or email so people can recognize your name and face before you actually talk to them, making any next steps more warm than cold. Now, for this particular campaign, we were congratulating everyone on their funding, so there isn't too much to comment about. However, for other circumstances, like if we had searched posts related to growing the company, we would aim to leave the best comment possible on the post. Don't just comment anything, but something that will make them reflect on. This way, you are really standing out from the crowd and they'll be sure to remember you. So, to set up a LinkedIn comment in your campaign, you'll just add a manual step after the LinkedIn invite and use a 2-day delay so you don't overwhelm your leads or seem too salesy. And you can add all the important info so when you reach this step, you'll have everything you need at your fingerprints. If you have some specific templates, you can even add those so it will only take a couple of minutes to comment on the post. You can even add a button with a link to keep the process smooth and efficient. And of course, the last step here is to reach out to them individually. You can do this through whichever channel works best: cold call, email, or LinkedIn DM. If you're going for a call, be sure to have a short delay in between that and the comment so the prospect will remember your engagement. In this case, we knew they would be swamped with the first few days announcing the fundraising, so we added a 1-day delay for a total of 3 days after the initial announcement. And of course, you should mention your comment in your call intro. You can also go with the same idea over email. Make the intro 100% focus on them and their accomplishments. Hey, first name, just kidding, Ellen. Well, you did it. Then grab their attention with a fun, personalized image. And in the main body of the email, you want to show them that you can relate and lead by example. When we raised our Series A, we focused on the cold emailing campaign and for the first months felt like running trial and error marathons. And how this also worked for someone else just like them. We did that for Zendesk. They managed to book 30 qualified meetings after just 1 campaign. Lastly, you wrap it up asking if they are interested, then it will be easy to book a call after that. If you're interested, I would be happy to share how we do that at lemlist. Or, if your leads respond better to the LinkedIn messages, go that route. In this case, you want to be hyper-personalized so they know you aren't a normal salesperson. Check out Marwan's approach. He reached out to leads in a really personalized and casual way to congratulate them on raising funds. We know your brand very well, you have everything to succeed. This works like a charm to get conversation going. And the rest is history. You can even get some leads asking you for demos. So, for the final example, we're going out with a bang. This reverse engineer tactic will show you how you can get people to ask you to message you by providing irresistible content. The first step is to create content on a specific topic, but not just any content. I'm talking about a value bomb of a content. How do you do this? Create something that brings enormous value that's based on real feedback and solves problems that you are 100% sure your target is facing. It's the key to creating something you know they'll want to get. For this example, we'll use our LinkedIn ebook that we crafted from direct community feedback. Okay, on to the next step. You've created the killer content. What's next? Teasing people on LinkedIn. We do this through posts, so I'll show you a typical styled one we do around a content release. Here's Ilya's post announcing the ebook. He started with a really catchy intro that will hook people in and make them want to keep reading the rest of the posts. I posted on LinkedIn every day during the last 1 month. Here are my 3 learnings that may help you. Then he adds pure value so they know he is here to help them and that his advice is worthy. Plus, he adds a bit of tease to get people pumped. At lemlist, we found the methodology to write posts that reach thousands of thousands of people. And adding a picture is a great way to add to this and help people see proof of what they are getting. Then finish up the post by asking people to express their interest in a comment and you'll send the access to them, essentially making them come to you. And guess what? Just take a look at this engagement. It's awesome because you know that these people are super interested in what you're sharing, but also because it will give your post a higher reach so others can see and comment. Then comes the next part of the tactic, sending them the resource. There are a couple of ways you can do this, either by sending them a DM with a link or by commenting directly on the post. A message is the most optimal choice because you have a chance to start a conversation and get some feedback, but if you do this, you must clarify that they need to connect with you first so they can get your message. Then you can use the lemlist extension to add all the people that comment to your campaign so you can send the link automatically. You can also use Phantom Buster to turn the post commenters into a CSV that you can also upload into your lemlist campaign. When sending the resource, you can format it in a way that will get the conversation going, making it easier to transition into a pitch to book a meeting. Check it out. See how Irina did here? She sent the checklist she promised in her post, but also included a question to start the conversation naturally. Hey, first name, cheers for engaging on my latest post. Glad it was helpful. Curious which open rates you're seeing with your campaigns at the moment. And this works really, really well for her. Because you are adding pure value for them and opening casual discussions, you get some great conversation and insights out of it. And after they've talked a bit about themselves, that's when you can add your pitch to book a meeting. Again, focus on the meeting over your product or service. Just one more thing to keep in mind about these multi-channel sequences. You want to limit connection invites to 20 per day and only 100 emails to 200 per week. Again, you're not trying to spam people, so this should be plenty for you. Then on the benchmark side, with this limit set, you should aim for 50% open rates at least and 20% reply rates. This ensures that your deliverability is healthy and that once you get people to open the message, they also are interested in what you say. With that, you should shoot for about 10% conversion rate. So for every 100 person you contact, you should get at least 10 meetings. Now that we've gone through all that, I've got some more really practical inspiration for you. Starting from the personal branding side, you want to drive awareness, grow your network, and develop a really strong personal brand on LinkedIn. So to do this, there are two types of content you can post. Some focused on your brand as an individual and others that are based on company content. On the personal branding side, you want to share about your journey, teach things that you are an expert in, share your thoughts, beliefs, and passions with your audience, and of course, also engage with other people's content in a valuable way. For the company content, you can distribute existing content from your team like blog posts, ebooks, and be part of viral campaigns for some new product launches and share also big announcements and updates. Both aspects are vital because you are sharing your personality and your personal strengths, but also sharing cool info about your company to your audience so they can check it out for themselves. For my personal brand, I had a clear idea in mind. Connect with startup founders and growth marketers, aka people quite similar to me, share all my insight from growing lemlist from $0 to $10 million in annual recurring revenue, and help them win with outbound sales technique. But don't worry, I'm not going to just leave you with this and let you figure out the hard stuff for yourself. I'm going to walk you through exactly how I do it and how other lemlist team members do it. So you will be able to replicate this and succeed in your multi-channel outbound strategy. It starts with building your personal brand. So the first step is to target 20 leads, visit their LinkedIn profile, and then immediately invite them to connect. Here is where the insight part comes in. My posts on LinkedIn enable me to share content with my leads without being too salesy. I start my post with a hook to grab interest, in this case, a quote. Since I know very well my audience, I think about quotes or phrases that talk to them too, as for this example here. G, you shouldn't hire people with no track record after crossing 1 million ARR. I'm sure that other founders heard the same phrase before, so this topic touched the majority of people who follow my post. Then, in the body of the post, I inspire people based on real experiences that I've faced. 90% of the team didn't have any prior SaaS experience. Some of our marketing managers didn't have more than 2 years of experience when I hired them. Some of our customer support representatives never worked in customer support before. I love to encourage people to think out of the box, which is exactly what I talk about in these posts. Here's another example for you. This time, I addressed a controversial topic, my competitor buying my name for ads. I used it as my intro line to spark interest, but I also connected it with an image as a proof and so stand out in the feed. Of course, I had to add a bit of humor because it shows my true personality and makes it easier for my audience to get to know me and trust me. And I finished off this post with a clear call to action asking people to engage so I could attract my competitors' attention. And just like that, With only a few posts, you can share valuable info with leads and also connect with them on a more personal level. All leading to great results that help me connect with more people, separate the good eggs with the haters, and start up some really interesting conversations. So then, after exposing your leads to more of your content, you can revisit their profile and immediately follow up with a direct message. But if you really double down on personal branding, people will start sending you messages on their own. As long as you continue to bring value to people and create the best content possible for your audience based on your experiences, you're golden. So let's show you how Roxana and Vuk have managed to do this. Rox wants to share something really helpful for her network, so she gave access to her weekly planner on Notion. No hidden agenda, just to provide value and help people get organized. And because she used the comment-based approach, she got a lot of comments and was able to increase her visibility. Then we have Vuk. He recently restructured the marketing team processes and wanted to share his experience with other marketing directors and heads of growth. So he mentioned his one-on-one meeting template that helped the entire team save some time and effort. Many people saw this and immediately reached out to Vuk for this template, which he shared, of course. And by sharing these super helpful resources, you are building solid relationships, and it's not based on idea that there always needs to be an exchange. Sometimes you can just be in it to help people. Of course, sales isn't based only on this, and there are times you need to be more salesy to close a deal. So let's take a look at one of those examples. In this case, Nadia was reaching out to relevant podcast hosts so she can be a guest speaker. By the way, this is a great way to reach more people who have similar interests and might be curious to find out more about your product or service. And don't worry, if you're still a newbie, it's still cool to share your journey to help out other newbies. And even sometimes, by sharing your experience as a new kid, you can give people a fresh take on things instead of the same old things they've been working on forever. So, how would the sequence look when reaching out these hosts? The first step is to visit their profile and instantly send them a connection request. Then, after a few days, you can visit their profile again to spark interest, but this time, you can also add a manual task to engage on their content. Whether this is just a like or a comment, just put your name out there. We already shared our best tactic here. It's the mic drop technique that allows you to leave the best comment possible on their posts. It really gets them thinking, and you'll be sure that they will actually remember you. So one day after that, you can drop them an email to connect the dots. Let's take a look at how that email looks. It all starts with the subject line, "I've got a story for you, first name." In this case, I knew that podcast hosts are always looking for a new story, so I made sure to mention this right in the subject line to grab attention. Then, my next two sentences are to give a bit more context for the reader. I'm G, CEO and co-founder of lemlist. I've listened to a few episodes on your podcast and I think you guys are doing some fantastic work. I keep it all super spaced out so it's easier on the eyes and they aren't overwhelmed the second they open the email. And I go with my personalized sentence pretty quickly so they know I did my research and want to talk to them specifically. After that, I clearly express my point to reach out. I'd love to be a guest on your show. There should never be any confusion here because I want to create a partnership. And also give them a bit more context of who am I, as I did here. For the past 1.5 years, I've been building lemlist, so they know why I'll be a good choice for a podcast as a guest. But even more specifically, why I'm a good fit for their audience. As you can see on this email, this is something I started just a year and a half after starting lemlist. So we were still very early in whatever we were doing. I was a new kid on the block. We didn't have this huge reputation as we have right now. So it was 10 times harder for me to prove it, but this email is the proof that you can even do it straight from the start. On top of it, I've also decided to add social proof so they know that they also have the opportunity to gain more viewers with my network, and that I'm also an expert on a specific topic. Knowing this audience, I also decided to add a bit more reference so they know my previous work. But keep in mind that it's really important to change this depending on your audience. In this case, I use a podcast called The Top Entrepreneurs because it was well known in this specific sphere, but I would change it depending on the topic. And this techniques works like a charm for us. I mean, take a look at that reply rate, almost 40%. Not so bad, right? Especially when you just launched your company a year ago. And you can replicate this too. there is nothing I just showed you that is out of reach. But I have something even better. Once you start being featured on this podcast, the viral loop really starts. People find what you say inspiring and they start spreading the word on their own. And also connecting with you to spread some more awareness. Now, here is an extra hack you can do to really boost the impact. After the event, you can segment the listener with those who are in your target audience or not. Then, invite them to connect, send them a direct message the very same day, and here's what the message structure could look like on the automation side. Just using a couple custom tags to make the message super relevant. Hey first name, thanks for joining my talk today with blah blah blah, name of the guest, what do you think about the topic, ? But once you add the right info, check out how it looks. It's a great way to get a conversation going. Wait a couple of days, and if they won't respond, send a follow-up email to get in touch with them. The email just adds a bit more context and the message, and also includes a recording of the webinar so they can rewatch it to find the part that was the most relevant for them. And since she knows this audience is interested in the subject that this webinar covered, she included another video that will be helpful for them. I also made this video for you. It's inspired by some things mentioned during the webinar with guest name. I'm going to show you the exact strategies that helped me book 30 meetings with high qualified prospects. With the video thumbnail leading to a personalized landing page with a link to Nadia's calendar so they can actually book a meeting immediately. This strategy works really well for Nadia. Because of the way she set up the templates, she can keep reusing it for any future events, just modifying the variables and video accordingly. Keep in mind that you want to provide content that helps your audience, but also position your product or service as the thing that makes it possible. This makes the sale really natural and helps you book more meetings. As an additional hack, you can also add to your funnel your second-degree LinkedIn connections that interacted with your content. We've seen before the flow of the steps using Data Miner along with lemlist campaign. Same as seen before, you can connect the leads via LinkedIn or email. Plus, you can always add to your funnel similar profiles to your target audience with Sales Navigator and lemlist extension. Next, you find their email with drop contact and then send out a lemlist campaign. All right, now, we've made it through how you can use several different channels for your multi-channel strategy. The next thing to cover are the best practices to make sure your team has the best chances possible of getting a response. But before we can get into the right things to do, I want to go over the wrong things. First of all, you shouldn't send too many messages in a short time span. Or skipping the technical setup of your domain so that you can send your email as soon as possible. Burning your primary domain, which FYI, you can do by doing either of the things I just mentioned because they will be both landing you directly in the spam folder. And lastly, not giving your team the resources to crush it. All of this leads to frustration plus wasted time and money. Pretty sure that's not what you're looking for. If you have done anything on this list, don't be ashamed. I've done them too. That's why I'm here to tell you how to fix it in a couple of minutes. But first, let's imagine that you've just raised $10 million. Sounds great, right? Well, that comes with a lot of responsibility. You've got to figure out where to invest that money, product, sales, etc. Say you decide to invest 50% of it in sales. So you're hiring some SDRs and a VP of sales, trying to build the perfect team that will help you reach your goals. Then you need to figure out what tools will work the best for this team. In this case, you'll want to avoid the really expensive options and find solutions that are super easy to use. Eventually, you'll find that perfect tool belt that makes you the most efficient. And lastly, you should test out all the different channels, and once you find what works best based on your data analysis, start jamming. All right, I have a few more tips to help you out. First of all, I touched on building the team, but what are you really looking for? For a head of sales, business development, you should be searching for a good leader who's also got enough experience in the field to know what they're doing, and also someone that will be able to coach a team. It's important they have all these aspects so they can inspire your team and not just throw some objectives at them. On the other side, you need to make sure you have a team of SDRs that are ready to take this feedback and keep growing. It should be someone that's comfortable owning the pipeline from top to bottom and knows how to automate time-consuming and repetitive tasks. and can also focus on closing and building relationships. My next piece of advice, and this is an important one, is to buy a domain that is exclusive to Outreach. Why? Because it's safer for teams above 5, so it doesn't look like you're trying to spam people with the number of messages sent. Therefore, protecting your email reputation enhances your deliverability. And also keeping important business emails away from the spam folder. Plus, this ensures your team can do all the testing their heart desired without risking your company's domain. Trust me, from my experience, it's super important. Unfortunately, we learned this the hard way at lemlist. When we started expanding the sales team, we actually didn't think we needed to buy a separate domain for Outreach. One completely trashed domain later, we realized exactly how wrong we were. Don't let this happen to you, buy the domain. All right, moving on to the next point, making sure you have the right tools in place. So how do you go about finding these tools? There are a couple of things to keep in mind. You want to define the key features you need and ensure that the tool you are considering has this and that the feature is really reliable. If you depend on getting your cold emails sent and you find your emails landing in spam, this isn't the tool for you. You should also make sure that there isn't a huge learning curve to implement the tool. It should be pretty straightforward for you and your team. Otherwise, it's too much of a hassle, especially when you want to scale. And you also need to remember that less is more. There is nothing more complicated than having tens of different tools for one single process. Moreover, it's not necessary. You can easily manage your sales processes with 5 tools in your belt. And also, try to stay away from yearly contracts until you've tested the tool for all the functions that you'll need. Otherwise, you end up getting roped into tools that you hate and have to wait out the contract to find a better one. This brings me to the next point, my favorite tool belt. In my experience, our sales team crushes it just by using LinkedIn for personal branding and awareness, lemlist, of course, for creating and sending multi-channel campaigns, Calendly to book meetings, and Aircall for cold calls. And the best part is that they all integrate together, so we really only need to use a couple of tools separately. No confusing processes or time wasted trying to remember where info is. As you grow, you can really hone your process to what works best for you. So adding your preferred CRM, using advanced automation, doing marketing collabs, etc. Make sure you are paying attention to your data behind this. For example, with collabs, they are a lot of fun and certainly expand your network. But in the rare case that you don't see a good return on the investments and you're taking too much time to set up the collab compared to the revenue generated from it, it might be time to consider something else. My next tip is about your tech setup. I know this is not the moment you've really been waiting for and I'll have you at the edge of your seat, but honestly, this part is one of the most important aspects, so pay some extra attention the next couple of minutes. So, what do you need to do? First, warm every single person's email address. If not, your emails will surely land in spam. That means all that work you did to personalize your emails is in the trash. And even more, your follow-up steps through LinkedIn and cold call are pretty much dead because your context was taken away. So, don't do this. Just warm your emails so people actually have the chance to read your emails. The next part of the tech setup is setting up your custom tracking domain. This basically enables you to track your results without any issues of being flagged as spam. So if you want to see those opens and clicks rates, this is a must. And something you might not want to hear, you should be sending a max of 100 emails per week. This helps your email reputation, but it also ensures that you are getting good results. The reality is sending 100 personalized emails a week takes a lot of time. And honestly, if you're sending more than this, there is a good chance it will seem too salesy or spammy because you didn't spend enough time personalizing it. And when you do use this kind of hyper-personalization, you are guaranteed to get great responses. We aren't trying to block you from getting more leads, it's actually the opposite. To sum it up, by putting this limit in place, you protect your domain, target your leads better so you know they are qualified, and you are much more likely to get a response because of the personalization you're using. Are you ready for some real examples of how to combine cold calls, emails, and LinkedIn steps to create the sequences that bring the best results? Because in this last session of our multi-channel course, you'll get the best multi-channel campaign sequences that generated
hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. These examples are lemlist top performing campaigns and will be full of insight to help you get the results that you want for your business. We'll show you Simon's lead gen campaigns in the US from A to Z, dope sales campaigns that we're targeting to a really specific audience, some fire LinkedIn and cold email combos, and really creative ways to reach your followers and create a list of pre-qualified leads to reach out to. I want to set you up for success, so this session will really round out everything you've learned so far. Are you ready? Let's start off with sales campaigns catered to a specific audience. So here we can see Simon's setup for his lead gen campaigns in the States. In this case, Simon used a combination of emails and LinkedIn steps to get in touch with his audience, but he did it in a way that would be sure to evoke interest. He starts with an email for context, then LinkedIn invite to show his face, goes in with a follow-up email, adds another visit for visibility, then a Hail Mary email and finish it off with a LinkedIn message. But not waste time, let's break this down piece by piece so you can understand how you can replicate or create such a combo but tailored to your needs. Simon's goal for this campaign was to create a super personalized and relevant campaign for these leads. So he started off the campaign with a bang with a cold email, of course. And this email was the base of his campaign, full of value and personalization for every single lead. We saw this email in the last session, but you can see that it's used in a different context this time around. Anyways, getting right into it. Simon used custom tags like icebreakers at the beginning to really personalize the message and grab attention. As an example, the icebreaker used was, "I listened to your latest podcast on sales automation, really impressed by your results per rep." Then he adds to that the accomplishment tag to show that he has done his research before he reached out. There is nothing worse than getting an email that you know they didn't even bother to get to know you before reaching out. This ensures prospects never have to feel like that and that you are simply wasting their time. It's also important to note that because Simon was reaching out to people from another country, he made his appeal seamless by using the terminology and phrases that his audience is familiar with and can easily relate to. Made me think you must have some killer sequences at company name and that you're probably seen the impact of personalization in outbound firsthand. Hell, you probably wouldn't be able to accomplishment without it. And he finished off the email in style by adding a statement of proof to confirm that he knows what he's talking about. P.S. We grew from 0 to 8 million in ARR in just 3 years using cold outbound and being fully bootstrapped. Happy to share what worked for us. In this case, it was lemlist accomplishment, but you can really add anything here just to establish credibility. The key is to ensure it's connecting with what you can help them with. So, for example, if you are an agency and you are writing emails for your clients, you would mention something about how you helped grow the number of conversions for your clients. After you've created the context, you can go in with additional steps. In this case, Simon sent a LinkedIn invite so his leads know that he really wants to get to know them. Before he continued the sequence, he added a 3-day delay between these steps to give his lead time to catch up on their unread emails and see the invites. We all have days where we just let those emails pile up and take a look at the next day. Adding this delay essentially gives this time to your leads so they can be human. Then he goes in with another email to act as a follow-up and includes some more personalization. Let's dive into this email. Simon made sure to change it up with a follow email so he wasn't bombarding the lead with text-heavy emails. In this case, he used a personalized video thumbnail, which is always a winner to boost your click rate. So when people clicked on the video, it took them directly to the personalized landing page with the video and a calendar link. A great way to add some fun to your sequence and break the status quo. After that, he used a simple profile visit just to grab their attention. These visits are great because most people are notified of them, so it can also act as a reminder for the lead. And before adding another hard sell step like email or call, he added a long delay. You never want to overwhelm your leads or make them feel like you're spamming them. This long delay between bigger steps helps make that possible. And this followed this with another email to give more context and really emphasize what his leads can do with his help. His intro was a mixture of personalization and data to create some FOMO. The formula was easy. Find out what goals the lead CEO would have for them and personalize it based on this. So the result was, hey, first name, what I and then you put the CEO's name, heard from you that you've managed to increase the numbers of deals in your pipeline by 50%. This creates something relatable that the lead will also be interested in. Then it gives even more data-backed proof by showing an example of another client really similar to them that got really great results. Gabriel, head of sales at Deadnest, was able to say that thanks to lemlist, his sales team was able to increase his open rate from 35 to 75% and book 2 times more meetings. And instead of just talking the talk, he walked the walk by adding video proof with a testimonial from this client. PS, first name, you can check out Gabriel did here. This is also a great hack you can reverse. Find a great testimonial, identify an audience that is similar to these clients, and reach out to them through a sequence like this one with a link to the testimonial. Another longer delay between the hard sell step and then he ended the campaign with a LinkedIn message that gave additional value. Plus, it hit the leads on a different channel to ensure he uses the platform that worked the best for them. The message is really simple, just to add value with a piece of helpful content and encourage response from people that didn't respond yet through email. And just look at these results. By really personalizing it, it was about to get a 24% reply rate, all of which led to demos. We'll see in a couple of minutes how you can get a big reply rate if you're trying to network, launch backlink campaigns, reach out to journalists, etc. But for now, let's focus on another way to personalize a sales campaign. This one was a bit longer and was specifically targeted for agencies in France. Also, heads up, this entire campaign was translated from French to English, so there might be some weird references. For this campaign, Clémence used 10 steps with a mixture of cold email and LinkedIn outreach. Her goal for the sequence was to reach out to agencies that might be interested in a sales outreach tool based on personalization. She started out with LinkedIn steps to create an initial connection so her outreach wasn't as cold and more like a warm step. Clémence visited their profile and sent them an invite on the same day and left her connection message blank. Then comes the hard sell step. I mentioned them a bit earlier, but just to clarify, hard sell steps are steps like cold calls, emails, and longer messages. Essentially, where you are pushing hard for a sale, unlike a softer sell like a LinkedIn profile visit that is much more passive. Also, something important to remember with multi-channel outreach is that the best way to connect the dots for your leads is to mention your other channel steps in your communication. So for Clémence, she had already done the LinkedIn step to start, so she mentioned this in the intro of her email along with some personalized info. Adding a unique sentence like relate 100% with your LinkedIn post about getting consistent results for her clients to each lead captures their attention straight from the start and is a great way to build relationship. In Clem sequences, she really tries to connect to her audience, and she does this smoothly by sharing personal experience that she knows they can relate to. When I started my agency, my biggest challenge was being sure not to totally burn my domains and my client's domain by sending too many emails. And by sharing content links that will be extremely helpful for them. PS, here's a short article on how to ensure good deliverability of these emails and optimize your conversion rate. Take a look. The key to this is knowing your audience. You need to find out what your target's goals are, what their struggle is, and also what is preventing them from reaching their goals. Then you can relate to them easily and share fire content that will help bridge the gap between their struggle and the goal. After waiting a couple of days, Clem drops a quick profile visit just so the lead knows she hasn't forgotten about them. And this is followed by an instant LinkedIn message. Now, this is already the 7 steps in her sequence. So before she goes in with more steps, she wants to try to get some responses. The easiest way to do this is this the right email hack? And I call it a hack, but honestly, it's also helpful to ensure you're contacting the right person or using the best email address for them. You can either go with the "Did you receive my emails?" approach, or ask if they are the right person to be contacted and ask for someone else that might be better to talk to. Then she goes in with 2 emails with a few days apart just to try and rekindle the flame. She tries to add really valuable info in a unique way. In the first of this email, she really used a value-based approach but included a personalized video thumbnail to entice the leads to click and find out more. And of course, this led them to a landing page featuring a video, the lead's name, company logo, personalized text, and a link to book a meeting with Clem. Step 9 was another follow-up email, but this time she added a funny meme to spark interest and increase her response rates. Again, she waited a couple of days just to give her leads some space, then made a last-shot effort
with a LinkedIn message. The message starts by showing them that she wants to help them. Since the idea is to bring you value, if you can't respond, here's what I suggest. And then she keeps the promise by sharing different forms of content that can really help them, or also some cool tips to help them reach their goals. And finish by giving them an opportunity to contact you whenever it works best for them. If all this makes you change your mind, don't hesitate to write me. This sequence worked so well for Clem because she really spent time getting to know her leads. Here we have another example, this time for the UK market. This was another longer sequence, and Irina used several different channels like email, LinkedIn, and cold call. Her goal was to provide really valuable pieces of info to her leads based on their needs as agencies, and then build a relationship from there. Irina decided to A/B test this specific sequence to figure out what type of actions actually work best for the audience. So for the sequence A, her first step was an email to introduce herself and give them some info. She included a personalized intro to prove that she knows what she's talking about. So, hey first name, checked out the great work you've done for Icebreaker. I would die to see those campaigns you're building at company name. And then immediately followed this with an example from a similar client to spark their interest. Chatted with another agency about the way they increase conversion rates and catch prospects' attention. Then she added quantitative proof of her previous statement and showed them exactly how she can help them. Would love to exchange on what I saw working for them and myself, 78% open rate and 26% reply rates at the moment, and pick your brain on inbound practices. And wrapped it all up some really valuable content for this specific group of leads, in this case, template that they can use for their outbound sequences. We grew from $0 to $8 million in 3 years using just cold outbound and no paid ads. Notice that even though this email doesn't have a ton of personalization tags, it still is specifically targeted for each of her leads. It's because she was really careful when creating her prospecting list, so she knew that these people would all benefit from what she's saying and they can relate easily. Then she backed this up with a couple of follow-up emails with a short delay between each of them. In the first follow-up emails, she mentions a first step and adds more value by including a video for her prospects. Then, when they click on the video thumbnail, they arrive to the completely personalized landing page. The third cold email uses a similar tactic, but with a clickable image that leads them to a valuable piece of content targeted to her leads. The key to this strategy is that it solves a problem she knows they are likely to have, email deliverability. And you also want to show them that they can accomplish everything they need with you. We're all human and face FOMO, so creating it naturally through phrases like this is a great way to generate interest. Following 3 email steps, Irina decided to add LinkedIn at this point. She put a longer delay between, since there were so many hard sell steps back to back, and then went in with the LinkedIn invite and connection message. The message isn't anything too long, it just mentioned her emails and she wants to connect with them. First name, wanted to take our convo from email to here and then connect. Would love to hear your thoughts on what I've sent. Short and to the point. A few days later, she sent another email just to act as a checking and see if they liked the content she sent before. In this email, she reminded them of the previous message she sent. Very curious if those golden nuggets I've sent were of any use. But she also points out that she understands the problem they're facing and even gives proofs of how she knows they could be struggling with this. Step 6 is a manual task a few days after the email, and for this one, she decided to leave a LinkedIn voice note. She made her life easy by prepping her little message in the notes, so when these steps comes, all she needs to do is read and record. Hey, okay, I feel really silly as I've been sending lots of content that is usually really beneficial for other agencies. I'm curious if it resonates at all with you. After this, she goes in with 2 more value-packed emails that show real example that her leads can relate to. She started out with the first one of these emails with data-backed proof to qualify the statement that follow. First name, remember when I said that all personalized approaches that get me 78 open rate and 26% reply rate are scalable? And then includes a link to an article that will help them set up a workflow that will save them a ton of time. The next email uses a really similar value-added approach, but this one is a bit shorter. And in this email, she links another piece of content to help them set up an automated multi-channel sequence. Again, speaking directly to their needs. Irina added a long pause of 5 days between those emails and her next steps to make sure she isn't overwhelming her leads or piling on to an overflowing inbox. Then she goes in with a gentle LinkedIn profile visit to spark a reminder through a different channel, and immediately follow this with an email reminder. But this one is a bit different than the value-based approach. Her goal here is to get them to crack a smile, and she does it via a funny meme and a genuine intro. I must admit, it seemed that relevance is missing here for you. She still provides value through by addressing that they might already have an outreach automation tool and give them a reason to respond even so. Maybe you already found an outreach automation tool. If yes, just sending some benchmarks on what successful rates are in your industry here in case you're evaluating your effort. After this reminder email, she adds another long delay of 3 days since her next step will also be an email. And this last email was just to add value. She isn't trying to outright sell. Let's have a look. Irina sent an invite to join our private community, the lemlist family, so they can have access to tips and tricks from other agencies. First name. The agencies I work with tend to always keep their finger on the pulse of best tactics and approaches or tools out there. And if you're one of them, I invite you to our private community where you can always take a peel at what other agencies are doing and get insight into the best performing strategies and workflow that generate leads in your pipeline. Simple as that. Only adding value for her leads. To run the multi-channel effect, Irina decided to add a call to her sequence so she is sure to reach them on the right channel. Remember to do this because it can be a game changer. Maybe you have an old email address and your leads hardly checks LinkedIn, so by simply making one call, you can easily identify if it's them not being interested or if you were just not using the right channel. And she followed this idea in her next step, adding a LinkedIn message as her Hail Mary. This last step was really just gently remind them of previous messages and make a last effort to get a response on their terms. First name, I hope I didn't overdo it with my outreach to you. Maybe I contacted the wrong person and you could point me in the right direction. If not, no worries. Let's reconnect in the future. The big key to Irina's success in this campaign was trying out several different channels to find what works best for her leads and hyper-targeting her contact leads so she was sure the messages were relevant. All right, now we've gone through the best tips of hyper-targeted sales campaigns. We can move on to find the secret for the marketing ones. As I teased you before, this is a goldmine for all my growth folks trying to network, launch backlink campaigns, reach out to journalists, etc. We'll go through a couple of examples today, but this is a section you'll want to come back to for all your marketing needs. Trust me. First up is a multi-channel networking campaign. In this case, Brianna used a 10-step approach combining LinkedIn and email. Her goal for this campaign was to network with other content and growth marketers so she could connect and exchange some valuable techniques. So let's jump into it. Bri's first step were focused on LinkedIn to show her interest and get her picture in the minds of her leads. So first up was the LinkedIn profile visit. And she immediately followed this with a connection request plus personalized message to hook interest and introduce herself. But she decided to A/B test this part of her sequence to see if the connection request with or without the message worked better. She got 50-50 result from the test, but there were several people that responded to the connection message. So if your goal is just to have a coffee chat, a message might be a good way to naturally introduce yourself and start the convo without full email. However, if you want to start with context first, so people know why you're reaching out, as you would with sales, invite only might be the better option. Then, in both sequences, our next step was an email to add more context with an email. She kept her email really simple since the goal was just to book a networking call. She doesn't want these people thinking it's a sales call in disguise. Just message you on LinkedIn, but figured email might be easier for you. I'd really love to grab a coffee or tea with you sometimes to exchange experiences. Bri also added a good amount of personalization to show them she did her homework and answered the why me question for her leads. And then you should back this up with what's in it for them. On my end, happy to share how we've leveraged community and personal branding to grow lemlist from $0 to $8 million in 3 years being fully bootstrapped. Especially in the case of networking, you need to make this connection of why me and also what's in it for me. Otherwise, what would they want to talk to you? Then she waited another 2 days in between steps, again trying not to make the appeal too salesy, and after that she added another LinkedIn profile visit to act as a reminder and then a follow-up email. She kept the same subject line, the follow-up, so the emails would go under the exact same thread. And the body of the email mirrored the first one with a funny image that played on coffee, no coffee ID. She also added another hyper-personalized sentence to really hook them in. Then, Brie repeated the same idea as before, but with a different channel. 2-day delay to separate the actions. LinkedIn profile visit reminder. Then, she tried out a LinkedIn message to see if more leads will respond on that channel. It wasn't anything complex, just a short message to invite them for coffee, and she included a funny image of her sitting in the marketing room in Lemverse, our virtual office. Hey, first name, I'd love to grab a coffee and give you a tour of our virtual office if you have time this week. You can see me here hanging out in the marketing room. Then she added another LinkedIn visit and email combo. But this last email, she changed the subject line from coffee to talk soon. So the email will stand out in their inbox and also so it would note the end of the sequence. This message was pretty much just letting them know that she wouldn't be reaching out anymore, but giving them the opportunity to contact her when they have time. It looks like you're off enjoying your summer the right way or just totally crammed right now. No worries, shoot me a message when you have some time. And Brie wrapped it all up, a LinkedIn profile visit as a last effort to remind them of her messages. And just look at that open and response rates. The key point here was being super friendly, using the why me plus what's in it for me combo and personalizing to each of her leads. Now, let's jump to another example with Daria's PR outreach sequence. Again, you don't want to be too salesy for these approaches. So for this campaign, Daria used LinkedIn and email with really only 3 hard sales steps. Her goal was to contact podcast hosts to book our team members in some great interviews, and in this case, you really need to show that you know them and their audience to prove that you are a really good fit for them, especially for PR, link building, and diving right in. Daria started her campaign with a LinkedIn visit to add proof that she did her research and grabbed their attention from the start. Then she immediately went in with an email to fully explain her proposition. So for example, when comparing this to Brie's A/B test from before, in this case, she doesn't do an invite plus message because otherwise the lead wouldn't get all the info they need. We know after a lot of trial and error that the best approach to subject line for PR is the I've got a story for or content for ideas. So Daria took advantage of this subject and crafted a subject line that was guaranteed to attract the attention of podcast hosts. Hear how the intro sounded like. Hey, first name, I've listened to a few episodes of Podcast Name and I think you're doing some fantastic work. And then she added a personalized sentence for each of her leads. Some example like, you highlight the importance of things we really care about, LinkedIn branding, finding real value for your prospects, and building a community. The role of this personalized sentence is to prove to them that she had done her research, but also to show that she has listened to their podcast and knows their work. This is crucial for the next part of her email, including info about which team member would be the best fit for their subject and target audience. And because she did the research, she knows exactly why they're a good fit and can state that in her message. Daria closed out this email with the answer to why the podcast host should be interested, aka social proof. We'll have our audience ready to tune in from our sales automation community, social media profiles, and also our newsletter of more than 40,000 subscribers. After laying down this groundwork, she goes in with a LinkedIn message just 1 day later. Since the message was much shorter, she was more likely to grab their attention this way. She didn't need to leave a huge delay between each step. The message was really simple, just to mention the potential collaboration, to invoke interest and give them a casual opportunity to discuss further. Hey, first name, great work on Podcast Name. I'm working on a PR project for lemlist and I think we can collaborate on something really cool. I already sent you an email with some info, but I just wanted to connect here as well. I'd be happy to discuss and send more details. Then Daria added another LinkedIn profile visit to act as a reminder and sent a follow-up email immediately after. The follow-up was just an easygoing reminder of her previous messages and a note that shows respect for her leads by not overloading their inbox. Plus, mentioning that this would be her last message. Hey, first name, just a quick reminder about my last email. Goes without saying that we'd really love to contribute to the podcast name, but don't want to overload your inbox with too many follow-ups. So this is the last one.
Hope to hear back from you. And she finished the sequence with the last LinkedIn profile visit reminder. Voila! Look at those response rates thanks to her personalization and knowledge about what her leads want to read. 93% open rate. 70% of people booked the interview, and something even cooler, all the responses were interested in participating. Up next, we have a couple of sequences that were based on LinkedIn company page followers. This technique is really helpful for you because you'll be able to identify people that are interested in your company, aka the perfect target. The first one is from Clémence, and she did a sequence of 8 steps with a mixture of email and LinkedIn steps. Her goal was to connect with people that followed the lemlist LinkedIn page but were not yet clients and were living in France, and then try to book a demo with them. To get the list of people, we used Sales Navigator to filter down our search. And in this case, Clem filtered by geography since she was working on the French market. Then she connected with only third-degree connections to ensure that other team members weren't talking to them. She also wanted to focus on smaller companies, so she filtered by company headcount, then identified decision makers with the seniority level filter, and finally by the sales and business development function. When she makes the search, there is a tab on Sales Nav that defines the leads that follow your company. And voila! With one click, she can import all of these leads directly to her campaign. So, moving on to the sequence, Clémence started with the LinkedIn step to show people she was interested in their profile. And she set this campaign with a 0-day delay between that and the connection request so that it happens immediately after the profile visit. In this case, Clémence A/B tested with or without a connection message and got better result when she left it blank. Then, 1 day later, she went in with her email to introduce herself. She started out the email by connecting the dots for them, explaining how she found them and why she is reaching out to them specifically. I saw that you're following our company page on LinkedIn, but also that we aren't connected. This is where Clémence really changes the sequence based on the context. She introduces lemlist in a really playful way and even states that the following sequence they'll receive is totally automated. But she does it in a funny way that feels like a friendly conversation. I'm a B2B outbound sales expert at lemlist, and the following sequence of messages is totally automated with the tool. Then, when she went in with the pitch, she focused it around their job role. And of course, she put a direct link to her calendar at the end of the email. A couple of days after this email, Clémence went in with a gentle reminder through a LinkedIn profile visit. Then she adds a more obvious reminder a few days later, the follow-up email. For this email, she was a bit more direct in her approach, but still used humor with a funny custom image based on a popular French TV show to really grab her lead's attention. Hey, first name, I sent you an email a few days ago, but no luck as far as I see. At this very moment, I feel like I'm on the board of the game show Koh-Lanta, and I'm the next nominee on the list. How about you give me a chance to present lemlist to you? What do you say? After the follow-up email, she added 2 days delay to separate the channels and give her lead time to respond to the email. Then, Clémence went with a stronger LinkedIn approach, the message. She also used the correct email hack just to reach out and see if they got her emails. Hello, first name, have you received my previous emails? If not, can you share your new email address with me? Have a good day. She followed this one day later with another LinkedIn profile view to remind them of her message. And she added another longer delay between the steps and finished it off with the last LinkedIn message. This message was just to reach out one last time to address the end of the sequence and let them know where they could reach her. Hello, first name, I have the impression that my messages didn't resonate with you. My idea was to bring you more info about the company you follow on LinkedIn, but also help you become better at outreach via a tool like lemlist. If you ever change your mind, don't hesitate, here's my Calendly, or you can always write me on LinkedIn, I'm pretty active. Have an amazing week, and just look at these results. 80% open rate out of this campaign. Clémence connected on LinkedIn with 55% of the people who contacted, and on top of it, she succeeded to get 15% demos booked and 8% converted into customer. A great way to show that email and LinkedIn together can bring some awesome results. Next, we have Irina's sequence for LinkedIn company follower, a bit different than Clem because she added a couple more emails and fewer LinkedIn steps. Her goal was exactly the same as Clem, but instead she decided to focus on international leads. And in case you're wondering how to filter this, check out SalesNav filter. She used the same filter as Clem, but simply excluded people from France by adding this segment and then clicking on it again to eliminate it. When she set this up, she followed the same step as Clémence using the leads that follow your company on the LinkedIn filter and automatically adding it to our campaign with the lemlist Chrome extension. Now, let's dive into the campaign setup. The first step was to visit the LinkedIn profile of her leads. She followed this with a cold email and A/B tested it to find the perfect messages. In version A of this message, she uses a smooth intro that references exactly why she's reaching out. Hey, our first name, notice you're following lemlist, yet we're not connected, so I'm determined to fix this. And she specifically targets the people that she thinks will be interested in connected by highlighting their pains and needs. Then she closes off the email by providing valuable content to the leads based on the exact audience. Here's a couple of examples of the cross-channel sequences that get replies, yet they're fully automated. And here we can see version B, she used the A/B test to identify the best performing subject line by analyzing the different open rates, so she decided to switch from intro first name lemlist to quick question first name. Also, she switched up the closing line and was able to monitor these results by looking at the click and response rates. So now is, I'm keen to dig into your current outreach together and find the most efficient alternative, just ping me. Irina used step 3 as a follow-up email to remind her leads of her previous message and add some more value for them. This email is pretty simple, just something to get her message back to the top of her leads inbox. First name, just checking if killing 2 birds with 1 limestone is relevant at the moment. I'm talking scalable plus hyper-personalized outreach. If so, take some time off my calendar to discuss. And she left the subject line blank so the email goes under the same thread. She waited 2 days in between these emails and her next steps. Then went in with the LinkedIn steps. First, a LinkedIn profile visit to add context before her next step, and no delay in between, so the visit acts as a proof of research. And then a LinkedIn message to verify they've received her emails and test a different channel. Hey, first name, did my email reach you? Would love to hear if it resonates at the moment. She also made sure to still add value in this message, so if in case the lead hadn't gotten her emails, they knew she was trying to help them and was a credible source. By the way, I come bearing a gift, a playbook full of secrets on developing a winning LinkedIn strategy for you and your team. Irina waited a couple of days, then I did another LinkedIn profile visit to give one extra nudge. And then another email to give a bit more info. This is the last step she did with the goal of adding value, and she did it in a really casual way just to mention the type of result they could get with her and invite them for a chat. Hey, first name, let me bring the third bird we can kill with that limestone. Email deliverability. Long story short, using our human-like algorithm, we ensure all your emails to land in the prospect inbox. Let's discuss. Then, because her next step was also an email, she added a longer delay of 3 to 4 days to give them some air. This is especially important at the end of the campaign because you don't want them to feel like you are bombarding their inbox with messages non-stop. And the goal of this final email is really to entice leads to response. Irina did it by adding a meme that everyone can laugh at if they want to use the tool or not. I must admit, it looks like missing relevance to you. Plus, it had custom tags that are automatically optimized for each prospect. And because of how she positioned this email to make them laugh, she casually asked if they already have a tool and even adds a follow-up question to see how it's working for them. This is a great technique because it addresses one of the reasons people might not be responding, and because of how casual it is with the meme, more prospects are likely to respond. Then she added another longer delay for the same reason as the previous one. And her last step was the LinkedIn message to round out the multi-channel strategy. In this message, Irina used the tactic we mentioned before, ensuring she was reaching out to the right person and giving another opportunity to connect in the future. This campaign worked so well for Irina because she was able to provide value in almost every step that was targeting specifically to her leads. She also opened up other conversations that would help her even if she didn't get a meeting booked, like how they are liking their current tool, which will set her up nicely when their contract with them runs out. Out of 95 people, with 29% plus, she connected on LinkedIn and she succeeded to book 6% of demos. If you hadn't noticed yet, LinkedIn is kind of the go-to place for sales at the moment. Why? Because you can target your leads a heck a lot better and get a ton of useful info about these prospects. I've already shown you a few ways to do this via searches and cool filters, but I have a couple more for you based on targeting leads following a specific LinkedIn section. Let's start with a comment and get posts. In this case, Nadia used the 8-step sequence of emails and LinkedIn steps to convert these leads.
Nadia's mission here was to reach out to people that commented on her LinkedIn post to share a resource. This is a brilliant tactic because it's virtually another way to pre-qualify your leads since they already expressed interest in your content. But before I start breaking down the campaign, we need to focus on the post that started it. We've covered the comment-based post before, but your main goal here will be to create a post that hooks people, keep them reading your story or super valuable tips, and finally makes them want what you have to share. When done right, this strategy works like magic. In the case of Nadia, this post got her 200 comments and therefore around 200 leads to contact, which takes us right to the campaign setup. Nadia went straight in with this email for this campaign because it was sent to people that responded to her post. And of course, she mentioned this in the very first line of the email. Hey, first name, as promised in my previous post, our cold email hub is finally coming your way. Then she added a fun, personalized image to make it feel special for the prospect and give it a human touch. And she finished off the email with a link to another really valuable piece of content for these leads. You can also check out my very own hyper-personalized email template that got 27% reply rate, as it could be a better fit for you and your company. Notice there isn't any selling point in any part of this email. Again, trying to build a relationship and provide as much value as possible. After sending this email, she made a few LinkedIn profile visits to gently put her face out there and use this as a way to prep the lead for the messages to come. Then step 5 is a follow-up email that adds even more value. You can see from the content that this email is just pure fire. Nadia sent them links to content she knows they'll be interested in based on the fact that they already asked for the cold email hub, and she kept this message brief so she doesn't overwhelm them. Note that this campaign is a bit different from the previous one because she mostly uses a 1-day delay between steps instead of the longer ones. This is because the content and the timeline for this sequence are short and sweet. She has more soft sell steps like LinkedIn profile visits, and she also keeps the light of the messages. So after the follow-up email, she does back in with more LinkedIn visits 1 day apart to remind them of her emails. And then she added a few days before the last step, since this is a harder sell step and she wants to keep the format really casual. Nadia rounded out this multi-channel sequence with a LinkedIn message just to make sure she covered the channels that her leads are most active on. And also the message was really simple, just to ask if they got her previous email. Hey, first name, have you had the chance to take a look at the links I sent you by email? Curious to hear results. Thanks to all the value she added for her leads and her style of pre-qualifying with the comment and get post, she was able to get 23 responses to the emails and more than 100 new LinkedIn connections and over 100 new users on our cold email hub. Pretty dang good if you ask me. Now, for our last sequence, this one takes the crown for simplicity. This content distribution hack only takes 2 steps and got a 50% reply rate. It's entirely based on LinkedIn steps, but you could always add in an email or a call if you wanted. Marwan's idea was foolproof. Find a relevant post from someone in your target audience that is talking about your key subject, in this case, cold email, and scrape the people that engage with that post and then send them a message to ask if they'd be interested in the top resources to help them. Pretty good, right? Let's see what this message looked like. He automated this LinkedIn message through lemlist, but hyper-targeted it according to their LinkedIn activity. Because of the research he did in advance to find a relevant post, he didn't need to say anything crazy in his email or spend too much time crafting a custom sentences. Basically, whenever you're doing your multi-channel outreach campaigns, you can see that personalization is key. You have different way of personalizing. You can personalizing based on all the research you do whenever you are on their LinkedIn profile, or you can also personalize based on your targeting. In that case, if you narrow down your targeting, your message can be fully automated because you would have done the work of making the right targeting. In that case, it was a simple message just to explain where he got their info and why he thinks this content would help them, plus a little teasing of the content to get them to respond. Hey, first name, I saw that you commented on Estelle Barlow's post where she shared a PDF about lemlist cold email best practices. For your info, we created a white paper on this subject, but way much more precise. Do you want to check it out? And man, did it work. Check out that response rate, more than 51%. Now that we've gone through all this dope example, it's time to wrap this course
up. I cannot end this course without underlining a very important thing. You have absolutely everything you need to kill it at your multi-channel outreach. Remember, you can always come back to this course for reference when you need it and use any of the other great resources we talked about in the other sessions. But before we go, I just want to do a quick summary of today's key takeaways. Remember, personalization and relevance is how you build a relationship with your prospects. Don't try to rush this process by being too salesy or sending irrelevant info to random people. Unless your goal is high churn rate, it's not going to work. With that in mind, it takes me to my next point. Timing is everything. By using a proper delay, you can space out content-heavy sequences to ensure you aren't overwhelming our leads or coming off too spammy. And finally, use LinkedIn as a tool to establish a connection with your leads before reaching out. This makes your outreach a much more warm approach. I walked you through how to do this during these 9 sessions, but keep in mind core tactics like scraping page followers, seeing who engage with a post that fits your target audience, using comment and get techniques, and also finding your target and engaging with them first. And with those final pieces of advice, you're ready to do it for yourself. It's time for you to release the Kraken! In all seriousness, thanks a lot for following along with this masterclass. Be sure to leave a comment letting me know the results you were able to get with it. And of course, reach out to the community or directly to me if you have any question. Love you all and stay amazing!